Alright, stream should be up. Give me a second. I feel like I'm forgetting something. No? I think that's everything. Well, let me just get started on the game here, getting through these initial lines of text. But welcome, everybody. Welcome. This is a special occasion, which I'll get into in a second, but oh boy. Oh wait, let me double check. Xbox One controller, work with me. There we go. Now we should be good. Here's hoping nothing implodes and the stream goes completely fine and we have absolutely no issues. Boy, wouldn't that be great. Oh, man. Double checking, looks like the audio should be okay. Ah, yes, glorious 360p. I think. I forget what the internal resolution of the PSP was. I could not tell you. Though this does make me nostalgic of anime on YouTube at like 360p was a blessing back then, and with Spanish subtitles. It is what it is. 240p. Man. Isn't that the same for 3DS? Also, what's up, Livy? I'll be joining in VC in a sec. So, yeah, people, for those who don't know what we have going on here. Spanish stuff? Yeah, no, so I always remember. But, no, what we have here, this is East versus Trails in the Sky. This is the latest release by Geofront. People who have been, following the channel for a while. You know, lower the game a bit? I can do that. Put it at 8? I mean, I lowered it right when it ended, so it's hard to tell. Hopefully that's okay. If not, I can lower it in-game. Actually, let me see. Put it back up to 7. Yeah, bear with me for the first few minutes, folks. I'm gonna have to balance this with voice and everything. Which, by the way, yeah, so if once I hop into VC, let me know if there's any audio issues or if I need to turn up somebody up specifically. Lower one notch more. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. So, yeah, what we got here is East versus Trails in the Sky. This was always a game I knew about, but it was only in Japanese, as far as I know. If there was a way to play it in English, I did not know about it. Probably if I ever did find out about it, I probably wouldn't have had time to play it anyway, because I would have been too busy with getting caught up with the Trail series, which finally did back in around, what, June or July? So, I ended up playing East 4 and a few other games, between the last few months. But this is always one that I've been paying attention to, because, of course, shoutouts to our good friend Livy. If you've been on this channel for a while, you know. She's been around for a while. She's a fan of Falcom as well, to the point where she's one of the people involved in this fantastic project. I don't know how much of this game I'll be able to do today. I don't know if I'll do like a second session some other day. It's hard with like, basically full-time job. I don't know. But I did want to give this game its proper due, at least for today, and see where I take it from there. Because, man, I still haven't finished these 4. I'm close to finishing that one. But, yeah, I briefly before joining VC, I wanted to give proper credit to all those involved, because there's roughly like 2 people I know, and then there's 2 that I remember from like Twitter and other places. But let me get the window capture set up here, because I gotta do it proper. I don't want to miss anybody. Actually, wait. Let me get the page set up. Give me 1 second. Because I think I accidentally closed it. This is very professional, by the way. Very professional. Alright, here we go. So. Pro streamer, absolutely. I know all of the scene transitions, don't you know? This is where I would have one. No, but for real. zoom and capture. Oh wait, it might be set to something else. 1 second. Yeah, that is not the right tab. There we go. So, wanted to give proper credit to those involved. A lot of people worked on this. It's definitely been a labor of love. It's insane how this thing can be such high quality, and yet I don't have to pay a cent for this. It feels criminal, right? So at the very least, what I can do to feel morally okay with this is give props to those that really put in so many hours to this. So, yeah, shoutouts to LT, project lead, graphics editor, which I've seen around on Twitter. Really cool, dude. The second one is what kills me, because it's just pride in, like, you know, knowing people that are doing really cool stuff. Co-project lead, lead editor, and graphics editor, of course, as you all know, Livy, the GOAT. Killing it out here. Sly Gamer, who's also going to be on VC with us, also was an editor on this. I'm actually familiar with Heater and Blaze. I'm not sure if he's done anything else with Geofront, but that's a new one on me. But he was lead programmer, so I'd imagine, yeah, combined with him and Ribos, the ones that could even make this possible. Actually, if anybody in chat knows, who was the person responsible for the HC texture pack? I'm wondering that specifically, because it looks pretty good. But yeah, you got Ribos, you got Sean Cox, and Davio. Got, I always forget how to pronounce his name. Is it Chutermelon or Chutermelon? I forget how people pronounce it. Let me know. But yeah, video editor once again. I've seen him around for, I believe Azure and Zero? Might have just been Azure. But they've been around, right? I do love how it's just a thing where, like, whoever's involved in one project is probably going to transfer to the next, and they just keep going at it. It's kind of insane, the dedication that it takes to make this stuff happen. And of course, a whole bunch of QA testers. God bless, because I still need to do more playtesting on the project that I'm working on eventually. But a lot of people, man. You'll love to see it. Hey! Okay, there's Sly Game in chat. Yeah, I'll join you in a sec. GGLV and Sorcerian. God, Twitch fun always trips me up. Ah, okay, so it was like a joint effort for the HD texture pack. Nice. Because it looks really good. Only thing I've noticed, it's probably a limitation of, like, the PSP, where, like, if you back out of menus, it might go back to, like, I want to say the 240p resolution, but there probably wasn't much that could be done about that. I'm not a programmer, so I wouldn't know. But yeah, just wanted to give proper credit there. Briefly before joining VC, let me double check my settings here with controls. Editing for Zero Azure. Ah, cool. Let's see, did I miss anything else? No, well, the clap emojis from Soul. Oh wait, no, I forget, controls is all the way in the back there. UI is still a little weird. It is funny to go from, like, the high-quality font to, like, the internal resolution here and there. Again, it's probably a limitation thing, right? Double checking if this is what I want. Extra skills. I forget, how do you do, like, assists in this game? Because I think there was, like, a whole thing where, like, some characters were, like, relegated to, like, an assist attack only. I'm not sure what you press for that, looking at this control scheme. But this should be fine? Although, what did I have it for in East 4? I think I had guard on the trigger. I believe I did. Oh man, putting square for skills might be really weird. I'll keep it like this and see what happens. I mean, let's be real. I'm gonna be mashing buttons and hoping for the best anyway. Also, is the game audio pretty good right now, so do I need to lower it a little more? Let me know before I join VC, because then once I join VC, I'm gonna be checking on Livy and Sly's audio settings, making sure, you know, we're all balanced. But yeah, man, it's cool. I initially thought I was just gonna be playing this on my own, you know, just checking it out, but randomly mentioned to Livy last night that I was like, it'd be cool to do VC, because I saw another stream that, gosh, Livy or Sly, if you guys know the exact name of the streamer, let me know. I was just kind of out of it because I only showed up a little bit on the 15-minute break I had at work. So, volcanic ash soap. Yeah, I remember the volcanic, but I forgot the rest. So I was like, oh Jesus. But no, check him out. He seemed really cool. Seems like a pretty chill streamer. I should check him out some more as well. But yeah, I saw that. I was like, man, I should do that too. Let me copy that. Not really. But no, it would have been a cool thing. It's just that my ISP is a little bit in flux. So if the stream disconnects or dies, you guys already know. Unfortunately, with like the last few months, like it's just happened at least once per stream. I really hate it. I'm trying to call someone over at Spectrum to get this sorted out because it's really frustrating. I didn't have this issue at the start of the year. It just sort of happened in the middle of the year. I don't know why. Really couldn't tell you. But, rated his stream pretty much. Oh, did you guys just like... Because I'm wondering how that went. You guys just like hop in the Twitch. I just say, set up with Discord right now. I'm doing this. I'm like... taking over. Nah, it's cool though. But, yeah, either way, I'm gonna hop on the VC right now. Let me see. Oh wait, Livy, what did you mean about make a tweet about it? I mean, I made the tweet with, like, going live, if that's what you meant. Either way. Let me, type in the chat here. Hopefully this doesn't completely die.
Hello.
Yo.
Oh.
You guys say something, anything, while I adjust the volume. How's your day?
Yeah, that's alright. Hello, what's up?
I'm doing
Incredible.
just fine.
The most ambitious crossover. Sora's coming out tomorrow in Smash Bros, but it doesn't matter compared to this.
It's true. Okay, looks like they can hear us. Yep. Alright, cool.
Alright, yeah, that's good.
Do I need to increase anybody's soul? Let me know. Just making sure. I like how that's the first credit. Yes, long before this came out.
I think
Good
that
Lord.
is like the first thing that I did in the fandom that got me known along the fandom. That's like the first thing I did.
God.
That was my Christmas gift to everyone because I did that on Christmas 2019.
The game of it, you got it.
It was funny, and then the RP account phase happened, and then I created like a Ellie Cucks You account.
Oh god, that was fun.
That was so funny.
Oh,
That was
Lord.
really fun.
Gotcha, soul, working on it. I guess while I do that, obviously, non-committal. If you guys gotta dip when you have to, feel free.
Alright, I mean it's Sunday, I don't have much to do today. I'll try to stick around for as much as I can.
Yeah, same here. I have a couple things I'm doing after this, but yeah, I can stick around for a bit.
Let me know if that's enough, Soul. But, yeah. So, first question I have, well, actually, how much did you guys go over on the stream yesterday? Because, I apologize if you might have to repeat some things. Like I said, I was only there for 15 minutes, you know?
Right. I mean, I think what we did was we went to Estelle's story, and we got, I think, about 2/3 of the way through that story. I mean,
No, it was Adel. It was Adel.
It was
We did
Adel? Okay, well, I don't remember anything.
Yeah, we did Adel and got all the
Fish
way.
brain.
Got yeah, like 3/4 actually through the story. I don't know. I don't remember.
I mean, is it, like, super long?
No, it wasn't particularly long. This game is not very. The stories are not particularly long.
I would say on an average playthrough, maybe 4 hours, I'd say, per story.
Okay.
I think for the first one, right, when you kind of figure out that there's like a couple of fights that require a bit of grinding, once you kind of figure that out, then it's pretty pretty short because you won't be trying to bang your head against the wall trying to fight some of these.
Well, wait, how do you go about grinding in this? Because is it, for my impression, I thought it was kind of like... Okay.
It's a fighting game with RPG mechanics because, you know, Falcom wanted to go in and give a level up system for all the characters, I guess.
But there's no real dedicated grinding spot for anything, right? It's just like arcade mode, fighting game, linear...
Arcade mode, story mode, just doing random matches is how you would just go in and level up. I mean, I think for the most part, it's pretty quick to go in and level up, but yeah, I mean, you can level up from replay matches, from arcade matches, or from story mode matches.
Cool.
Yeah, it's very similar. Like, Dissidia is a common comparison. I think a lot of people compare this to Power Stone. I haven't played that, but that's what a lot of people compare this one to.
I can see that, yeah, a little bit. I recently played that this year for the first time with,
right.
Actually, the one in chat with Soul. I can see that. Definitely bigger arenas compared to it, but yeah, the similarity is there.
Yeah, no, the arenas in this one are pretty huge. There's not tons of stage hazards. There are some, definitely, with the stage hazards, but for the most part, it's pretty light on that. These stages are basically just pretty big battlegrounds and playgrounds for you to do random fights. It's just basically there if you want to go in and do, like, some sky maps and see those fully realized, or you want to see these ones, then, you know, yeah, it's basically just set dressing.
What are the unlocks for this? Are they like pretty tedious or hard to get?
For the most part, you get unlocks through BP, which you do get BP from completing story mode, arcade mode, and just random things like that. But essentially, just as you play through the game and do matches, then you will slowly accumulate more characters, more items, more things that, yeah, I mean, I guess that they wanted to emulate something like the older Smash games where, you know, you just get a ton of unlocks from all the single-player stuff that you do. Alternatively, you can just download a level 99 save file. I think that Chuji's multiplayer suite comes with a level 99 save for non-story mode characters, just so that you can go in and play, because it's like, it does track your levels in multiplayer as well. So our multiplayer suite allows people to get to the higher levels and just get right into the multiplayer, which is good.
Yeah, it's way more fun if you don't have to grind all your characters to the same level every single time. And
yeah, it's really tedious, and that's Chuji realized that.
Yeah, it's also like, how long would it take to even get 1 to 99, roughly?
I don't know, because I never did that. I just downloaded a level 99 save when testing the game, because I'm not doing that.
Yeah, because I was going to say, you guys testing, it's like, you probably just went straight for the 99, that makes sense.
Yeah, I will admit that I haven't, like, proper played this game a lot. I spent most of my time testing it with the level 99 save that we had this whole time. So, because I was mostly reading text when I was testing, not really doing gameplay. I left the gameplay to the people that knew the gameplay of the game already, like our testers that were more experienced.
Yeah, Cercerian, not Cercerian, Stoltz and Chuji know the game a lot better than either of us do. I suck at the game. I did play through, like, normal story mode playthroughs, I think, without levels, just to get an overall feel of the game and the overall progression loop that you get in, because just out of personal curiosity, because I'm working on the game, I want to understand it.
Makes sense.
But yeah, I mean, for the most part, you get level ups pretty quick in matches, but getting to level 99, I think you would definitely... I think you get more experience on harder difficulties, because you can play them on harder difficulties, but yeah.
So, going into this, I do not know a thing about Xanadu lore. Should I be concerned?
No, not really.
Not really.
It explains it all to you for the most part.
Yeah, it expects that people that are coming into this game are not going to be familiar with the lore that they're trying to put out.
For the most part, most of the lore you'd find in Xanadu next, but for the most part, it's referential. They go in and re-explain all of the relevant concepts, and yeah. I don't think you have to go in and play Xanadu next in order to enjoy Ease versus Trails in the Sky.
Unfortunately, I'm still a Falcom casual, despite playing 15 games, I think.
I mean, I haven't played all of them either. One day I want to play most of them.
I wanna play them all. I was going to play Soi 2 and then Xanadu next. That was my plan after I finished Ease in 2019. And then I started working on this game, so things
just
kind of
took over.
It just took
takes
over.
a lot of free time. It certainly takes a lot.
That's what I was wondering. So when did you guys both get involved? Because I think when I first heard of like this project even happening, I randomly see screenshots of you guys just like DMing each other on Twitter, out of context stuff, and I was like, did you guys both kind of join around the same time, or like what was the whole process?
East Versus has like a really weird story. It's not like as storied or as like publicly known, but it is almost as long as it is for Trails from Zero, kinda. Our lead translator started working on this game way back when, in like late 2016, early 2017. On translating this game, he had some other scenario editors at the time, had some help from Flame to do like text insertion, a lot of like the non-scenario stuff. But that project ended up falling, well, not falling through, it just ended up becoming dormant. Some of the team members got other stuff to do. And they ended up having to dip out of the project. That project was basically untouched for a very long time. And in late 2019, December to be precise, was when a few people in a very random Fire Emblem hacking server started playing this game in a channel that was LT that started playing this game, and she started playing this game in Chinese actually. Since she knows Chinese, and started like translating it on chat for all of us, so that we know what the game was actually about, what was actually happening. Basically just like live tweeting it and translating it for us, and that was kind of how we started getting a little bit of interest in that. The team at the time was myself, it was LT, it was Davio, who is non-scenario editor and programmer, and Hito, who is also one of our programmers. He's our lead programmer actually. And we all four just kind of like started messing around with the game around the end of December. We decided, you know what, it'd be fun if we did like a full translation patch for this game. We were no strangers to that. Again, we were like in a Fire Emblem hacking server that had previously launched a patch for Fire Emblem 5 36776. Hito specifically worked on that patch actually. Pretty sure he was lead programmer for that patch as well. So we were like, okay, we can do this. We can mess around with this. We can do this, and we just kind of started working on it. It was very disorganized at first. We made an announcement. We made an announcement about it on Reddit, and it was like at the very beginning of January 2020.
Yeah, and Twitter as well, because I remember seeing it, and I retweeted, and I thought, oh, that's a cool little project. I will definitely play that when they finish.
God,
I know.
How things turned out. Yeah, eventually through some friends, some contacts, we kind of got the attention of the Geofront. Ribos knew about the existing translation Shanji had made, and they kind of just decided, you know what, it'd be cool if we could just like get all these people together. There's a pre-existing translation. Maybe they can work on that, and we can actually get a patch of this game going. So we kind of, weirdly enough, ended up coming onto the Geofront server as they were working on Trails from Zero. We were all kind of starstruck, actually. I remember, so that was myself, again, like the team I previously described. It was LT, it was Hito, it was Davio, it was myself, and a few other people that would go on to be testers later, which are Silo and Pat, who's not a fake name on Twitter. We all just kind of like were popping into the server, meeting Geofront people, and that was a little weird. And that's kind of how the V sector got started. In the beginning, it was in January, even though we didn't make it public. We didn't make a public announcement about it until like, God, what was it? May 2020?
Actually, wait.
May or April.
I've always been curious about this, but I really I didn't look into it much, I'll be honest. Is the V just short for versus, or what does the V actually mean?
Yeah, it's short for versus.
It is short for versus.
Otherwise, I would not know.
It took me a year after I joined the team to realize that. yeah, because I remember I was like, wait, does V Sector stand for versus? And Scott and Adam were like, yes! How did you not know this?
Yeah, just picked a random letter. No real reason.
Like, sure, V Sector, that's fine.
Oh man.
Oh god, yeah. That's why the C sector is the C sector. It's C for Crossville.
Yeah, I put 2 and 2 together at that point, yes.
So yeah, that's basically like the gist of how the sector started in general. Sly didn't join us until later. It was like, what, March?
2 months later, yeah.
Yeah, it was like 2 months later.
Because at that point, all I was doing was testing trails from zero. Because I was brought on to that, and so I tested that for I think like 3 weeks or a month or something like that. I can't remember, it's a blur. And then after that, I was like, okay, well, there's this cool, like, Ease versus patch that I saw on Twitter. It's like, oh, that's a Geofront thing now. That's cool. Well, maybe I can ask them if I can test Estelle, because Estelle's story had been finished at that point, and that was it. And so I was like, well, I saw that some people, like, I think Pat was giving a little bit of feedback in the GitHub at the time, so I asked if I could do that, and they said yes. And so after I finished testing that, I said to Livy, okay, is there like any other stories? And she was like, no, just sit back and wait for Adol to be done. It's like, can I work on text, please? I'd like to do that. And I just pestered her until she was like, fine, I'll give him victory quotes and see how he does. And then that was spring break, so I spent like 4 days straight working just on the victory quotes, because I never edited at that point. And, you know, we went over those, we got on a call to review them, and, you know, she was like, okay, these are good. And so she invited me to do a scenario, and went from there. Did scenario, did the non-scenario that Hito didn't, not Hito, that Davio didn't cover, and that Livy didn't want to do. And,
calling me out on this one. Yeah, Sly was a really good help. I don't really get tired of saying this, but I really wouldn't have gotten this far with East versus if it hadn't been for him and his help with both editing scenario and non-scenario, and helping me organize everything, as I was acting lead for a very long time, especially while LT was busy with school and stuff.
Right, and I wouldn't have been on the project if he didn't give me a chance, so.
Actually, I guess that leads into, like, the other question I always wonder about with things like this, since, obviously, it's a fan project, more or less, you know, it's definitely a labor of love. Was there any points where things kind of had to go on hiatus, or, like, a brief break just because of, like, you know, people with jobs and school, and it's just, like, you know, or at least, maybe not a complete halt, but just, like, you know, things got really slow at a point?
Yes, there were definitely halts specifically around when Azure started development. Like, I think that we started testing in October of last year. It was either October, I think it was October, it was either that or September, but I'm pretty sure it's October. We started testing around then, and in the middle of testing, Azure started testing. So at that point, we decided, okay, well, since that is definitely the more anticipated project, we put the brakes on Ease Versus for a little bit, and I believe myself, Livy, Hito, we joined the testing for Azure and focused on that for a while. And so I think that lasted, you know, until release for that. And so after that, then we kind of, you know, started back up production, you know, yeah, I think that's around when we added Ribos to the project, and I think we added a whole other set of testers as well, and I mean, so yeah, testing definitely did take a while, but I think that it ended up being quite good, because, I mean,
wait, I need to ask, who was responsible for this slide, by the way? I really like this one.
Okay, I want to say this is actually a remnant. This is either Shanji himself putting this, or it's a remnant of one of his old editors that I was like, okay, I love this, I'm keeping this.
Yeah, I was like...
Yeah, there's a handful, right. I think it's Derek's. I'd have to ask him.
Yeah, I have to ask him too, but I'm not sure, but I think it is Derek. Derek Hiemsberg, actually, he started working on this game, but ended up becoming a localization contractor shortly after, so he kind of just didn't have time to continue working on the game.
Right. So the original team was Flame, Derek, and Shanji, because Shanji provided the full translation. He translated this game 4 years ago. So, and then Derek was the editor and Flame was the programmer for that project. And so after that, I think, Derek had to dip, and, I think the project at the time, it wasn't getting edited. I think that Shanji was waiting, and I think, that's when, Rybos approached, that's when Rybos approached Shanji and brought him to the Geofront, and that's when it became a Geofront project at that point, so.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, we very slowly started, adopting people into the V sector. That's how I like to call it. Sly was the first, then Chuji. Chuji was the first. He actually joined the V sector first, and then the C sector sniped him. Which is why he started working on video editing for the C sector shortly after. And that was it for 2020. Rybos didn't get brought into the team until way later.
After Azure, because he was, Rybos is the reason that the V sector formed, because that Shanji and everyone on, the original East versus translation team, LT Livy, Davio, and Hito, he was responsible for meeting all of them together, but, he couldn't work on the East versus because he worked on Zero and Azure, for all throughout those developments. So after Azure concluded, he jumped on to East versus, and, So that's kind of, the rough outline, so it's, It certainly, it was a 22-month endeavor, but I don't know. I've been reading the responses online. People seem to be enjoying it, so that definitely makes me happy.
It's okay. You can say you're proud of it. You gotta own it. Also, what's up, Hidori and Blaze? Welcome. Also, congrats, by the way. Really good so far.
Hi, Hito. I wanted to say hi, but we were talking about something else. Sorry. Yeah, I would just say that I am actually pretty proud of how far the team has gotten, especially because how ragtag it was when it first started. It was nothing organized, it was a mess, to be honest, and we somehow managed to both get assistance from the Geofront and end up being our own Geofront sector and going on to finish this game, actually, aside from making contributions in testing. And some others as proper members of the C sector during Zero and Azure, and I feel like we've gotten pretty far as a team. And I will say, none of us would have gotten this far without everyone else.
Yeah, no, this is definitely a collaborative thing. Everyone contributed very substantially to this project, and it would not have been what it was if we had any one member not be on the team. So I'm pretty proud.
As it should be. Because, whenever I look at projects like this, I always wonder, if there was just one... Because I'm surprised at how small the teams are relative to how much work it is. But I guess that's kind of the thing, right? It's a small team, but it makes it take longer because of it. So, in total, how much time did it take? From, picking it back up again and then, finally putting it out.
Are you talking about, the whole, how long the project took in totality?
Yeah.
Because it was 22 months. It was, January 2020 to release in October of this year, so, yeah.
And that was also factoring in, when you guys had to go and help with, Azure and the other C-sector stuff, right?
Zero and Azure for some cases.
Yes, because Livy and LT also did testing for Zero as well, and I didn't join until after Zero testing. So yeah, it's just kind of a thing, right? That's the thing with the Geofront is that there are dedicated sectors, but we go in and we'll drop what we're doing and helping the other team, and they will do the same for us. So it's kind of and that's kind of the cool thing with the Geofront. It's kind of all hands on deck with a lot of these different projects. So yeah,
there's a lot of cross-pollination between the teams, and after Azure was out, a lot of C-sector people decided they were going to hop onto the V sector as testers or as help in general, as we already discussed. Rybos was brought up to be the programmer for this game. Atterbury, who was an editor for Trails to Azure, he decided to. He was a good big help with testing. Actually, he was a tester for us. And there's like some other cases like that. Some other testers from the C sector that got brought over to the V sector after Azure was out. So there's like a lot of cross pollination on that. A lot of help.
Yeah, and we did some external recruiting, and that was definitely something we took a lot of notice for, was people who reported things for Zero and Azure. And because, you know, for Zero and Azure, and for this game as well, we go in and take feedback post-release. I believe on the Geofront channel we have, for Ease Versus, we have a text channel. Whenever someone finds a text bug, an issue, a typo, or any kind of corrections, we do take those into account. And I have seen people post things to those channel, and I thought, yeah, that person's pretty darn good, and invited them to test. So, keep that in mind.
Yeah. Also,
So some of the most
up,
random things could get you on there, potentially.
Yes.
Yeah. It is very random. Hito's actually brought up good point. Scripts got re-edited after we got the variable with font. This game had initially a monospace font. And it was very weird. It had two monospace fonts that got used separately if there were specific characters on them. It was very weird and make the game look kind of ugly, I'm not gonna lie.
It
I think
did,
I saw
and we
one
also
comparison
did
shot.
Yeah, we had a comparison shot in the features post that Ribos put out last week.
Yeah.
There were a few comparison shots of how the font used to look, and I will admit that it looked kind of ugly and it made editing very restricted for me. It took a while to even figure out what my character limit was. It went from 49 to it being 40 to it being 43, and I had to re-edit the scripts every single time something like that happened. It was a mess and it was a lot of work.
That sounds like
I think I came on. I came on when everyone figured out that the character limit was 45. That was like the final one, and so I came on. And then after that, Hito got the variable width font hack, and that gave us more space. So there were definitely some lines that were pretty constrained, and we thought, oh, well, there's a little bit more space, so we can add a little bit more flavor to one or two of these lines. So Livia and I went through the script again after that and made some changes to account for that. So yeah, I mean, stuff like that definitely makes, can extend editing time. So yeah, I mean...
Yeah, I definitely did. I had to go over the scripts like 3 or 4 separate times, depending every time the game had a different font length. Until we got settled on variable width font, and there were still some issues like applying this one because there was a limit that had to be removed. The game would say, okay, this is more than 45 characters. Okay, I'm gonna shrink the text instead.
Yeah.
So you had to get rid of that too. Yeah, and it was very messy. Eventually what ended up happening by Hito is the one that engineered the variable width font. He forced the game to use only one of the fonts that the PSP pulled port. It's only one now. It's not 2, so you're not gonna see like any ugly instances of 2 different fonts being used. And he got rid of like the shrinking, so if there's text going over the text box, it'll just overflow instead of shrink the text, because it's easier to notice an overflow than it is to notice the text shrinking by like 1 or 2 or 3 pixels.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's basically how that went. I am very thankful for Hito doing the variable width font because the game looks really pretty now. It's Cuprum, of course, as is used in Cold Steel 1, 2, and 0 in Azure. The one downside to this is that the font was not able to be scaled up in HD. The previous one that we had, there were one of them could get upscaled, the other one couldn't. We sadly could only use the font that we couldn't and then modify that font to be Cuprum. So we sadly couldn't figure out if there was a way to upscale the font itself, but it is what it is, and it was between not having variable width font and just not having an HD font. I think we all decided having a variable width font was more important and way better for the state of the script. So we decided to just bite that bullet.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I don't think Livy and I want to re-edit this whole thing again.
Oh god, jeez, no. There were some lines that are like really long and really stretch the character limits thin.
Yep.
I don't want to go through that again.
I'm good.
God. So, when, I've always been curious about this, which obviously I can't be in the know because you guys can't say when it's coming out ahead of time. But when you guys know that it's finally over, like, does it ever feel like this, like, immense sense of, like, relief that you can just, like, move on?
Yes!
Oh, hell yeah. Okay, so we love East Versus, we definitely do, but it's been what we've been working on for 22 months of our life.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. It's just the sheer commitment is what I always think of when I think of Geofront or any fan projects. I'm like, nobody's getting paid for this, and yet it's still happening, and it's like, it's so much time out of somebody's life, you know? It's nuts. I completely respect it.
Right, well, I mean, I think part of it is that we're driven by, or at least I can't speak for everyone, but for me, I'm just driven by a sense of, you know, creating or, you know, delivering art, you know? Like, this is a game that, you know, people couldn't play in English. It was just Japanese only. And so through our endeavors, it's just cool to be able to work on something and be able to say, this thing was not playable, no one could be able to access it, and now it is. And it's so satisfying to be a part of that. Like, I'm ready to just throw myself right back into another project because this is something that I love doing. And yeah, would like to do this for a career and for the rest of my life, to be honest. I mean, after finishing, I was like, damn, I want to do this again.
10 out of 10 would do again.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I definitely would again. It's funny, like Sly and I both ended up, we were both newbies when we started editing. Like, neither of us had any sort of experience at all in editing or localization. This just kind of happened and we kind of had to learn along the way. It was, I'm not gonna say it was easy because god, it really wasn't.
Right, and that definitely, you know, that goes back to the whole thing we were talking about of having all of C-Sector to talk about, because, you know, like, Livy and I have been on calls with people like Scott and Atterbury and those people are, you know, they know their stuff and they talk about things, and, you know, they talk as they're editing or talk as they play other games of Japanese to English localization, and just from talking with them and debating with them, you know, you learn and absorb so much knowledge from them, and it's just, that's definitely a very valuable resource. Like, I can't count the number of times where I went to Ada's DMs and, you know, says like, so what do you think about this? Or it's like, okay, so this is a line I'm thinking about, what do you think about that? And, you know, you learn things from talking and communicating with, you know, other people in your team or outside your team, and that's just kind of the process that at least I went through. And, you know, it's just about learning and applying that knowledge once, you know. So yeah, I mean, Ease Versus went through quite a good bit of iteration. I definitely have noticed, you know, there's some times, especially when testers in testing, you know, some people like pointed out, oh, this kind of line looks a little weird, and I'm like, okay, you know, and I'm looking at a line I wrote in 2020, like, you know, maybe June of 2020, and I'm looking at it in August of 2021. I'm like, yeah, this old line's pretty jank. And so after a year, you know, talking with all these people, you're able to go and say, yeah, that's jank, and so I want to write it in this way, and then you come up with a much better line that fixes the problem. So things like that, like these scripts do get iterated upon quite a lot. So it does make it hard to, yeah. And since this project definitely took a long time, there are definitely some lines here that were written in March 2020, and some of them were written, you know, like, I think right up until the end of testing.
Weeks ago.
Yeah. There was one, we found one translation issue. One of our testers, Valorian, he knows, he was able to find a few mistranslations because, you know, he knows Japanese, and so he was able to point out some issues and be able to say, okay, this isn't right. And then we figured out that, oh, there was this mistranslation in an old Xseed game, and it just went down this huge rabbit hole of trying to figure out, okay, what does this thing even mean? And yeah, I mean, things like that get brought up and get fixed. So, I mean, it's definitely interesting. Like, if I was to look at a line, it would definitely, like, I would know if that was written, like, in June of 2020 or, like, way, way later. So, it's interesting.
Yeah.
Do you know if this game had the weird issue where, I know with Zero and Azure, when that was being done, there were moments where some of the, well, I'm gonna say, I guess all or some people working were kind of waiting for, like, Cold Steel 3 and 4 to come out just to, like, you know, have more information on hand since it's all connected. But this game doesn't really have that issue as much, right? Where you're kind of, like, having to check all the other games for certain terms and making sure everything kind of lines up. Like, was it as difficult as those games? Since the crossbow games, you know, kind of are in an interconnected story.
I mean,
we definitely didn't have to wait for any games to come out because every game that is relevant to this game it was already out, which is the Sky Trilogy and all the Ys games up to E7.
Yeah.
We did lean a little on Memories of Salceda for Geis, specifically, if I remember correctly, for some lore purposes, and while we were discussing what you write in his bio specifically and some other stuff. But aside from that, it was particularly easy, actually, I want to say, because the cross-referencing only really went as far as E7, Ys, Oath and Volgana, and the Sky Trilogy, really. And a little bit of Ys 1 and 2.
I definitely did have to do quite a good bit of cross-checking for some of the bios for some of the other Falcon games, because, and what's interesting is that, you know, there were some specific terms that the Gurumin localization team chose, and I'm, like, having to look up, you know, screenshots in-game and look up some of the wiki, and I actually had to, because I haven't played Gurumin before, but I did have a friend who did play it, and so I was able to cross-check some things with him. I think at the time when I was writing the bios, I hadn't played Gagarth White Witch, and so I had to go in and I think I asked Guan about a few things when writing some of the bios. But I think when it came to I had to do a decent amount, I think, for the bios, some for the victory quotes, to be able to figure out, okay, this actually, I figured out this one victory quote referenced something from the third, and I'm having to look up some of the old scenarios. So there's things like that, like, we had to do some of that. Not that much in scenario, I'd say that it's pretty light in terms of terminology there, but definitely some places in non-scenario where there is more direct references.
Yeah, non-scenario has, like, all the bios for the characters and the support characters, which I will say that is, maybe I understated how complicated the referencing that could be, mostly because the games were out at that point, but there's still, like, a bunch of games to reference. Gurumin, Swy 1, the Gagarv trilogy,
Brandish, the
Next,
Dark Revenue.
Brandish.
Yeah, because there is a Della bio, and I had to go in and check a few things there too. Like, it's just crazy.
It spans a lot of stuff, and we were trying to make sure we wouldn't get that wrong.
Right, and there were even cases where I think for the tutorial bios, there are some terms that were chosen for non-scenario that I had to go in and scour through, I think, non-scenario for the Ys games, because things like extra gauge, that is something that keeps getting changed. Like, I think extra gauge, like, sometimes they decide, okay, we're going to lowercase the gauge. It's going to be all caps extra, and then gauge is lowercase, and then sometimes it's all caps extra, and then I think Ys 8 would sometimes do capital gauge, and then sometimes do lowercase gauge. Now, I'm just like, Exceed and Nissa did different things with those terms. Like, which is it? And so I definitely did make some alterations to the tutorial text based on Ys 9. I didn't finish Ys 9, but I did play enough of that so that I could see specific terms that they chose for the non-scenario, because they went in and said, okay, we're gonna, that's the game where, like, Nissa was most consistent with their terminology, and so there were some changes made to non-scenario based on what Ys 9 chose. So there were some script updates that were based on, like, games that did come out, but yeah.
I was gonna say the EX gauge stuff I would have never caught on. Now when I'm playing the rest of the Ys games, I'm gonna notice it and it's gonna bug me forever.
No, and it's like, no one would feasibly notice about that unless
Welcome
if
to
you're
my world.
specifically looking for it. Yeah. So
Yeah, it was something that made us like, especially at Ease 8. Ease 8 has a lot of different capitalizations for extra gauge within the same game, and that almost drove Sly mad. I remember that.
I had a little bit of a melty.
We've had
and
a few melties in this game.
Ease 9 is the one that made it consistent, and they chose it. I'm like, okay, we're going with that one. So yes, there is a lot of deliberations over things that no one would really notice or care about, and that's fine. I think, like, if I wasn't localizing something, I wouldn't care about how gauge is capitalized in extra gauge, but, you know, when you're editing it, you want to get those small details right.
Oh yeah, because it's one of those subconscious things too, where it's like, even if they might not point it out every time, it might be something that they would notice if it looks off, you know?
Sure, yeah. For the most part, I'm just driven by wanting to make sure everything is consistent, even if, you know, for the most part, nobody would notice. That's fine to me. It's more of a personal thing. It's just like that one little, like, you see it, and it bothers you, and you have to change it.
Yeah, it's more so for our standards than everyone else's.
Right.
So, I guess looking at some of these screens, I guess as part of the Gauge texture pack, who exactly did all, like, the high-res text? Because it is kind of funny seeing, like, shots like this where it's like, man, the menu looks, like, really crisp and nice, and then it's just the low-res in-game text.
I did a lot of them, actually. I did that shop menu specifically. I did the battle UI as well. If you notice, that one's HD as well. I redrew that. I redrew that, like, completely. Spent a while there. The whole thing where you see, like, the Treasure Woods sign up there, that is because I actually did the localized texture for that. I just upscaled that texture for the HD pack directly. There's a few that I did. Sorcerian did most of the menus for like the extra stuff, like the extra menus, a lot of other stuff like that. Chuji did a lot of the portraits. Like, these portraits that you see here are Chuji's work, replacing a lot of the stuff. And some other battle things, like this ready here, the fights are his doing. The numbers when you hit someone are also Chuji's, from Chuji's making.
So what's the process when you have to redraw them, though? If you can't just upscale them?
Yeah, these were basically, like, redrawn. It's, a lot of these things were redrawn. They were not upscaled. We did not really utilize upscaling for the patch at all. If it's something that's in HD, it's either an HD asset that was pulled from somewhere from Falcom's stuff, even though getting HD assets for this game is like pulling teeth. It's not very easy.
I can only imagine.
We couldn't get the portraits because the portraits they don't exist in HD. All the portraits don't, so we couldn't do that. And trying to upscale them, they look terrible. I don't particularly like how, for example, something like Waifu 2X upscales everything. So it's like I don't want this on the game. But yeah, a lot of the stuff, like the menus, I redrew a lot of the menu stuff. The main menu, I redrew it. The logo for the game was actually done in HD already by LT, so we just implemented that for the game. So when you see, like, the main logo on the main screen of the game, LT did that in HD in the first place. So, well, actually, that logo got iterated on like 3 times.
Wait, you said just the logo 3 times?
Yeah, just the logo that says East versus Crows in the Sky got iterated on 3 times. The first time she did it in the game's in-game resolution, so 240p. It was only meant to be used for the game. But afterwards, she did a version 2, which was HD, and then did a version 3, which was also HD and, like, much nicer. So there were, like, a lot of things that LT did and changed for the game in particular.
Oh, also, I forgot to mention in chat, welcome, Vex and, gosh, how to explain, or how to pronounce that name?
Stolteheim.
Okay.
I just call him Stolt. Yeah, Stolt is one of our testers, and he is also being like a good, like bigger organizer of stuff. He's now doing Go Fight Fridays for this game, where he organizes fights for this game. He's a speedrunner for this game. Actually, that's kind of how we picked him up for testing for the game.
Oh my god!
And
so he was
helped
speedrunning the
with-
Japanese one beforehand.
Yeah, he was speedrunning the game in Japanese before this patch even existed. That's kind of how he came into our radar, and we were like, this person seems like they know the game. Maybe we should ask them to playtest.
Makes sense.
Yeah, and he also, if you watch the instructional video for the patch when this came out, his voice is the one that you're actually hearing in that.
Oh, the one for the setup video? Yeah, I watched that yesterday. Man, that's
Stolt.
that's a smooth voice. I like it.
Yep, Schalt wrote the script for that one, and he also is the one who made the video for the multiplayer showcase a year ago.
I recommend getting the weapon.
Yes, definitely do the weapon upgrades. Those are the most useful ones.
Oh, not the skills? Huh.
No, definitely the weapons. That's where you're going to be doing most of your damage.
I've been fooled again.
Think old school East. You get a different weapon, and it's like a whole new world.
Yes.
True.
Yes. Yep. So
Is the armor usually last priority?
I would say weapon and defense armor should be your first priority, then the skills if you have extra. Yeah. Yeah, because generally otherwise the enemies are gonna kick your ass.
Yeah, like normal battles are not that hard when you're going normally through the game, but the game can start spiking a little when it gets to the bosses.
The bosses, yeah, they get a little bit hard, and so usually all you need to do is just get a weapon upgrade and you're fine. But that matters more than levels and skill upgrades.
Oh, if anybody in chat also has any questions for them, feel free to ask. I forgot to mention that too. Because yeah, this was a rare opportunity, I played Zero and Azure when they were happening, but didn't really have, anyone to ask questions with as much.
Yeah, if anyone has questions, you can just ask them. I'm paying attention to the chat, so yeah.
Much appreciated. So
Oh, yeah.
fight?
Definitely
Okay.
stay before this fight.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah, these thumbnails, you can notice that these are in English too. This was a very hard endeavor, and it was incredibly hard to actually get the thumbnails to be in English and the save menu to be in English.
Jesus.
There's a lot that goes into it that not a lot of people really notice. But yeah, all the save menus and menu options were originally in Japanese. That was Ribos that helped with the converting them to English at the time that he also did the XO swap for the UI.
That was definitely a big deal.
Yeah, we were wanting to do that for the longest time. Just like, make it play like a localized game where X is confirm and 0 and like O is go back or cancel.
Yep.
But yeah, that one was hard, not gonna lie.
Was there ever anything you guys wanted to do that was just impossible?
HD font.
Another thing that comes to mind is the music note.
Yes.
Okay, so because there's like a little bit of weirdness inherited from this font because it's technically not coded as a variable with font. The game sometimes doesn't understand that some characters are meant to go in like the variable with font. It still thinks that it's monospace. So for the music note and character dialogue only, if you put a music note at the end of the sentence, so like say you have it was like here in this sentence, it was like at the end of woods, instead of just being like, like a space and then the music note would just like shoot up to the other side of the text box.
Oh.
There were like a bunch of spaces in the middle of it.
Yeah, so like if you have like, a text box where there is like on the third line you only have one word, then the music note would still appear at the very end of the text box, and it was not wanting to go next to the next to the actual word. It would just always appear at the end of a text box, and it was very annoying, and we could not figure out for the life of us how to get that to work, so we just removed the music notes from all text boxes. There's not that many. I think that there's like 10, but yeah, if you play the game in Japanese, you will notice that, when characters is saying, something like energetic, and you have a music note at the end, those had to be removed for our patch, which, yeah.
Yeah, that
Pretty much,
basically.
yeah.
Like the one Stalt mentioned, yeah. It's unfortunate it bothered us, because it's like, oh, well, this is just something that is just not in the game anymore. That was, but whatever. we couldn't figure out a good solution. We didn't want to delay the game for music note, like.
It's like, sorry guys, I gotta delay it for another 3 months. It's worth it, I swear.
So yeah, Soul is asking if there are any Falcom games or non-Falcom games that we would like to translate in the future. Are we allowed to say anything about this?
That's a good question.
Yeah, so I was like, up to you guys.
There are a lot of games that we want to translate. There's a lot of games that are in our radar. We're not gonna say specifically which because it might turn out to be a Geofront project in the future, and we don't want to spoil it.
Right, I'm going to give an answer towards something that I would want to do, but I will never do. That would be Persona 2. I love Persona. If you go into my Twitter, I'm talking about Persona 5 every other day. I'm hugely passionate about it, but I will never do that because there already is a Persona 2 fan translation effort that is being done. Yes, for Persona 2 and its Eternal Punishment, yes. And there's already a fan translation effort. They have started getting the script inserted. I think that they're at 100% translation. I think that they are planning to do, as I understand it, they're doing an editing pass now and, getting all of the UI stuff figured out. So that's already in production and, I won't touch that because that's their effort and that's their endeavor and it looks good. So, yeah, that's something that it would be like, oh man, that'd be super cool, but it's fine. They're going to do a good job, and I will play it. I will look forward to it.
I've been looking forward to.
And the lead translator, he retweeted, I think, our release date announcement article. I saw it, I was like, oh, that's cool. Yeah. Nice. So, yeah. Hey, best of luck to that team.
I look forward to it because I tried. Well, actually, no, I did finish Eternal Punishment on PS1. It was a little rough, so. Yeah, I'm hoping I could mess with that again at some point with the PSP version.
Yeah, I've wanted to play Persona 2 for a while. I played a little bit of Persona 2 Innocent Sin. I had fun with it. I was not very fond of the gameplay. But it's like, okay, I want to play these games, but since there was no news of Persona 2 Eternal Punishment on the horizon, that was years ago, by the way.
I'm going to cry. Hang on. Libby, we gotta fix that. That's extra page with the lowercase g.
Oh my god.
Oh god.
Where? Oh god damn it.
We're fixing that. Let me take a screenshot and put it on the graphics spreadsheet.
Oh lord.
Add it to the GitHub.
I am going to cry.
Wait, did you guys say you're taking a screenshot, or do you want me to post one?
No, I already took a screenshot.
Already worth it. Cool.
I am going to
cry. Just talking about.
I am going to cry.
Oh, Christ.
I am going to have a melty.
I really hope this one wasn't my fault.
Oh,
because graphics, tutorial graphics are a 2-point process where Sly edits the text and I edit the graphics, so...
Please look forward to East vs. Trails 1.1 someday where we fix this.
Where we fix this and just this.
That's the only thing.
I think the reason why that wasn't caught is because, the reason that particular one only shows up once, and just in this tutorial, when you start up a new game and you start one character story, you will get in-game tutorial prompts, and they will never appear ever again. You'll never see them if you do Adol story after that. They only show up on a fresh save file, so, I imagine that was just an oversight. So, but, I will add this to the graphics correction spreadsheet, and we will look into this.
Yeah, we will look into this, and I will be very sad.
Because we'll have to do it.
Yeah, I'm the one that has to go fix that.
Oh, Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
now we have it.
You see, this is what now you'll get to see a look into when I see a typo that's in the film. Like, no. All right, let me.
Learning how the sausage is made is like the worst thing for localization. You're never gonna see anything.
Like, at a point, Libby, when did it start ruining games for you? Because I know, like, with, I think the first I saw this was, like, I think you were playing a Danganronpa game or some game, and you were just like, thanks, I hate it.
Don't remind me, I was playing Danganronpa 2. I stopped Danganronpa 2. Okay, I started Danganronpa 2 before Easy Versus, I think. And before I was like, I got like the hang of localization quirks and style guides and all that. And then I kept playing Danganronpa 2 in the middle of it, and it was the last few chapters, and oh god, Fry is here. Fry knows about this. Okay, so I did this in the old like Estelle server I kept, and Fry was there. I streamed the game to a few people. Fry was there, and we counted the amount of ellipses left in every single text box, and I was going insane. There were text boxes with like 4 ellipses on them, and I was so angry.
Jesus Christ.
I think Danganronpa 2 was the first game that got ruined for me through localization. Then it's like I'm playing games nowadays, and I don't know, maybe sometimes I'll tweet about a new game I'm playing, and like the first thing I say, oh, this localization style guide is pretty nice, I like it, they're consistent about it. That's like my first impressions of every game I play nowadays. I did that when I went back to play Fire Emblem Three Houses. They have a very nice and pretty localization style guide. I did that with Bravely Default 2. I got angry because they don't use Oxford commas in that game.
Oh, man. At a point, it's just a whole different language of just like, alright, this is good, this is bad, get rid of it. Oh, man.
Yeah, it's just... knowing how the sausage is made, it's just... God, playing Tokyo Sanity was painful.
Wait, I'm just not realizing typing of East is a thing?
What?
I'm reading, still...
Don't elaborate. Just
That's
elaborate.
a thing? Oh my lord.
Bruh.
Oh god, I gotta play the first one.
Oh lord.
Oh, Soul asked, next question for the team, what characters would you add for the roster that did not make it? Personally, I would like to add Shara and Popful Mail and Just for Laughs Anton. Your answers, Kevin? Yeah. My answer would be Jerio and Chris from Gagarth. Because I love White Witch, and they deserve to have. I wish that this Ease, like, if it was my choice, I would have preferred Ease versus to be a general Falcom crossover rather than just Ease and Trails in the Sky. I would have liked to have seen reps from all across the Legend of Heroes, and a rep from Zwei and a rep from just the main character from Guraman, and a couple characters from Brandish. That would have been my preference, and I would have been interested in a story that was, rather than the 5 different stories that are roughly, the same story, just with different characters and different interactions. I would rather have one story where, you go from one team to the next, like you start off the game with like the Sky characters, and the next one you play with Ease, and then you switch to a Brandish character, something like that. And still, I like the framework of like, okay, everyone get transported to Xanadu and they have to fight a big goofy dragon. Like that's a fine premise for a spin-off fighting game, but I would just like to have had a greater variety of characters. That's something, and basically the Persona 4 Arena Ultimax approach, rather than the Persona 4
when you said
Arena
it, I was like, I
approach.
immediately thought of P4A.
I would not complain. Another thing, it's like, overall, like, I've come to enjoy the Ease versus story mode, for its quirkiness. I would have preferred it to have had a little bit of a lighter tone. The Ease versus Drama CD, by contrast, does have a much goofier tone. And that's actually more of what I would have wanted from an Ease versus, like, just kind of embrace the idea of a big goofy crossover with all of these Falcom characters. And, I think like more Falcom Gakuen, more that in tone, rather than this game which plays everything pretty straight. It's a pretty serious story despite the kind of goofy concept. I know that kind of went beyond just wanting one character into what I would have changed if I was in charge with the story, which is... We do not talk about Drama City, guys, though. That is true.
Yeah, I didn't even know there was a Drama City, though I guess I'm not surprised on Falcon.
Yeah, it was an addition to the limited edition version. So not many copies of it are in circulation, but yeah, I mean, there's some things I would have changed if I was in charge with it. Overall, I'm still like, I think the story mode it's nice to have. It's nice to see some fun interactions with all of these characters, and the benefit of doing this approach is that you do get a larger like cast size. Like you wouldn't have had a if they did the approach that I did, they may not have had characters like Chloe, Tita, Agate, or Geis, Mishera, and Krushi, which so take it or leave it. I think that there are benefits to both approaches, but if they did it my way, then probably they would have chosen like the protagonists for the Trails games. Like you would go like with Kevin and Estelle and Reen, Lloyd, kind of the bigger characters.
Go for like
Well,
the main
people
ones.
assume fucking Falcom remembers who Kevin is.
Also, Soul was asking, I guess if we could get an invite to the VC.
Oh, Stolt?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. That's fine.
Yeah, sure. Let me add him to the voice chat. Give me a moment.
While you do that, I guess let me edit the text to say he's also here.
Good luck not making a typo on that one.
It's okay. I have copy and paste thanks to the internet. Thank God.
God, that was quick.
Are you
Quickness.
heathens seriously telling me you have not played the venerable, time-tested, god-tier typing of Ys?
Yes.
I sure haven't.
Oh my goodness.
I can't believe you just came here to cancel us. God damn.
Absolutely.
Unacceptable.
Anyway, hi Stolt.
Alright, thanks for having me here. I'm not actually Geofront, I just like pretending that I am.
Oh, that's bullshit.
I'm a tester who
He's
did a
an
bit of
honorary V sector member.
Honorary V sector.
work. I made one video, guys.
Still counts. Still counts. I don't
counts.
care.
Still
It is on the Geofront YouTube. It still counts.
Also, you didn't make one, you made two.
It is true.
Right,
It
I'm the disembodied voice that yells at you in the setup guide.
And you wrote the script for it.
Yeah, the setup guide and also the multiplayer showcase video we did. How long was it? Was it like a year ago? I wish I could have been there for that one.
That was a year ago. God damn.
Man, how time flies. Oh yeah, for this fight, maybe go ahead and like do a few a few more fights and maybe get a new weapon.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, what's the best way to like grind?
The best way to grind. Okay,
So like arcade was like doable.
Do you want? Do you want the really stupid way to grind that's really fast?
Sure.
So increasing the difficulty increases the XP you earn.
Hmm.
So you can go into free mode, bump the difficulty up to nightmare, and then give yourself a 5-star handicap versus the computer's 1-star. That drastically weakens the opponent, but it doesn't affect your XP.
Okay. Huh. Good to know.
Yeah, this
Because
game is
I
very
got
quirky.
no pride in this. I don't know if I'm gonna do like full on sessions of this, but it's like, whatever makes it faster.
Yeah, you can cheese it if you want. When's rollback? God, I wish.
I wish. I was looking at that with Soul before when I was double checking stuff here before going live, and yeah, I joked. I'm saying like, if we could get rollback, it'd be sick. I'd play this online with him.
Yeah, the best we can do is just local multiplayer via Parsec.
Yep. Which I might still mess with. I've just never used Parsec yet.
It works almost flawlessly for me. There's this weird glitch where it stops registering my controllers as soon as somebody connects to me. Fry figured out how to get it working for them. But unfortunately, I can't get it working on mine because I believe in Sega Saturn controller supremacy.
I'm just using a basic Xbox One controller. Do you know if the amount of players also matters, or just 1v1 is fine?
Yeah, it does. Having more players affects the XP gain.
Gotcha.
Although you might find it a bit too much to handle.
Yeah. In times when I'm playing this, I'm like, the most recent East game I played is like 4 currently. I'm like, oh god, it feels different.
Yeah. It gets pretty nuts on Nightmare.
Man, look at all these pretty HD graphics.
Is good.
This one was done by Chuchi, I think. Except for the OK. The OK was mine. That is actually a Japanese set of Japanese characters in the Japanese version. So I localized it for the English version, and Chuchi just kind of like asked me if I could give him like the full res version of it for this, and that's how that one happened. This one was both Chuchi and myself, actually.
Yeah, you two, Rosari, and everyone else, you did God's work on the HD texture pack. It is such a sight for my sore eyes after having to speedrun the original Japanese version for as long as I did.
Hope everyone enjoys the battle UI. The battle UI is like entirely me, and it's the thing I'm proudest of.
Ooh, there's someone who is getting rollback into Mega Man Battle Network 3. Who is this legendary? Who is this legendary individual?
That is interesting.
Yeah, because there's like a list of all the games that have it implemented. I don't even know how they managed to do it.
Let's get rollback to these verses.
Yes.
I mean, it'd be cool.
It would be cool.
I mean,
Make these verses run better than Smash Bros. Let's go!
let's go. Yeah, I may look into that.
That's
Oh my god, there's reverse
the
controls in this.
highest of bars. Dreamcast. Oh yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, it recently came out with 5K, but man. So wait, what is the process of like even trying to speedrun a game like this? Is it just one character only, or what's the category? I guess.
There are different categories for story mode and arcade mode. So usually I do story mode. Chuji also does arcade mode from time to time.
Yeah, Shkolt and Chuji are like the two people in the V sector that like know this game back to back and really well. They actually know how to play the game, unlike me.
Relatable.
Right, as long as you can get them to beat up each other.
I mean, that's the goal with free-for-alls and Smash anyway.
Yeah.
This game does look very select when you actually get to pull off combos. Too bad I'm never gonna be doing that.
Yeah.
Chuji does make this game look fantastic with his execution.
Yeah, I don't know if you like any of you saw in like the release date trailer. There's like a moment where he's just flexing a combo as Joshua, and it just looks funny insane. Like that is a combo flex, and that looks amazing. And it's like, God, I wish I could do that.
So how much XP does that get you? A good deal.
Yeah.
Yep, that's pretty good.
We have leveled up.
Yeah, now you can be able to buy a sword upgrade.
Oh, and you got some accessories too.
I was wondering, what was the exact, I guess initial translation, was it always called Spoils, or like, did somebody change that?
That was
it was
definitely
always-
changed at some point.
Yeah.
It might have been changed.
I think it was something like very clunky at the beginning or something.
Right,
Probably.
right.
Like, they probably had it something stupid like item get.
It's something like that. And
think so.
That would have gotten... That wouldn't surprise me.
Because Falcom.
Actually, I
Yeah.
think it was like get and then like item at like the bottom
Yeah.
like, corner of the
That-
text box.
That sounds about right.
I
And
mean,
so that was changed to spoils.
if I recall, the button for no player was called not play in the Japanese.
Oh yeah. Isn't that just like
Yeah.
empty now?
Yeah, it's either empty or none.
I think I made it empty.
Yeah.
I think that one wasn't me.
Before you enter story mode again,
Yeah, I was
you're
gonna
gonna
say,
have to change it back off of Nightmare.
Oh god. Oh boy.
Oh, did you have it on Nightmare?
Gonna have a
Yeah.
great time.
It gets you more XP.
Amazing.
But yeah, that fight on Nightmare is no. It's just no.
Thus no. Unplug your controller. Actually, any partner here that's not good?
Ollie Elk, because Elk always sucks.
I'd recommend Tita.
Okay.
Did you buy a new weapon or something?
Yeah. Well, I bought a new
Okay.
weapon and armor. Actually, when should I even consider the accessories? That was like a whole nother tab.
The good
Not for-
accessories don't really open up until you get the shop level high enough. So
Yeah.
I'd
Yeah,
recommend
don't worry
waiting
about it
a
now.
bit.
Yeah,
for story mode, don't really worry about it.
just focus on getting weapon upgrades primarily. If you have extra, then armor.
Okay.
Yeah, this
That
fight's the
vitality
first
belt should
wall.
help you out,
This fight's the first wall.
The first, but not the only one.
Not the only. Nope.
Far from it.
Wonderful fight. That I never did legitimately, because I only used the 99 save file.
I mean, it's tempting. I could just cruise control and pick that file. It's
It is
always
true.
there.
It's true.
Alright. Bye, Saul.
Have a good one, man.
Alright, peace.
Think another question. Gosh. Well, let me just focus on this for now.
Okay, so according to Ronderex, the Battle Network 3 rebalance patch with better PvP encoding is a thing already, but the PvP side requires an Android-only emulator to work, which is why I believe a PC-native emulator is the only thing that works for Battle Network PvP stuff. Oh no, never mind.
Technicalities, then.
The patch is still in alpha.
Wait, what are the benefits to parrying in this game, actually?
So, oh boy, I can answer this one. Parrying, which I think is referred to in-game as a flash guard, it not only completely deflects the attack and stuns the opponent for a bit, it also gives you guaranteed crits for a second or two.
Oh, okay.
It is not as spammable as E7 Flashguard though.
Yeah, in mainline East games, you flash guard by holding guard and then mashing attack to parry. In
Guilty
East
as
versus
charged.
Trails, yeah. In East versus Trails, you have to manually time your guard within a few frames of the attack landing.
So it's
I
actually
think that only really applies to E7. I think Memories of Zelda is just like a button press, and the same goes for East 8 and 9.
Is it?
I think it's just E7 that's like you have to hold a button and then press another button to
yeah,
Flashguard.
it's just
Maybe.
it's just a separate button in
Oh,
8
right.
and 9, and I think Celceta as well, but I don't remember anything about that game.
Yeah, I haven't actually,
Wow.
actually played.
I'm gonna throw
Progress, I
hands.
can't believe it.
I'm gonna throw hands. I like Celceta.
Seven's better.
All I know
It is not. Seven's probably. Seven's
I'm sorry, I gotta
worst
side with
game
Livy
at
on that.
the
Celceta was way... Well, I'm almost done with it, but it's more fun for me than 7.
Seven
I
just
just do it to
play.
get Libby mad.
I can't
I-
believe we're starting
I
a
will
civil
say,
war
I
on
really
the
like-
voice
I
chat
really
of
like-
Zeno Marcos' Twitch channel.
Any
I
place is
will
a battlefield.
throw hands. I will throw hands. Salsetta plays way better than E7.
Every time I mention this, it sets her off. It's great.
I can't believe this. I'm being harassed in here. God.
Listen, I'm siding with you. What? You're good. You're valid. The correct opinion.
How about you, Stolt? What side do you take? This is a very important question.
I don't think you want to know what side I take.
God damn.
Yo, you an E7 guy?
Terrible taste.
Based.
You have to pay me again. You have to pay me to play E7 again.
Gonna throw the curveball and say East
I
on
haven't paid you
DS.
the first time.
Pay me then.
I'll let you do it for free, Livy.
No. I would never touch E7 again. I'm sorry, I don't like that game. I am like the one person that you're gonna hear is like one of the biggest like E7 haters, and I'll take it. I don't like that game. I
mean,
like some of the characters.
It's weird. I think for me it just got overhyped because before I started playing it on stream, people were like replying on the tweet that I said I was gonna start it. They were saying like, "Oh, dude, it's so good. It's one of the best in the series." And I was like, "It's all right." There is something to be said about going in with no expectations. Kind of like this, you know, I'm going into this with no expectations, and so far I'm enjoying it, but yeah. Hey, thank you for the follow, Kenshiro Zeno Aizen. Hopefully I'm not butchering that, but thank you. Appreciate it.
Oh,
Hope
man.
you're having a good
if
one.
you, on the subject of E7's characters, though, if you think she's mad now, wait until you hear what I have to say about Aisha.
Okay, in that one, I know Sly will back me up though.
Aisha's best girl.
Aisha's best girl. Aisha is probably the best female East character, and I will fight anyone on that one.
I hate playing against Aisha.
Maybe I gotta play it again. I just don't see it. She wasn't
She's a
bad.
really good character.
Yeah, there might have been some things I just overlooked.
Tails is an auto win. I bet Fry's thinking about the one artwork for Aisha in the stealth trade outfits for a moment. Also with Chloe. I love that artwork. There's like a nice detail in the back that if you look closely, Olivier is trying to spy on the girls changing outfits, and Joshua has him at blade point.
Oh. No, I mean, Aisha is probably one of the more fun characters to write. It's always fun to write a character who is supposed to, you know, a character who is expected to act more regal and elegant, you know, and then is someone who is intensely vulgar. And, you know, especially when she is around Dogi or Geis, she just kind of loses it. Those are characters that are definitely more fun to write, which is probably, and she probably has a better range of emotions that you can kind of play into when you're editing these scripts. So from an editorial standpoint, and even in terms of like just pure characterization, I'd say she's probably the best Ease character that I've seen. So, and I mean, I finished all the games, the localized ones up except for 9. For some reason, I just can't finish that one.
When are you gonna play East 5?
It's not localized, so never.
When Falcom says it exists.
There's a fan translation, so maybe I'll download that one day.
I played the fan translation for the SNES version. I'm a weird person. I don't think that game is terrible. Actually, no, I do think that game is terrible, but I like it. I don't know why.
I mean,
that one was.
We all
that
got our
one was
guilty
Eon
pleasures.
Genesis, wasn't it?
What?
That one was Eon Genesis, wasn't it? Or am I thinking of some other East fan translation?
I don't remember. This was a while back. I don't really keep track of that stuff.
Yeah, I like E7, but I don't like the bosses.
E7 bosses, okay, just party system East bosses are not very good. I think Sly and I agree that there's like a good party system East boss, and it's in East 8.
Yeah, there's one good one. I mean,
Who knows
for the
what I'm talking about?
most part, I'm not big on the party system bosses, just in general. Ease 8 definitely made them less annoying to fight, and I think my big problem with the Ease 7 bosses is that most of them only have about like 3 moves, and they are damage sponges, so you'll just see them use the same moves over and over and over. And Salsetta, well, my memories of Salsetta are quite fractured. Because it's very forgettable. But Ease 8 I remember for the most part there are too many bosses that are pretty standard. Like, I would like for the bosses to have a little bit more unique movesets, a little bit more specific gimmicks. There's a couple that I like in Ys 8, but for the most part I think that there's too many and they don't really stick out quite as well. My favorite Ys bosses are in Ys Origin. I think that one was the one that really struck a good balance between having bosses that are really difficult and having a pretty wide variety of moves and, you know, that are just really fun to fight because it's fun to learn their movesets and to get your ass handed to you over and over until you finally get that one run where you finally get it. Those are just really simple. And I don't think Ys has quite hit that point since they transitioned to party. It's kind of why I want another Ys game to go back to single.
Ys boss fights peaked in Origin.
I agree.
really
Yes.
did.
Yeah, I was gonna say Origin is still my favorite.
Oh, still has the best Ys boss though.
Yes, I was about to say Galbalan is probably still like the best East boss. Also, Chester is a really good boss. I don't see
Chester's
people
really
talk
damn
about
good.
Chester very often, but Chester is a really good boss in Oath.
That's another
will
character
say
I like.
All of
Yeah,
the actual character boss fights are good. Like Ernst, Chester, all of the one-on-ones in Origin.
I'm sorry, I don't remember Ernst.
Darn.
It rings a bell, but I'd have to look at a portrait or something.
I remember Ernst
Oh,
because I
Ernst
wrote
is
his bio.
Geis's brother.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Actually,
I remember him because I wrote a bio for him, and I had to look up the name of his sword, Black Key Almiron, and specifically how it's spelled, which it's Black Key, Almiron. So that's it's a very specific way they wrote it. So that's how I wrote it in Ys Versus when Geis references it.
I guess I was curious about this when I look at the text sometimes. Any reason why there's sometimes like a little bit of like a faded like underline to certain words or letters?
Yeah, that's a PPSSPP issue.
Yep, have to alter the settings.
Yeah, you have to change your texture rendering to get rid of those if they bother you. To be honest, I think it like some of the texture rendering that actually fixes the issue just makes the text look terrible and a little unreadable. So I put up with it myself. It is not present if you play the game at 1 times like 1x window size, which is basically 240p, which is not ideal for playing at a computer.
I'll live.
And it is not present if you play on a PSP.
Cool.
Would like to fix it, but
I think this is just like PPSSPP thing.
yeah, I don't think there's much we can do.
I mean, I have an
sense.
idea as to what it could have been done, but that would have involved making the textures, the text smaller, which no, thank you.
Nope.
No.
It's a perfect size.
Any fix would cause other problems, so
Actually, so when it came to adjusting lines, and I guess I'm wondering, did you guys ever call dibs on a certain character? Like, I know we mentioned like Aisha, like did anybody call dibs on some of her lines, or like how did you guys divvy up the work per se?
Okay, so work distribution was done per story. Because I got a head start on editing, I basically did Adol, Estelle, and Chloe all by myself. At least the first passes. I'm just looking first passes. And then Sly did half of Guys, I did the other half of Guys, and he did Tita's story all by himself. But there were certainly like a few characters that in each other's stories, like we were just like, okay, no, I want to write this character like this, and it's probably gonna be better. Like, Sly did a lot of Olivier, particularly. I probably dumped him to do Agate and Guys too, because I'm not very good at writing punk characters.
yeah.
And I definitely did like Estelle. I had a lot of fun doing Dogi.
Yeah, and you did the Mashera ones because I don't want to do that.
Yeah, I also did Majera, and I wrote all the Gulsis.
Yeah,
Which I am very happy with how Gulsis came out.
Yeah, no, Galsus was good. And yeah, I mean, that was, and you know, I think for the most part, that's that's kind of the idea of how we divvy things up. Obviously, during our second editing passes, I think there were some times like, oh, I want to write this line this way, and Libby's like, sure. And then she, went in and said, okay, I want to write this line in Tita, and the second half of Geist, which I specifically handled in the first pass, the second half of Geist. She would go and like, oh, I want to write it this way. And so, so basically she had her hand in my, the story that I handle for First Pass, and I would have an opportunity to revise things in the other stories. So, and so because of that, like, there's no, like, sometimes I forget. It's like, oh, did I write that one? Oh, no, Livy wrote that one, and, vice versa. So it's just kind of all over the place. That's kind of the rough, like, guidelines with which we chose to divvy it up, but for the most part we didn't set any like hard restrictions. We could kind of edit things a little bit more freely, which hey, I mean, I think it was a good production overall, and I think that is why I think it ended up being as good as it was, because it's a lot of collaboration. So yeah, I don't know. I in particular, I'm really proud of how Geist came out, because that was very collaborative. Because that was a time when Livy and I were kind of finally on the same track. Like, I had finished Tita's story and she had finished Chloe's story, because when I came in and did Tita's, she had finished Adel's. So when it came time to Geist, there was a lot of collaboration with that one, and I think that the combination led to some really good stuff. So yeah, I'm especially proud of how that story turned out. I mean, I think all of the stories I'm pretty happy with after, because I actually had a chance, because I think a week before release, I decided I would play through the whole game in one day. So I played through all 5 stories, and I did that to basically make sure, like, because at that point, that day, testing had concluded. And so I used that day to go in and find any remaining typos or other things, because I'm a perfectionist. So I made there were some style guide corrections that I made and some things, and so I just did that last thing and edited only a handful of boxes. And that was probably one of the most enjoyable parts of the process, because that was the moment where I'm able to finally see, okay, I can have a good holistic picture of what the game looks like and of the text. And yeah, I mean, I think that is definitely a moment where I'm like, okay, yeah, I feel good about this. So yeah, I mean, it is just a very involved process, and I think everyone got a chance to contribute substantially. So that's one of the coolest parts of this project.
I guess unintentionally that kind of answered another question, since obviously I don't know much about the game. Was that there's only five story modes?
Yes, there's one for Estelle, one for Adol, one for Tita, one for Geist, and one for Chloe. Why Geist, Tita, and Chloe? Don't ask me.
I was wondering, it's such an odd choice.
Geist is a substantial enough character that I actually defend that one.
Okay,
Chloe and
Geist
Tita.
makes sense. Chloe and Tita are just kind of like, why those?
No.
Yeah, no, it's like those all make sense except for Chloe and Tita's like the weird ones. Where I'm like, huh, that's a little odd.
Like, bro, give it to Kevin.
I personally think Geist's story is the best one, because it has like some really nice character moments dispersed throughout it, and some really good writing. Psy and I like really went ham on that one, and that's basically the last one we did. So it's kind of like a lot of experience coming into that one to make it like better from the beginning. Though I think that still there's like a lot of banging lines and some other stories. I have a favorite one in Tita from Estelle specifically that I think no one is ever going to see, because no one will play Tita's story.
Man.
Guys.
There's one line in particular in Tita that I want someone to find and post about.
Oh god, I know which one. There's also one for Adult story that is I spent the entirety of the game trying to sneak a reference in, and I finally did it in Adult story. And I am very happy, and no one's called me out for it yet, which is good.
Yeah, I mean, and Geist's story is also a cool one, because I think for that one, Livy, I think you handled most of the Olivier lines there, and then I saw that Estelle was in my half of Geist. Like, yes, I get to go in and do some things with Estelle, because generally, I mean, I think that Olivier was the character that's like, I call dibs on these, and Livy's like, I call dibs on the Estelle, but, there was almost like with that story, it's kind of like a little bit of cross. And that was fun, because it's like, okay, yeah, Estelle's one of my favorite characters, and there's, yeah, it was just fun to be able to write some text with that, so it's cool.
Yeah, it's true. Writing muscles a little. It's basically just. It was a little not. It wasn't very like divvied up towards characters themselves. It's just more divvied up towards like spreadsheets
Yeah.
and who does what.
Yeah.
And after that, each of us got a chance to do singular like passes of the whole story.
Yeah, yeah.
I played the game probably like 5, 6, 7 times, like on its entirety through the story mode.
Right. And a lot of things, get changed in testing, because testing was an opportunity that both of us handled, like, whenever people play through stories, they'd report things, and so Livy handled, I think, most of the stuff in her story, and I handled most of the stuff in mine, so, it's like we were able to kind of, have some opportunities to revise some things there, so, it was a very involved, very, meticulous process for this script, which is relatively small for the most part, but I think it got very thoroughly tested, which I'm pretty happy with it. I think the testers did a very good job. Stolt was the first to go in and finish the game. He finished it like in the first few months. And yeah, there were a good bit of people who finished the game, gave a lot of good reports, and all the way through the end, there were text changes being made. So yeah, it took some time, but I think it is only, it's like, I think, for the most part, it taking this time, I think it was good. I'm glad that we took our time with this project and that it was something that came out now. I think, I think it was an appropriate release. We realized, all right, it's time to get things done. Let's put this out there, because I think overall we were happy with it. And I'm happy that we did not delay the game. We never, it's like, I think that was something that I was like thinking it'd be really cool if we just announced it when we were absolutely certain. Like we were very sure to not announce a release date until we knew it was ready. Now that also meant that I think that there were some periods where there weren't a lot of updates, and that's just because we were working on the game and because we kind of wanted to pull the Xseed approach of only announcing a game when it's ready. And when we are like, all right, it is definitely going to happen at this, when we were 100% certain. And that was definitely very good.
Yeah, it was very good. Even if it put a little bit of pressure on us because we were kind of quiet for a while, there was like not a lot to really say. It's just like, yeah, we're working on the game.
We're working on the game.
It's happening.
It's still happening.
Yeah, we got a lot of people that were like, that thought the project was dead, and it was a little bit stressful in that regard, but it's like, yeah, we're working on the game, we know our pace, we know we're gonna be able to finish this, and we did. We were able to finish the game and put it out, and I think that's like the thing I'm proudest of, that we actually sold the game off, we actually put it out, it's released, it's out there, it's complete, and it's something that we can be happy of.
Yeah. And I owe you two thanks for letting me release those teasers along the way, like the how much damage can you deal video, the Maishira Super Bosses videos. I think that helped tide people over a little bit.
Oh yeah, sure. Oh, of course. Anything, that can show off the game and, let people be able to see it in action. Any of that's good. Because it's like, I think a lot of people, like, this is just a game that a lot of people either had heard the title but didn't know anything about. Like, I remember when I first heard about it, I think I was just randomly Googling, like, Trails titles, and I was like, oh, there's this fighting game. Oh, is it like an Arxis, like a traditional 2D fighter? And I just had no idea what it would even be like.
But yeah.
That would be cool. But I think the first time I ever saw it was in January January 2020, when Livy was streaming it to the Geofront channel, just to show off, the very, very early. That was the first time I had ever seen it. So yeah, there's the merit to that. It's just like, okay, this is a cool thing that so few people knew about. And it's like, it was something that I read some articles on, like, Siliconera back in way after the fact. Like, I think I read them in like 2021. But some old articles from Siliconera in 2011 speculating about whether Xseed would localize this, because at the time Trails in the Sky FC had released, and they're like, oh, there's this other fighting game crossover with all these Trails characters, so I wonder if they are going to release this, and it just never happens.
Sure didn't.
Yeah, and I think part of that is also because this would be kind of it's a game with older graphics. I mean, it uses the sort of, a lot of the E7 models, which look pretty rough. I mean, maybe they could release a Kai port that would look really nice, but I don't know. I think that one would be a little bit more of a tricky one.
I'm guessing, I don't know if anybody knows, like, how well did this game do financially for them? Like, at least as far as, like, Japan sales go, like, does it seem like something feasible they would ever even consider?
It debuted surprisingly well for a game of its budget and scope. I think it sold...
I want to say 100,000 first week, at least.
It sold in the neighborhood of Kuro's sales on its opening week.
Oh.
Oh, God.
You're right, and yeah, okay, gotcha. So around 50,000. I mean, and that's pretty good considering, I mean, this game has a very small amount of text. I think that there are in total just under 4,000 text boxes, so it's relatively small in terms of script, and, you know, for the most part in terms of functionality, I would say it has some features, but it's more limited. I mean, it was made to be marketing and, you know, a celebration of all of Falcom's things, but also as an advertisement for Zero. I mean, it was... I don't remember exactly when it was released. It was before Zero, though.
July 29th, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, gotcha.
Which,
So
like,
a few months
before Zero.
A few months, right. So,
okay,
I mean...
reception and sales, the game debuted 8th on the Media Create Japanese video game chart, selling 30,047 copies in its opening week. And 7th on Famitsu charts.
Yeah, I stand corrected. It was more like 30,000 instead of 50,000.
Okay, so that's relative...
30,000 opening week sales for a game made on a budget of ramen and toothpicks? Yeah, sure, I'll take it.
Right. I mean, I'm sure it met their sales expectations, but it's not lighting the world on fire. Like, Nayuta, that game, I do know that game actually sold a little over 100,000 on its opening week. So Nayuta, and that got a Kai port, but that one was a lot more successful on the PSP. So... I don't know, like, if Falcom would ever do a modern port of this. I would kind of say, I mean, maybe if they did, like, an E7 port, I would start thinking maybe. But until then, probably not.
It is a very product of its time, this game.
I don't know what they would do about the online. And I don't know if Falcom would ever really want to touch that kind of thing.
Yeah.
That's kind of what...
It's really weird.
Yeah, that's kind of, to me, like, the barrier, because, I mean, this game was just designed for local multiplayer, so maybe they take out network mode and just make it a local only, but, I mean, at that point, that would be super lame, and, like, imagine releasing a fighting game that's just local? Like, no, that's... no way. So, yeah, I mean, I that kind of thing makes me think that probably not, so... I mean, probably just gonna be this. So, we'll see. No idea what Falcom has planned, so...
Yeah, really no idea. I can't never know with Falcom. This game, I'm of the mind that it would be very hard to, like, really justify this game. It is a very product of its time, and that time is specifically after Sky released, but before Zero released. This is a game with only Sky characters, with only characters from East up to E7. Lloyd features into this game as a sort of cameo who's also promotion for Trails from Zero as a little bit of a promotion, and it's a little weird to really think about this game as anything other than in the context that it came out. So I don't know how well this would really work.
Yeah, you don't have Reen Bean the harem machine in here.
Right. I think it's more likely that they would do an East versus 2 before they did a port of this game.
If they did an enhanced port and just added Reen, it would already sell a lot more copies, let's be real.
True.
True. They're gonna wanna capitalize on the influx of new fans that have come to the series with Cold Steel 1, Cold Steel 3, all of their newer titles on PS4.
Right. So I would say most likely no, but I mean, who knows?
I wouldn't mind seeing this game re-released, but it's more of a I don't really think Falcom will do that. Though they've been on the re-releasing games kick, so who knows?
True.
Maybe
I
they
did
will.
not think that they would do Nayuta. I would have sooner thought that they would do modern ports of Sky games. Just do another Kai release of those.
Yeah, I didn't think
but-
that Nayuta sold well enough to justify that.
No, yeah.
And I
But,
don't think Naruto Kai sold well enough
and-
to just
and
play
no,
it
it did-
anyway.
I mean, Nayuta Kai did not perform very well, so, I mean, but
Although re-releases don't usually perform very well from what I've noticed.
right, but
I
maybe
think Tokusei
their
Tokusei did-
expectation.
I think the original Tokusei do sold like really well, like on par with most Kiseki games actually, like about 100,000 copies on the first week, which is
Right.
about on par with like Kiseki usually. But EX Plus fucking bombed on Japan.
Right, but
I
they
think there were
still-
like some other reasons, but still, it's like Falcom re-releases don't usually do very well.
Right, but you know, I guess they clearly make them. So at the very least, Falcom sees it as worth their time. So like it may just it may justify the cost it would take to make those ports. Like maybe it's just really not all that expensive. So
Yeah, that's
to them, it's
fine.
just
Either
like
that, or
yeah,
if I guess what they've been doing lately is if they can outsource it to a different
Yeah.
studio or developer, then at that
like
point
Art
it's
Inc.
less for them.
yeah, Bully Art Inc.
Yeah, what I think that the games don't really sell very well, but they are probably financially viable in most cases if they don't put a lot of effort into I mean, like not adding new content. Like Nayuta Kai didn't have any new content from what I know. We kind of were expecting it to have like at least a little bit, and it just didn't. Zero and Azure Kai virtually have nothing other than like maybe 100 total text boxes of dialogue split between Juna, her siblings, and Toa.
Yeah.
And Zero and Azure combined actually. For Zero and Azure Kai, Tokyo Senator EX is like the one that's like a little baffling because EX Plus has a lot of extra content. And yeah, there's like a lot of extra content on that game. There's like all the new episodes which are like an hour each more or less, and there's the epilogue which is about like 10 hours of new content in the game, and it makes me feel sad that that game never sold. I like Tokyo Xanadu.
I mean, I still want to play when I get the chance.
Yeah,
Right.
hope we haven't corrupted you bad enough that you're gonna notice how bad the localization for the game is.
No, because it's a thing where it's like if I was working on it, maybe, but dumb casual brain probably won't notice. Unless it's like really bad ellipses or something. I don't know. We'll see.
Oh yeah, there's terrible ellipses on that one. You're gonna be able to see like sometimes like up to like say 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 ellipses, but like I don't mean like separate ellipses. It's more like you're just gonna see like 4 periods and 5 periods on like a single ellipses. Like the Falcom way of just putting as much periods into an ellipsis as they possibly can. Tokyo Xanadu is fun. I love that
You should
game.
be able to equip all of these.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wait. I was looking at the Have One. I thought that was right here. Then I see like 14. I was like, wait, nothing's stopping me from equipping all of this?
No.
Correct.
Weird.
I liked
You
it when
can equip-
Rion said buckle ducks.
I did not. I don't particularly like Fuckle Ducks.
No, I'm joking.
Good. There's Fuckle Ducks. There's all the Cthulhu references in that game too. That I think is a very specific person. I know a lot about how Tokyo Senadu's localization went.
Oh,
Uh,
boy.
That game is fun though. I will say. That game is fun. Its gameplay is very similar to the Swy games and Nayuta by proxy, because Nayuta has just released Swy 3.
Yeah,
It
so I
is a
keep
little
hearing-
bit. Yeah, it's a very, very similar like line of games. It basically takes from those. And I think it's fun. It's a little stiff, especially if you played Ease 8. But I still think it's like a really fun game, and the characters
Yeah.
in the story are really fun.
So would you say it'd be better to play Tokyo Xanadu before playing Ys 8?
Oh god, I don't know.
I think it would be harder to go into Tokyo Xanadu after playing something like Ys 8. I'd have a hard time playing it after playing Nayuta, to be honest.
Yeah,
Well,
I
that
don't
just
know.
sounds like a Tokyo Xanadu problem.
I played Tokyo Xanadu after playing Ys 8 personally, but I played them like so far apart that it's like And also, like, Tokyo Xanadu is not a game that plays like East 8, so my brain was just like, yeah, this is a different
like,
game, plays
enough,
different.
Yeah.
Right.
It's different enough that it doesn't really matter to me, and I could play the game just fine. I make the East 8 comparison because it's like it is a little stiffer than that, might even be a little bit stiffer than Memories as a setup, but East 8 and Tokyo Xanadu were the first two Falcom games, action games with a free camera, since Memories as a setup still has a isometric camera.
Yeah.
So it's probably because of that. Probably Tokyo Xanadu was like a stepping stone in Falcom's like action game development for East 8. So that's maybe where it came from. But at the end of the day, like,
Sorry, I was gonna say, wasn't this the first boss from E7, or am I crazy? I think it looks slightly different.
Yes, all the bosses in this game are basically stolen models from E7.
But they have
Makes
names
sense.
of monsters from Xanadu.
Oh,
I
wait,
see
and
your
as far
reason
as
for
Zwei goes, do most people skip the first one? I keep hearing the first one's usually...
Yeah, most people skip the first one because it hasn't aged the most gracefully. And I'll readily admit Zwei 2 is the better game, but I think Zwei 1 is still worth your time.
Okay. Because it's always one of those things where I try to play a series in order if I can, just because even if it didn't age gracefully, it might age worse if I ever go backwards. Some people really don't like care about that stuff, but for me it's like, I'd rather see the evolution than ever consider going backwards.
Yeah, Zwei's problem is that it has a control scheme straight out of an MMO.
Ooh.
So, being a 2001 game with all sorts of jank controls and programming, they had to make some sacrifices to make it playable on modern devices.
Yeah, I definitely want to play Zwei 2 because I played through Nayata, and Nayata is probably yeah, the most fun I've had with the Falcom action game aside from Ys Origin. So probably my second favorite. Like I just really enjoyed how that game played. So yeah, I mean I definitely do want to play something like Zwei 2 since I hear that there are a decent number of similarities.
I played a little bit of Zwei 2. It's a really fun game. I will say Zwei 2's localization and dialogue, from what I remember, is really good. The game has a lot of voice acting in English, and I really want to give props to the localization team for that and the voice actors. That game is a lot of fun and really charming. I really think that game is a lot of fun. I did not take that well to the combat, but maybe I have to go back to it. I did not remember liking the bosses very much, but again, I didn't get too far into that game.
The bosses in Nayata are cool.
Well,
They
are
are
really cool.
They're
What I
really
saw, yeah, too bad I'm not playing that game anytime soon.
I mean...
Well, that sounds like a you
yeah,
problem.
I'm waiting too.
I'm waiting for the actual release. I'm not playing
Is it a
that
you
game
problem
with, like,
or a Western problem, sir?
Reading. Imagine that.
Yeah, I played it before the official one was announced, and I thought, yeah, there's no way they're gonna touch this. So yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I was just like too busy with other stuff and other things I wanted to do. I was busy playing Trails of Cold Steel, so
Yeah,
you know
it's
what?
fair.
Maybe I ended up being the one that lost in that end. And it's your boy.
should have done Nayata. There he
Something
is.
about them trying to hide it is just really cute.
I mean, to be fair, this game hadn't come out yet, so no one knew how the Crossbow Plaza
True.
looked like.
True.
Fantastic
In
adult
hindsight,
cosplay.
though,
Fair, man.
魔王の命令だ。あなたたちを直ちにこの場から強制排除させてもらう。
this must have been so weird for Tetsuya Kakihara, Lloyd's voice actor.
Yeah, probably.
Like, he does all of this voice work for Zero, and then he goes back and does East vs. Trails, where he's not written anything like he was in the game he just did.
Oh, I thought this was before Zero.
Yes.
It is. It is.
Yeah, but
It
I
was.
imagine Zero was probably. Well,
Yeah,
it
it's
depends.
not canon because it's definitely not canon because of the interaction at the end where Estelle and Lloyd are like, "Oh, well, I'm looking forward to seeing you when we go to Crossbell."
Aged
And
beautifully.
obviously, when you go to Zero, they don't know each other, so you
Yeah.
can use the Persona Q logic of, they all forgot.
Yeah. I'm guessing Zero was recorded before this game was. because
yeah, also, to be fair, there's not a lot of voice acting in the original Zero.
yeah. And I
It's
can't
more like-
imagine development for this game started before E7's release, because this is just an asset swap of E7.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this game is...
Yeah, but I mean, if it was to be canon, it would be before. There are specific things in the text that do indicate that it would take place after the third. One specific one is in Chloe's victory quote. She references the Recluse Cube from Trails in the Sky the Third. So, yeah, I mean, it is clearly meant to take place after.
The first few months of Ys versus development were basically trying to figure out where in the hell does this game take place. Yeah, especially with like a lot of stuff that we were not aware of how it took place. So it ended up being settled as after third, but before Zero. Maybe, I don't know. Doesn't really explain why Lloyd isn't Crossbow, but don't think too hard about it.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Forget about it.
So wait, is
It,
this like another Wall 2 with this similar fight or no?
Similar,
It,
yeah.
it
bosses
is
are-
very much a wall, but you're better equipped for it,
Okay.
because you did some of that juicy nightmare grinding.
Thanks for that tip, by the way.
No problemo. Even if you lose this fight, it doesn't make you do the boar again. You just
Oh,
go
thank God.
straight to Lloyd and the Strider.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
very
because I
good.
noticed a lot of the partner just instantly die. It seems like.
Yeah, Aisha is
Aisha.
squishy.
I will say though, I am both happy and angry at Qualcomm for putting Get Over the Rare Roaring Edition in this game.
Yeah. I
Like, it is
I
a
like
really
it.
good song, but
prefer the original one.
I really like Get Over the Rare Roaring Edition in general because it plays in some like really good story moments in Zero.
Oh,
and
yeah.
in Azure too, during the Arios fight at the end. Oh yeah, Cook Ellie, thanks Fry.
Gotta fit the agenda.
I have a very straightforward agenda, and it's totally Cook Ellie.
As it should be.
Oppressed.
Waji's best girl.
I want to say Waji is best girl for the meme.
Looks like you've got
But-
your extra skill ready.
You should use that.
Oh god, okay, that still works.
Wow.
Holy,
Yeah.
Clutch out a win.
Jesus
Clutch.
Christ.
I love
But
this
yeah,
game.
I want to say Waji is best girl for the meme, but like I have a heart, and it's for Noelle Seeker.
Yeah, true, Frat. I keep forgetting to use the support because it's like L and R, so my brain is like, oh right, I forget. That's the one combination you gotta press for this.
Yeah, honestly, this game controls very weirdly on a standard 4-face button controller.
It really is weird. It's like I played E7 and 4, but it's like for some reason this still feels weird enough to trip me up.
よーしラッピー頼んだわよ
I should. Oh, she has like the lowest HP. Damn.
準備はできています
Yeah, she's probably down there with Elk.
Yeah, those are the ones with lowest HP.
I guess it makes sense. I gotta balance the ranged ones somehow.
Yeah. God, she's still one of the best characters in the game.
Because
Well,
range.
the attempt is made.
Balance.
これで大丈夫です彼を正しい断りに戻す
Yeah, balance doesn't exist in this game.
Yeah, just ask my
As Mishara.
Lord.
Good to hear, Goten. Most of the cutscene and environment themes from story mode are from Xanadu Next.
Yes, because the
Yeah.
setting is Xanadu.
自分で言うのもなんだけど
That is a fun detail.
使い方はしてないってこと
That totally
That's
doesn't
cool.
get grading later on.
Yep.
Not at all.
Was Xanadu Next, what platform did it release on?
遊撃士
The Nokia N-Gage.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
It's on PC, don't worry.
Okay. I'm like, wait, how did? Because Zioten played it recently. I was like, wait, how? There's no way.
It's on PC. I own it on GOG.
Oh man.
Senator Next looks weird. Like I would enjoy it, but it also takes like some getting used to. I haven't touched it at all, but I do want to play it eventually one day.
One day I'll play it.
I mean, I've played the Drakengard series, so weird controls haven't stopped me.
Oh yeah. I think a few friends of mine basically describe it as an isometric Dark Souls. Which sounds very interesting, but at the same time, it's like I know that it's very puzzle based, and it is a weird game. I want to play it, but I don't know.
Oh,
No, that sounds weird and interesting. That actually makes me more
It sounds like a really interesting Falcom game that's like very out of their wheelhouse. They don't make games like this anymore. I hate saying that because Falcom only really makes Ys and Kiseki nowadays, and Ys is very Kiseki-like now, but it does make me feel. It does make me feel a little nostalgic for the days where like they were a little bit more different.
Yeah, even the Ys games are getting longer now too.
I mean, for me being so late to playing Falcom stuff, it's like, when did that shift actually happen? Because by the time I got into it, it was already a thing, you know?
I think
It happened around 2015.
Yeah.
And from what I understand, it was mainly motivated by Tokyo Xanadu, which is a very Kiseki-like game, selling like absolute hotcakes.
Well, and I think part of it, I think part of it can be even traced. You can trace it back to Cold Steel being such a huge success. Like, I mean, those games just did really, really well for Falcom. But I think you can even trace it as far back as like the PSP days, because the PSP days is when they experimented with almost all of their franchises. Like you had, you know, Brandish, and you had I don't remember if Gurman was on that, but you know,
it was.
you did.
But
so
around 2008 was when Kondo, in a recent interview, stated that after being booted off the PC platform because the Japanese PC market was completely dead at the time and Zwei 2 bombed, he stated that their games from that point forward were made with a different target demographic in mind. And that reflects very heavily in Cold Steel, which does not make any concerted effort to recapture the mainly adult fan base that they had on PC. It's very much marketed toward more teenage demographics on PlayStation. And
it's very
because
weird
of that, it's become more difficult for them to experiment with things because that adult demographic isn't there it doesn't have the strength that it once did.
Right.
So you can't really rely on nostalgia for something like Brandish or something like Vantage Master when most of the people who played Brandish or played Vantage Master aren't really following you all that closely anymore.
And even when they did start, you know, Vantage Master Portable, that one had Trails in the Sky characters.
Yeah, and also it bombed.
Yeah. And then also, I mean, and Brandish the Dark Revenant didn't do that well, and then when it came time to make Zwei 3, I mean, they were developing Zwei 3, and then they're like, you know, we want this game to sell, so let's try making this a Trails game. So,
so that's
how Nayuta happened.
That's how Nayuta happened.
Nayuta is Zwei 3 in all but name.
Yes, it was originally a Zwei 3, and then they decided to slap the Kiseki name on it, and I mean, and it sold better than, you know, Zwei 2 and all these other games. So
Zwei 2 bombed, and it's mostly because it wasn't a PC. It was like a PC market game. And
wasn't that what led them to not doing as many PC ports?
Yeah, it was their last ditch effort to really be a PC gaming company, and then Zwei 2 just bombed. It sold terribly. And after that, he just started swapping back to
Zwei 2 bombed so hard that their distributor immediately dropped them.
Yikes.
And then, so, at that point, you know, Nayuta, that was in 2012, that sold well. You know, Ys Memories of Celceta, that sold well. The Sky games sold well on PSP, and so did Zero and Azure, so I think that, I mean, I'm speculating, but I think those are more so the reasons why you get this transition now. And so now Falcom, they have to release a game every year, and I don't think they're willing to gamble that one game on a Brandish or a I mean, Xanadu they did with Tokyo Xanadu, but they made that more Kazeki-like, you know, because they're trying to play to that Cold Steel audience. And so I think if you ever see like a older IP revitalized, it will be, you know, it will undergo a lot of changes to make it more Kazeki-like, because I think that is kind of what Falcom is
What
just
sells,
doing
basically.
now.
Yeah.
Right. And yeah, I think that's just kind of at the point where we're just not going to get a lot of experimental games like that anymore. And especially since now it's, you know, they're on HD platforms, they can't really justify, you know, like putting aside a lot of staff to make a Zwei game or a Brandish game. You know, they would have to make it, that would be their game for that year. And I think they are thinking, well, we can make so much more money if we did an Ys game or a Trails in the Sky game. So
Yeah.
and
Any recommendation, by the way? What to get here?
weapon.
I do want to mention.
Stuff.
Yeah, weapon is always like priority. I do want to mention
enough for the next level too.
So I was 2008, and that was not exactly their last effort to do something on PC. Their last effort to do something on PC was porting Trails from Zero to PC.
Yep.
And that one did not sell very well either. Trails from Zero was a PSP game first, and then it got ported to PC by
Joyland.
Joyland,
yeah.
and then it was brought back to Japan, where it was distributed via DL Site. And the DL Site version, the Japanese version of Trails from Zero, didn't sell very well on PC, which is why we ended up not ever getting a Japanese version of PC for Trails to Azure. That's why Trails from Zero, when the Geofront released its patch, that one was a horrible. You could get it through DL Site, but then afterwards you had to finagle a way to get it through Joyland. The Joyland version just never came to Japan after Zero bombed on PC. So that's kind of like the last ditch effort they had to like really do something on PC, and it showed them there's no market for this for us here.
Yep. So and things like that, I think, is why Falcom is in the position that they are now. And you know, I mean, now they've finally gotten to a point where they have their partners where they go in and, you know, port the games to other systems. So we still get PC ports of all of the Falcom games, and now it's simultaneous. So I mean, and I'm pretty happy about that, because it means I only have to buy these games on one platform. So
Well, somewhat. For PC, I think I'm trying to remember if it's always been this way, because I know for me, when I was waiting for Cold Steel 4 and I think another release, PC usually comes like a few months later. Unfortunately, that's like the only thing.
The English version does.
Yeah.
But
That's what I
Planet
meant.
Leopard
That's what I
Entertainment, as well as other partners, will usually publish their own PC ports in pretty short order.
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
I believe Hajimari / Reverie is already available on PC, just not in
it
English.
is.
Yeah.
And is it on Switch now?
I think it is. It's just not the. It's just
think.
not the same port that we'll eventually get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
But yeah, it's better than what it was before, for sure.
So yeah, I mean, I like it's the
Oh
trailer.
hey, these are the dialogue boxes from the trailer.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely interesting that they finally gotten to a point where now in the West they will release on all platforms first, which I am perfectly okay with. Because
Of course,
what I
you
ended
have
up
to say it.
doing, with all the other games is I bought them on PS4 and then I bought them on PC later, except for Cold Steel 4, but that was gifted to me, so now I own that one too. So now I just own all of the Trails and Ys games on PC again.
That's probably what I'm gonna do with Zero as well when it comes out next year. It's like part of me thinks Switch would be cool, but I gotta have them all on PC.
Yeah, I like having them on one platform.
Oh god, I keep forgetting you can actually air dash in this.
Yeah, you'll probably need it. Dogi's a big boy.
Oh, I forgot that line was there. Oh, that's fun.
Which one?
The so much for my career as Estelle the Wall Crusher.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah. Nope, looks like Livy's having some internet problems.
It's all good.
Yeah, I mean, it's also interesting that technically Nissa changed the spelling of that, because I think with Xabe wrote it the way Fry spelled it out, and then now in the Ys games it's all one word, which is interesting. So that's the one that we went with.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, wait, so have there been any, like, other, like... How many typos have you gotten so far? If there has been a lot, or has it been pretty good?
Okay, let me check the text channel. So far, it's been pretty minimal. I think that there was one item description that was reported. Now we have 2 graphics corrections, the one we caught here on stream, and one that was reported, and one scenario thing that was reported from the Ys versus Trails tech, because basically I mean, the way that, as I've said earlier, I think a few people might have joined since then, but the way that we go in and look through all of text correction suggestions and like typos that people find. We look through all of the ones that are sent to us in the Discord. I also check the Twitter feed if you use the tag Ys versus Trails. I think there's been a few people. There's one person I know who's been playing through the game and has been reporting a few things. I think he's caught a few things so far, and so I think that I've already made the text adjustments, and so that will be put into a Perspective 1.1 patch. And I don't know, there's no like date on that one, but I mean, we always look through anything that is reported to us. And as I've said before, I know with these verses, a lot of testers were chosen based on people who reliably posted in the Zero and Azure test or the text bug channels that were up at the time. So I'm always on the eye for people who are like, okay, they're looking for things to correct in the patch, and they will make it into a future release. So, because I mean, overall, I just want the game to be more perfect. I mean, that's the goal, is that you would get, I mean, it doesn't always happen. I mean, there's always things that slip through, but you want the text to be as good as it can. So
I mean, it's made by humans at the end of the day. So.
All right. So I mean, there hasn't been like I was wondering if like the text chat would be flooded, if we would get a lot of reports on Twitter. So far, it's only been a handful. So if it stays that way, then we did our jobs.
Yeah, I got to admit, I've been relentlessly searching the game on Twitter for the past 36 hours.
Yeah, I always wonder, like, what's the process like when it comes out? Like, are you guys just like looking everywhere on Twitter and Twitch? It's like, oh Jesus, who's doing it right now?
Yeah, and I've been doing a good bit of that. Just to make sure all of the feedback is heard, and to just look out for people who are passionate enough to be pointing those things out. I love hearing that kind of feedback. So if you ever find anything, like in some issues, just put them on Twitter, tag it so that I can see it, or the Geofront Discord, or I mean, hit me up in the DMs on Twitter or Discord. I'm always around to be looking at the feedback and adjusting the script as need be. So yeah.
I guess how would the if we ever get like the first update, what's the process of that? Do we just go about it the same way, just with an updated file on the Geofront website?
And you wouldn't update it on the Geofront website. It would be on the Geofront Discord is where you would go to report bugs or text issues. I think we used to do like things on the website, but we didn't get a lot of feedback that way. Most of the feedback we got for the prior games were on the Twitter feed or in the Discord or I think that there were a couple people with Zero who sent files, like, you know, they sent like text documents with all their corrections, but you could do that too. I mean, any way you want. It's just an optional thing if you're passionate about that, and we will always review it because we want these games to be as good as they can be.
ぶっ飛ばすわよ。
先に行かせてもらうよ。
戦うしかないのですね。
乃木様の拳に驚くわよ。
Yeah, I don't know. It's been interesting to see the reactions.
This. No, I was actually gonna ask. So like, for you, what would you say was like the most difficult part of doing this? Like when you signed on, like did you feel like you didn't know what you were signing up for, or you weren't like anything unexpected, any surprises basically?
At the start, definitely. I mean, at the start, it's just like, oh my goodness. I mean, it was almost like flabbergasted at the idea that I would be like part of the Geofront. Like, it's just like this pure thing of like, what? I'm like in the same group as all these other people on Zero. What? I mean, and there is some. I think at least with me, it was like, oh, am I skilled enough? Am I cut out for you always have these moments, especially at the start. Yeah, I mean, definitely moments where it's like, it's like, oh, am I cut out for something like this? But for the most part, you just kind of shake those thoughts off. You just do the best job that you can, and then I think you just learn a lot, and that's really how you gain, you just gain confidence from talking and asking at people. I mean, I definitely am someone who gets anxious about things like this and have been anxious in the past about that. But for the most part, I think, I just ask people questions, and I, just do the best job that I can, and then, look at what people say, get feedback, and then, you just like, I don't know, it's just a constant bit of iterating, and yeah, I don't know, it's a really fascinating process, but yeah, I think probably the most difficult thing for the project was just the start of, gaining that level of confidence, because I definitely was like, oh shoot, am I cut out for something like this? And I think over time, as you do this, you do gain at least some degree of confidence in what you're doing. So yeah, I think that, I mean, that's more of a subjective thing. I'm not sure if you were like looking for like one specific part of the production that was hardest. But I think those kind of mental
personal experience,
right. I think those mental barriers are kind of was the hardest thing at the start. I mean, in terms of the game that was most difficult, I think definitely doing that first pass of editing where you're trying to figure out, okay, how did Xseed edit these games? How is localization done? Like, I had to learn a lot, from the ground up. And so, I did a lot of searching the trails in the database. Like, I just constantly dived in and looked at lines and then asked Shanji, our translator, like how things were translated, and learning about the process, and again talking with other people like Scott and Atterbury, people who worked on the previous patches, and you just learn things from talking with them. And then also what I did a lot of playing Japanese to English translations of games as I was editing, because it's like, okay, because once you kind of understand how localization is done, then you can kind of look at a Japanese to English localization and be able to see, so that's where the editor probably took a liberty here, because it's like, I can definitely tell that this was like translated, like, that this is probably what it was if you did a direct translation, and so you can kind of tell where like parse the liberties from the more strict, more direct translated lines. So yeah, I mean, you just kind of get a feel for things more, and it's just fascinating to go back and play a lot of the Japanese to English translations. And I think all of us go through our phase of, I think as we get in, I think sometimes I did play backseat editors, like, oh, this line should have been styled this way. And for the most part, I think, you grow out of that phase a little bit, because you understand, I mean, ultimately, there's no right way to localize something. And I think that's something that, right, there's so many ways, like, I mean, and that's always going to differ based on, like, the goals, based on the philosophy of the localizer, based on, I mean, and the goals of the localization itself. Like, I mean, everyone is, like, if you put 2 editors and 2 translators, like, you give two people the same script, and you have a translator and editor go through it, and then you give a different set of translators and editors a different script, you're gonna get two completely different scripts, because there is no right way to do it. And learning about things like that is interesting. Like, I mean, that's what probably is one of the most fascinating things about the East versus thing was it's just a really huge learning experience. So that's like, I just love learning shit and just acquiring knowledge. Like, it's just, I'm like a knowledge sponge. And
yeah.
I mean, and I will never stop learning. I mean, and that's something that I've, localizers, official localizers have said before, is that you never, when you start, you never like get to a point of, okay, I'm an expert and I know everything and I can't learn anything else. Like, no, you are always going to be figuring things out and developing your style. And yeah, I mean, it's fascinating. And that's why I follow a lot of localizers, like official localizers, because a lot of them give a lot of great advice and they tweet a lot of things, and that is how I've learned a lot as well. So yeah, I mean, just surrounding myself with people who know what they're doing, and then try to also get to a point where you at least know a little bit of what you're doing.
So would you say doing this is definitely stepping out of your comfort zone, for sure?
At first it was, sure, but I think over time I at this point I don't know, I feel good about the thing that we made.
You can do whatever, sleep.
No, I mean, there's still definitely times where I'll come across a text box and I'm like, I have no idea how I want to be able to edit this. And, you kind of stare at it for a while and you're like, I'm gonna come back to this. So, yeah, I mean, one day, I mean, it is a personal aspiration of mine to work officially one day. I don't foresee that happening anytime soon, but, I mean, that's just, I mean, for the most part, I'm fine with just doing my day job and then coming home and then doing fan projects, because this is just how I get my creative outlet, and it's just really fun.
I mean, I don't know how the profession works, but I'd imagine it would still look good on a resume, having official works put out there and people can directly look at it and say, you did something really impressive.
Sure, I mean, maybe one day.
Man, I love how you give this incredible, comprehensive, multi-layered insight into your entire editing process, your growth as an editor, as a localizer in general, and then I'm just dicking around with the setup guide like, how funny would it be if I pronounced this line wrong?
I mean, that's kind of the point. It takes all kinds to make it happen, I suppose.
Sure. No, and yeah, I mean, you have those moments where it's just like, oh, I just want to have like a goofy thing. Like I remember I told people like, okay, I figured out a way to naturally be able to say, you saved my bacon, which that's an English idiom. So you just find like a place where, okay, this is, this matches with the spirit of the Japanese line, and okay, I can put in this English idiom, and I make a lot of bacon jokes on Twitter because I'm just weird. And so, yeah.
I do wonder how long it's going to take before people stumble upon those lines.
Yeah. Right.
Are they like really hidden or something?
You'll find them. But yeah, Z Goten, yeah, that is also another thing that we do take into consideration. Like, we don't want to just come into the script and just say, okay, we're just gonna write whatever the fuck we want. Like, no, no. At that point, no, you are not, you are not doing your job as a localizer. But yeah, I think you do have a certain amount of, creative freedom to be faithful, because there is definitely a difference between a literal translation and a faithful translation. A faithful translation is something that, you can be able to keep the spirit of the original line, because if you go in and just do a direct one-to-one conversion of a script from Japanese to English, it's going to be very dry, and it's not going to be pleasant to read. It is so, and I think that's just because text is written differently in Japanese than it is here. So, it's like you do have to take some liberties so that, it reads naturally in English, and so that, it's something that has a lot of flavor and life. And it's also interesting to dissect the Trails localizations, because the Trails localizations definitely have more liberties than what you would see in a lot of other localizations. They definitely take, especially with in particular how Estelle is written in the Sky games. A lot of the famous lines that a lot of people quote endlessly with Estelle are lines that are liberties that were taken from Exceed. And I mean, and so there, and you know, it's like you go to a point when I gained that realization, because I think when I saw the dry translation, the raw translation of Estelle's character, I realized, this Estelle doesn't feel right. And then, you know, I had some conversations with Shanji, and you know, he had a long conversation, and you know, he just said that Estelle in Japanese is written very different. It's very different from English. Estelle. Hello, Libby. Welcome back.
my internet died. I had to call my ISP.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. But yeah, I mean, Japanese Estelle versus English Estelle is very, very different. And so, you know, I think for the most, they took a lot of liberties and they took a lot of punch-ups for lines. Like, you know, that whole wall crusher line that Fry took, I mean, that was added by the localization. That is not what you see in the Japanese text. And, I mean, overall, I don't necessarily think that is a wrong way to localize it. It's just a different way. I think that they saw that, you know, for the most part, for this character to be able to work and resonate with English, we need to take a few liberties so that she's not saying "namaste" all the time, right? Like, yeah. I think that it worked, because I mean, Estelle is a character who is very, very much loved, and I think Exi does play a part in that. And so, yes, I mean, when approaching this game with these verses, our goal is to keep consistent with how the English releases of Trails were written and localized. And so, yes, there are some lines that get punched up. So, yeah, I mean, that's just a little bit of how the process works. And overall, I mean, yeah, it's definitely been like a learning process, this whole localization thing. But yeah, I mean, no, I enjoyed learning about all of this, and I enjoyed working on this project. So yeah. And he ran off.
That was a question. Wait, what was that?
No, I was just saying he ran off.
さすがはアドルさんですね。簡単には仲間になってくれないようです。
私たちが魔王を目指す際、再び相対する機会が訪れる。
I'm trying to think. So, of all the games referenced here, were there any that didn't have, well, aside from the actual game, were there any that didn't actually have any Western releases that you guys kind of had to work around?
Like, do you mean in terms of, like, text? Like,
because you guys said that there was, like, a lot of games referenced that were more than just, like, Eastern Trails. Were there any that, you know, didn't have a Western release? Like the ones that were referenced?
Right. For the most part, luckily for me, a lot of the games that had, you know,
have a good one, Salt. Thanks for stopping by.
Bye, Salt. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the games, like, for example, with the BIOS, a lot of those games were localized. So when, you know, trying to be able to figure out everything with the terms there, I just had to look up, you know, a walkthrough if I hadn't played it at the time. And so, you know, just figure out, like, how things were, what the localizers decided. But for the most part, I would say that we didn't have to do much cross-referencing or at all with, like, games that had not been released. Like, I think with Vantage Master Portable or Vantage Master, those games have not. I know Vantage Master Portable hasn't been localized, but that game did not have, like, any BIOS terms that we needed to adapt, so we were fine there.
It only really got brought up in the opening that we localized. I said we, but it was Chuji that localized that one.
Yes, if you go to the movie collection menu, they have trailers for all of the games, and so we had to get
movies, no trailers.
Movies, whatever. Openings. They had all of those in English, and you know, the original files though were all, you know, the Japanese versions of the logo. So we had to get the English versions of all of the openings, and I think downscale a few of them like third because we didn't have an English version of that on PSP, and so we had to downscale it. But the one trailer that was the one opening that was on there that was not localized was Vantage Master Portable. That does not have an English localization, so Shuji went in and made an English version of that opening, just so that Ys vs. Trails would have localized trailers for everything. So, yeah. That's probably the only one that I can think of. For the most part, all of the stuff that we had to reference had localizations.
Yeah, that's really the only one. I guess the only other one would be like the very small amount of like text involving Zero, mostly for Lloyd and Ellie, but we have the Geofront like help for that in general, so I mean the C sector.
Yeah.
Yeah, considering that one wasn't localized officially at the time. Also, I love this song.
It's very good. Is this original from a game I'm just not remembering?
Yeah, it's original from this game. It's called Blaze at My Feet. It's the theme that plays when you battle Hershey.
Yep, good thing.
Oh, okay.
Hershey gets the best song in this game.
As she should. Jesus Christ. I keep thinking this game is gonna have Soul Calibur ring outs and it doesn't. Whenever I get out of stage. Oh, that was a question I had from a while ago and I forgot it. So, this is weird, but you guys know the context when I explain it. I think when Azure was coming out or Zero, there were quite a few shit posts I saw on Twitter. I think the one that I always remember is like the Randolph in Orlando. Was there ever anything for Ys vs. Trails that I might have missed out on? I might have not been looking on Twitter and there was like somebody doing the same for this.
Nothing we ever finished, sadly. I think Chuji replaced Mona in the shop with Dunban one time.
Yeah, I remember that. Also, I gotta step away, so I will have to dip from here. But yeah, thank you very much for having me on. It was fun to watch this and talk about it. So yeah, thank you very much for having me on.
Thanks for all the good questions and all the good answers and insight, rather.
Of course. Hopefully it was at least a little insightful.
Yeah, no, you were great. Have a good rest of your day.
All right, y'all as well. All right.
I guess that's only me. Also, hi, Thanatos Burns Brett. I recognize you from Twitter. I don't know how you would like to be called. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Thank you for the follow, and also thank you, Feb the Pleb. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it.
Oh, that's it. It's Pleb from Twitter, I think. I recognize a few of these names. Well, I guess they're stuck with me now.
I always get tripped up because like the Twitch and Twitter names sometimes change in between. I'm like, it be what it is.
It be what it is, yeah.
Also, you say getting stuck with you like it's a punishment. I'm like, please, it's a blessing.
Aw, don't gotta be so nice. I'm sad I missed the Dogi fight though. I was proud of that one.
Yeah, the lines are really good on that one.
Like I said, I had a lot of fun writing Dogi.
Oh yeah, because you did you said you did mainly Estelle's story route, did you?
Yeah, I did Estelle's route. Estelle's story was the first one I finished actually.
Oh wait, was there ever any was there ever any character you weren't like as like into doing per se? Like, I'm guessing you have your favorites, you know.
Yeah, I have. Well, Estelle is a favorite. Joey is a favorite. I actually like writing Mishra because she has a very flowery way of speaking. And I like the characters that speak like that. I did Galsis too. The Galsis was fun.
Oh my god, they sell stages?
I guess Tita was not someone I was very fond of. Yeah, there's like a bunch of stages and songs that you can buy. There's a lot of music in this game. If you ever get the chance to like mess with the 100% save file, I would recommend that you do because there's a lot of good songs.
Man, yeah, I might have to mess with that. Maybe if I ever do like another session. Oh my god, there's a lot.
The lack of a frequently used plural in Japanese ever an issue with translator. Okay, so I'm not a translator, I'm an editor, but we did have an issue. An instance in actually the fight that Marcus is gonna do, like right now, where we were not sure if the character that's introduced in here is referring to themselves in plural or singular. And you guys will probably notice why when we actually get to it, but it was like a little bit complicated, and I think it was plural at some point, and then we got changed to singular, or it was the other way around, but that one was like the only really real instance where it was an issue that I remember anyway.
So for the most part, it
98%.
wasn't like an issue afterwards.
Yeah. It's not something that we really noticed until someone else pointed it out. About the character, how they refer to themselves, and it's a little complicated, and it took a lot of talking between the team to actually figure how to address that one. I don't remember exactly what we settled for in the end. We're gonna see it when we actually do the scenario.
結局大魔導士の方には出会えませんでしたね。
But yeah, back a little, going back a little. Tita's the character I'm not very fond of writing.
Is it just because of like a lot of like the cutesy dialogue that she usually does?
The cutesy dialogue, the stuttering, the nervousness. I abhor writing Lappy. Lappy's dialogue is incredibly dry, and it's literally just exposition dumping, so it's very hard to like squeeze character out of him.
Yeah, I
and
was
a
wondering about that
personality.
too.
I think neither Sly nor I like writing Lappy. I also wasn't very good at writing Guys and Agate for a bit, so I left that one to Sly mostly. But if I had to say, I think my number one would be Lappy, then Tita.
これって鏡？綺麗に手入れされてるわね。
Oh wait, so you said
Yeah.
Lappy was a he?
味があっていいかも。
Ah yes, Lappy is a he.
どちらかというと不気味なんだけど。
いけま
I
せ
don't
ん。
know why, for some reason when I look at the mirrors, I just think of like, it wasn't like a boss fight, but it reminds me of like the final section of like East Origin for whatever reason.
Oh, yeah, the mirror palace, the mirror part of like a dorm tower. I think that's an East one too.
Oh yeah, true, yeah. That was a callback to that.
Get ready for Persona 4.
There's a dumb joke here, and for me it's just the Estelle that uses night mode.
Oh my god. I can't believe Estelle confirmed to use light mode though.
I mean, it's in the name. It makes sense.
I tried very hard to not make this section not just a bunch of Persona 4 jokes. I tried.
I
That
can
took a lot of
imagine,
restraint.
especially with Slide 2 being a Persona fan, I'm like, Christ, that must have been hard.
The amount of Persona 4 jokes that could have been had, there were too many, and I tried to take none of them. That took a lot of restraint.
Man.
そしてあんたたちを倒せば私たちが本物になれる。私になり変わろうっての？冗談じゃないわ。
生まれてきたばかりで悪いけど。すぐに
Also, I hope you're not tired of this music yet, because you're gonna hear it for a very long time.
行くわよ。
For some reason, it makes me think, I don't know where it's from. It makes you think of like an RTS or like, ironically, a Fire Emblem game a little bit.
Oh yeah. This is a song lifted straight from Send You Next, I think.
2分で蹴りをつける。
ぶっ飛ばすわよ。
先に行かせてもらうよ。
Rondorix, what are those unwholesome places? If you think about those unwholesome places, I guarantee you Olivier already thought of them.
Probably.
No, I think there straight up is like a line. I mean, it might be in this story where Olivier is like talking about how he would like to take a mirror stone and juggle for himself, or maybe it's like later on. But Olivier definitely is like down to fuck with these here.
I'd believe it. Oh my god.
Olivier is very horny in this game.
I think the better question is, when isn't he? Jesus. Is it more so in this?
I think it's more so in this.
Damn, that's almost impressive.
I think this game like ups the horny Olivier a little bit. A lot, actually.
Although, was that from direct translation, or did somebody just really go for it here?
Direct translation. We worked with what we had. Like Olivier being DTF. All the time. Constantly, with everyone. Okay, so basically every story has like a companion character. For Estelle, the companion character, it's very obviously Joshua.
Yeah.
Where it's like the other character that has like the most dialogue in the story. For Adel, it's obviously Dogi. For Chloe, it's Olivier, actually.
Huh. I guess
So there's a lot of
sense.
there's a lot of fun Olivier dialogue in Chloe's story. I am very proud of Chloe's story particularly. I had a lot of experience when I came back to writing that one. I did a lot of Estelle and Adel while very inexperienced, and then I played Zero, started getting like grips. It basically osmosed a lot of localization knowledge out of Scott and Ada. Especially because I played the tested Zero with them on call, and then I came back to write Chloe, and I feel like it kind of shows that I had a little bit more experience at the time, and I'm very proud of that story.
Man, I might have to get another level on this one, Jesus.
Yeah, they're kind of hard.
Make it even worse if you wanted. I mean...
I don't know if you're ever gonna get to do Chloe's story, so I'm just gonna spoil this. He straight up gets like an obscured shot of Chloe like after his fight with her in that story, and he's like, man, this is a blessing, I don't want to get out of here. I don't even want to move.
God. Absolutely sounds like him, though.
Yeah?
Although, wait. So how many East characters actually have a story mode, then?
2.
Wow. I was like, what, 2 out of 5, then?
Yeah, 2 out of 5. Estelle, Chloe, and Tina get their own stories, and then it's Adel and Geist.
Oh, wait, is that what did it? Bro, moment. Did I have this on Nightmare still? Oh, boy. Maybe that's...
Oh, God. Maybe.
Well, I guess I'll find out now. Oh wait, is this the entire map, like...
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so it
It's
really
pretty
is that short.
Yeah, you go through like Alpha Lava Cave, which is just like another set of fights, and then you get to Strange Rock Castle, which is like you actually go inside. So like the map for that doesn't apply here. There's like another map screen for Strange Rock Castle. Castle Strange Rock? I forget what it is.
Oh wait, let me...
Castle Strange Rock, I think.
Yeah. I'm just changing text here really quick since Sly and Stolt dipped.
Yeah, that's fine.
Don't want to get canceled for false advertising.
I can't believe you promised me Sly Gamer 64B and he's not here.
Can't believe it. Can't believe Sly TM isn't here. Cancelled.
I trusted you. I trusted you and you lied to me.
It's not even Christmas and he lied.
Wow.
Man. Oh yeah, was all that promo art, that was already in the PSP version, right, for the loading screens?
Yes, that was already in the PSP version. A lot of it actually had to get localized though, because a lot of it said East versus Soda no Kiseki.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Like, I saw that one said, like, clearly East 1 and 2 Chronicles.
I think that was still like a Falcom. I think the only ones that really had to get changed were the ones that said East versus Soda no Kiseki. LT did those. She's a champ. She did all of those.
Nice.
You can like probably fast forward through this if you want to.
I was wondering if I can like hold cancel. We'll try that.
You can, yes. It'll go through the text as quickly as it can.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, the only thing is that it still does like the portrait and like the text box transitions, and those do take a little bit of time.
ぶ
Yeah.
っ飛ばすわよ
勝たせてもらうよ
腕が鳴るわ
先に行かせてもらうよ
I gotta appreciate Estelle telling you she's gonna kick her ass when she starts the battle.
She doesn't discriminate even against herself.
Nope. Everyone deserves equal amounts of stick. Oh my god. As horny as Olivier is, I expect eventually the Trail series has to have a joke of someone making a video game in universe about Totally Not Olivier, starring in Totally Not an Arrow game. Excuse you, that man is taken now.
It's true.
Actually, that wouldn't stop the internet, or the Orwell net.
Would it stop him though? Well, I guess Cher would stop him, to be fair.
Maybe. I don't know what kind of arrangement he has with Shara. And yeah, Ribos, Sly headed off. Stolt also had to head off. He was here for a bit.
Yeah. Oh, they were here for a good 2 hours. I'm like, yeah, understandable.
Yeah.
How's it going for
I
you
don't
though,
have
man?
anything to
Congrats
do.
on the release.
I don't have anything to do today, so as long as my internet doesn't die again, I'll probably stick around for a little while longer.
Yeah, I might finish the story and take like a dinner break or something anyway, so it's all good. Although I probably will come back and do... What was the one that you guys said was like... It wasn't Tita. Whose was it? Oh, Geist, you said was like pretty good.
Guys has like some nice character moments, so like if you look at the dialogue closely, he has like some nice moments, especially with Cruci actually. He has some nice conversations with Cruci, and Loki makes me ship him. Too bad they're never gonna show up in East again. Actually, Dice might.
Yeah.
I think that was totally a Nightbird thing.
Yeah.
大事なものを守るために
I deserve that then. Oh, I did ask Sly about this, so... Well, actually, let me see. Is this like the line you were saying that's coming up that might be, the one you guys had to, like, you know, potentially change or deal with? Or did it already happen?
What, the plurals or what lines?
Yeah, you said with, like, a certain, like, scenario that we were gonna see
Yep.
soon.
Yeah, the mirrors specifically, you get to have a conversation with them, shortly. And it was very convoluted. We didn't know if the mirrors refer to like themselves as like plural or singular because thanks Japanese. So we basically had to figure that one out.
彼女は魔王が所持する魔物その名も
Yeah, the umbral mirrors because there's two mirrors in the background and it was originally just the umbral mirror.
Gotcha.
魔王と共に
Yeah, that was a localization name by the way. The umbral mirror is not something that exists in anything ever in any Falcom game, so we had to figure out how to name them.
私はガル
I mean, my dumb brain, when I hear Umbral, I just think of Bayonetta. I won't lie.
Yeah, I think someone made that joke too there when we were talking about this.
今も忘れない
Something I was like, oh yeah, fun fact about the mirrors, we made a localization decision because the mirror has a very neutral speaking tone.
ダイバー同士に
And we instead decided to make them talk like the person they're mirroring. So Estelle's is like very chipper, a very Estelle one. Tita's is more nervous. Guy's is like a punk. So that was a localization decision on our part because it was very boring to just have the same dialogue over and over from these guys, especially because they talk a lot.
Yeah, no, that's a fun take on it, honestly. I like it.
名前なの
Yeah, we decided that mirrors still would talk like mirrors, like Estelle.
私たちはその人を探してるどこに行ったか教えなさい
Oh god, as you go to yet another reason to play Final Fantasy XIV that I probably won't because I don't have the time.
味方
God, I want to play Final Fantasy XIV. I look at that game and I'm like, holy shit, the story for this game looks so good, so nice. I want to play this. And I realize it's probably like a 200-hour sync at the very least. It's
yeah,
kind of like...
apparently with the recent updates, you can really bum rush it. But yeah, I'd probably only play the story and that's it, because, oh boy. MMOs being a time sink, it'd be great if I had all the time in the world, but being employed, I'm like, I barely have time. I was thankful that I had a day off right after you guys put it out, because I was like, that just happened to work out that way.
Yeah, having like free time when you work full time, it's kind of like it's very hard. And when it's very limited, you don't really want to spend it all in one thing. I've been trying to play other games aside from just Trails. I'm playing Cold Steel 3 right now. That's been going.
I mean, at least you can cheese that one. It's considered one of the easier ones to really break. Which I gladly did when I was playing it.
I played it on normal because I don't really like the Trails gameplay that much. Not enough to play it on like anything harder than normal.
Yeah. Long time ago, February 2020, because of Third's Umbrella Labyrinth. Similarly lame, just generic shadowy mirror-like name. Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, there's a few localization terminology that we had to pick. Oh god, CS4. Don't know if I'm looking forward to that one. I'm probably gonna play that one in December or something.
It's a mixed bag. I really couldn't tell you if you're gonna love it or hate it. That's the weirdest one in the series by far, as far as like, I don't know how people take that one.
Everyone takes it differently. Most of the people that I actually like and talk to and is like, my Trails opinions align with, they're like, that game wasn't very good.
Yeah, it's on the lower end for me. I still liked it more than CS 1 and 2 just because I had some of the characters that I was more so interested in, like New Class 7. But yeah, it's still a far cry from the Sky arc for me. Everything after that is just not... It doesn't hit the same.
Yeah, they really don't. Even if I do still think Crossbow is pretty good, I really have to say that Sky is like very tightly written, especially when it comes to characters.
Yeah, like I think it's just that it just had moments that I wish other characters would have had in the arcs, but then like SC actually delivered on a lot of things that I wanted to happen for once. I never had a game really do it quite like that for me. Because usually when I see a story, I want certain things to happen and have to accept that it won't happen the way I think it would.
Yeah, that's like the one thing. Like, Crossbow could have had better character moments. I think two characters that I really wish had more focus on them are, especially in actor, Noelle. I think she deserved a little bit more, and Ellie did not deserve to get shafted as much as she did. I might be the person that made Cuck Ellie a thing, but I think she deserved better, especially because she doesn't get along. She doesn't get a lot, especially with Dieter and Maribel, and they are such important people to her that is very disappointing. She doesn't get any of that.
God, it's it's like you clearly have stakes and you have something to do with it, and they just don't for whatever reason. It's really odd.
You have characters that are very close to other characters doing stupid shit, and the other characters don't say anything, which is why I don't like Ellie at all. Although I think it's more a fault of Falcom than of her character, though can't really say I enjoy her character that much, especially not when she's just like Tsundere over Lloyd not liking her. And then when Lloyd prays her attention, it's like, oh my god, I can't believe you're such a womanizer. Have some shame, Lloyd.
Constantly repeat over and over. It never got old.
Absolutely never.
Obviously.
I think that is like the main reason I don't like Ellie, and I don't like that about Cold Steel either. Just give me a canon romance interest again, please. I am tired of girls side-eyeing the protagonist and being like, oh my god, you're paying attention to another girl? What a womanizer! Why don't you pay attention to me?
That's why I dislike it, because it's like, I love Estelle so much. She's one of my favorite female characters, let alone female leads, ever. And it's because, like, yes, there is the love interest, but she clearly has her own goals and her own motivations to do what she does. Like, her passion and her own drive is what, sets a lot of things to happen in the first place. But it's just, I'm not asking for much. I just want characters that are driven, you know? Just let them have some depth, damn it, you know?
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Estelle is... Sky puts a lot of effort into making Estelle a character that's more than just Joshua's girlfriend, and I appreciate that so much.
Yeah.
They take Joshua away for like almost an entire game to like develop her character by herself, and they actually kind of do that in third too, where they just take Estelle for a very long time away, and Joshua just gets a lot of time, like some time, not as much as she did, but he does get some time to flourish as a character of his own, and. I think that's one of the things that I appreciate about these two like the most, and why they're like one of my favorite video game couples, like well, couples in media in general. They really try to make them characters that different characters aside from each other. They are not each other's world. There's not everything that happens to each other.
But it's also
like,
the sense of like, as cheesy as that line is, like they do complete each other, right?
Yeah, they are very grown, mature people, but they still complete each other. They are people on their own, but they still fit very well together. God, just let me talk and I'll just start gushing on these two again.
I mean, it's valid. That's how we met, was just randomly talking about the Sky games on Twitter. So we could go for as long as we want, but Lord.
Yeah, that's basically how Fry put it. They're like each other's halves, but also being their own characters at the same time.
Yeah.
And you know, I think that's how a couple should work.
Yeah.
It's like full, complete people that just happen to be really good for each other.
Also, won't lie, when I'm looking at this background, I can't help but think of Monster Hunter for some reason.
Oh god. I was actually gonna bring Monster Hunter up earlier when we were talking about not having time to sink into Final Fantasy XIV. Here she is. Miss, I wish she was in the Monster Hunter game herself.
God, I wish. It's painful seeing her design. I'm like, it's right there. It's literally right there.
It's just a Monster Hunter design. Rushi, I love you.
I'm like, okay, Aisha can be best girl for some, but Crushi is the best girl for me, if we're talking E7.
Yeah, I can't blame you. God, she's so
Please do, ma'am. Actually, were there any location names for the stages that had to be changed in this?
I think all of them were relatively well localized when we got them. So, and all of them are like from a pre-existing game, so it was just lift this straight from wherever it's called, wherever it's from. I think Phantasmagoria was just like had to be tweaked a little because there's a clear distinction in third between Phantasma and Phantasmagoria.
Oh, true, yeah.
Yeah, that is like, yeah, Phantasma's like the whole dimension, and Phantasmagoria specifically the castle at the end of the game, but I think that's the only one, really. Everything else, at least by the time we got it, where it was very roughly translated, was already very accurate to what the English should have been for those. Maybe some swipe things had to be changed. Serpentina, maybe? Which is a swipe thing, I think. But for the most part, stages didn't really have much to be changed, maybe. If Davio was here, he could probably correct me on that one.
Yeah, it's all good. Actually, I asked Sly this a bit earlier, but did you have any personal, you know, I guess not issues, but like, you know, any personal, like, you know, walls or hurdles when taking on this project?
A lot of inexperience in the entire team. Like, a lot of us had never... Well, Hito's the exception. He had worked on a Fire Emblem 5 translation patch, as I mentioned earlier. But a lot of us had never, like, really worked on this game, on, like, any game translation or localization before. I literally just jumped into this one blind. I had no idea how any of this worked. I had to learn a lot of it as I went. Same goes for Sly, and I think it was mostly that and, you know, real lives. Most of us were in school, really. So it was like balancing that. I got a full-time job very soon.
I was wondering how
after
you would
Mickey's
balance
started.
something like this. I guess I'm curious about that since I'm kind of in the middle of that, at least with, like, you know, I gotta do more playtesting with the one that I'm involved in, along with having a full-time job. I'm like, how do you usually do it? Like, what do you sacrifice? Just, like, I don't know how to juggle this stuff yet. I gotta get used to it.
Yeah, I mostly sacrificed playing other games. In 2020, I didn't play many games at all. I played like Danganronpa 2. I maybe finished probably like the first No More Heroes game. And there's like very few games that I actually played throughout the time that I was working on these verses, and that's kind of like what went for my free time. It's like I also spend a lot of time with like with friends and everything. So my life kind of for these 22 months became just work on these verses, and when I have free time, I play some games with friends on them. Or
And
usually
yet
like
you
playing
still-
Cold Steel.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and yet you still managed to tune into some of my streams, which, just, man, now putting that into perspective makes me appreciate it even more. Jesus.
I always try to tune in when I can. A lot of them usually happen when I'm like at work. So when I'm at work, I usually do get some downtime. Or when I was at work and at my previous position, which was a little bit less downtime, I would try to like because I was taking calls as a translator.
Yeah.
Not a translator, an interpreter. Sorry. There's a difference between those and. When I was taking calls as an interpreter, I would, between calls, like, tune into your stream, which is why sometimes I was quiet and sometimes I was, like, very chatty.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would
makes
basically,
sense.
like, tune into the, tune into that when I was, like, in the middle of my breaks, when I was, in the middle of taking calls. And afterwards, it was just, like, usually getting into voice chat with people, spending time with friends, with my partner, playing games. I've gotten into the habit of playing games on stream with people. So that's kind of how I balance like both the social aspect of my life while also doing some of my hobbies. But when it comes to Ease versus, I like specifically set time aside for Ease versus, and it's like, okay, I'm gonna play this specifically. Like do this specifically on my own time, or sneak it in between work. But I imagine that's a lot harder for you since I was working from home.
Yeah, if it's from home, it's like, man, it'd be so much easier. Maybe, I could try to see if I can get it set up on my old laptop, but man, at some point, if I could get a better laptop, it would certainly help. Because, the weird thing with my work is that they have like an hour-long lunch break, so usually I don't end up using all that time. It's like, even if I could just test for a few more minutes, I wouldn't do it. I just gotta find a way to make it work.
Yeah, it's always good to have that kind of stuff. Do it on the Steam Deck when that comes out.
True though. I forget, did they say when that's coming out?
I think December is the earliest that some pre-orders will ship. I think you should, if you did a pre-order, they should like give you an
did.
estimate of when they can deliver yours to you.
Oh, that's right. I think mine was like early next year, somewhere like February or March. Yeah. Oh well.
Yeah, and better than me. I couldn't pre-order one because there's like, oh, you live in Honduras? Well, tough shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't pre-order one, even though I would ship it to the US first because I do have a proxy in the US. They just wouldn't let me pre-order.
And it's dumb because it's like I would have helped you with that too, but it's like I think they limit it to one per person, which is really dumb. But
Yeah.
I get it.
I get it. It was to like wait off scalpers, which is a really big issue right now. And I appreciate Steam for doing that because scalping is a bitch.
Oh yeah. Like if it wasn't for that, I probably wouldn't have been able to pre-order at all.
Yeah. Scalping is why it took me so long to get a new GPU. I now have a good GPU though. I am very happy about that. My friend helped me with that. Scott actually helped me get it like a hold of it.
Wasn't it a 3060?
Yeah, it's a 3060. It's a white 3060 that looks really nice in my white build.
Nice.
He was very
I'm still
adamant
holding
that
out for an 80, but I doubt it's gonna happen anytime soon.
yeah, it's... God, Sly has a 3080, I think? He didn't get it himself. Scott signed up for a 3080 from EVGA like a billion years ago, but he managed to get another one from somewhere else. I think from stock drops, he managed to buy one when it's dropped. And when that finally got called out, so I was like, oh yeah, I want to buy a GPU. And like the day after he said that, that got called. So his name got called in the queue. It's like, okay, fine, just use my name and buy it. So he got really lucky. The day after he decided he wanted a new GPU, a friend got called in the queue and he got to buy one.
Oh, yeah, Rabos, we're talking about the same that because I was talking about how like I might need to consider getting a better laptop or something to be able to play test for the Trails in the Dub project. Just because, you know, now I have a full-time job, so it's a lot more time management, juggling, you know. But maybe next year it'll be easier, because Libby mentioned, like, I do have a pre-order for the Steam Deck, so maybe that might help.
Yeah, if the mod gets to be like compatible with the Steam Deck. I don't know exactly how that would work, but I imagine it shouldn't be that hard. It's weird. I'm not particularly familiar with Steam Deck's how it works specifically, but I hope it would be possible because that sounds like a really good kind of thing to have on hand, especially if you want to play this on the go.
Oh yeah. This isn't an original track, is it?
Actually, I think this is a non-used track, actually. I think this might have been an unused track for Sky that was meant to be Agate's theme, that then got repurposed for this game.
I'd say it's really good. Damn. No, not yet, Zigota, and I think I have maybe one more session to finish it, but it's been great so far. Obviously, I had to make an exception on my day off for this, because when Geofront put something out, I'm sorry, I'm one of those people where it's like, first priority, like, nothing else matters. Because I was gonna say, I really, like, after doing the Trails and Dub project and streaming that first build, it made me realize just how important it is to let these people know and see that it's like, hey, it's finally done, and nothing hits them more than seeing people actually playing this stuff, right? Because I know you guys are talking about it, it's like, I can't believe you're like looking through like your Twitter feed and like seeing people actually playing this thing that you guys worked months and months for, and it's a feeling that, you know, I want to contribute in some small way.
Yeah, we really appreciate it. Like, I think after every Geofront project comes out, the first thing that everyone does is just looking for people reacting, talking about it, seeing if they're enjoying it, seeing if they're playing it, because at the end of the day, you do these things not only just for like your pure passion, but because you want to see other people experience something.
Yeah, because the whole point is to make these games accessible for once.
Yeah, and that's like the most validation possible, is to like actually see people play the games, see people enjoy the script, see people enjoying the gameplay, looking at every single thing that we actually try to make, because we put a lot of work into this game. I'm not gonna lie about that. Everyone put a monumentous amount of work, especially when juggling real life and things like, you know, this project got started a little bit before COVID got going, so
yeah. Which I have to say, so far this has been a 10 out of 10 as always. Like, I expect nothing less from Geofront, and this just feels it feels so undistinguishably like real and official that I'm just like, I don't like, nothing feels out of place or jarring. It just, everything's natural. All the characters act the way they should. This has been excellent so far.
yeah, I really am thankful for hearing comments like that. Sly and I specifically, for like the script, we really try very hard to reference the characters and make them as close as possible to the iterations of the characters that everyone is aware of.
Yeah, you guys
a
really
lot of
nailed
Trails
it.
in the database was used for this game.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'd imagine that's like a real big clutch saving grace for a lot of these products, where you can just have the database of all the scripts just to get it at a glance. Because otherwise, I'd imagine a dark timeline where all you'd have is like, I don't know, long form playthroughs on YouTube and just constantly like citing each frame to show someone else or something really tedious like that.
guess what? That's what had to happen for E7 and
Oh,
all the
boy.
Morgana script referencing because there's no trails in the there's no E's in the database. There's like no database
That's what
for
I
E's
was.
games.
That's what I was wondering. So I was like, wait a minute. I know that's for Trails, but I was like, for Easton, you guys have to run into that. At least
Yeah, we
those games
had-
have less story, though. To be fair.
Yeah, there's less story, but there were like a few terms that we had to go look for in when it comes to E's games. Mishra's wind sight, that was quite a troublesome one because we had no idea if it was meant to be capitalized or not, because the only time we ever found a reference to it, it was at the beginning of a sentence.
Ooh.
Which it would obviously be capitalized, so we were like, okay, is this a term? Should this be capitalized or not?
Yeah.
Yeah, we found another instance of Windsight in E7, and it wasn't capitalized, so it's like, okay, boom, we're going with this. So
Scripts in my
E7
local
required.
dumps. Oh my god, Rivos, that sounds rough. But yeah, sorry. Sorry for cutting you off.
No, yeah, it's fine. It's basically that was what we had to do for those games. We had to go back to Oath and Volgana to remember how Chester spoke. Because I played Oath of Volgana like 6 months before I finally got to write Chester, so
I mean,
had to, like,
by the time
remember-
I'm looking at this, I actually kind of forgot about Chester, I won't lie. It's been a while since I played East 3.
yeah, it's a good game, but yeah. We had to go back to look at Chester, we had to go back to look through some E7 stuff. Sly had thankfully started playing E7 at the time, so that helped us a lot, where he would like go and like snipe some terms out of the script when he was able to. Also, just to go back a little to what we were talking before, the song that was playing for Agate's fight is called Dragon Dive. The A in Agate stands for Agake. I have no idea what that's meant to be, but that's the full name of the...
Wow.
Yeah, it's a very long title.
さあ勝負よ
ゴミめ
Ready? Fight!
What even is this music? What a weird
Now it
intro. I
kicks
thought
in.
I was listening to elevator music.
God, I felt like I was in like a Bioshock game for a second.
Yeah.
That song is really good though. Oh yeah, this is a descendant from Geno's. Descendant of Geno, sorry. Yeah, I think I have this on my Falcom playlist. I have a massive Falcom Spotify playlist.
Oh man. Can you link me later?
I'll DM it to you. It's all the games I've played. I go and like block my favorite songs from them. I am all the way up to Tokyo Xanadu. I'll add Cold Steel 3 when I finish that one. It's also like a fun way to look at my journey through Falcom games because I add them in order.
Nice. Actually, I guess it's a question I never asked you in general. Obviously not Geofront later, but... Well, it might be, because otherwise, who knows if you would have been involved to begin with, if not for this. When did you... Like, what was the first Falcom game you played that made you realize that, you know, you're a fan of this, I guess company, like, to an extent, you know, I know we don't like all the games, but... what was the first one that made you actually, you know, kind of pay attention, I guess?
I think it was Trails. I had vaguely heard of Ys before. I had never played an Ys game though. I was very unfamiliar. I didn't even know what Falcom was, or that they were like the company that made the Ys games. I had heard of Trails in the Sky before. A friend of mine, a very close friend of mine actually, was playing them at the time. He's a friend I met on the Fire Emblem server. He was playing through it at the time, the first few Sky games, and the games look weird. I never really knew what to have an opinion about them. But they looked somewhat interesting, and then I joined the aforementioned Fire Emblem hacking server, Fire Emblem 5 hacking server, and the mod of that place, Silo, was when they just like randomly asked me, even though I didn't know him very well at the time. It's like, hey, do you want a copy of Trails in the Sky? It's like, okay, sure. I've heard about that game. It looks fun. It's like, okay, sure. And it's like 5 days later, it goes on sale, and he's just like, okay, give me your Steam game, your Steam name. I'm giving you this game. It's like, oh, okay. I knew nothing about the games. I didn't know what they were about. I had no idea what I was getting myself into, but it's like, okay, this is a gift. I might as well give it a try, play it, and see for myself what it's all about. It's a gift. I kind of have like the obligation to at least give it a try.
Yeah.
I played it and I fell in love immediately.
そのようですね
I don't
man.
understand people that didn't like Sky the first.
I will.
I love
You and I
Sky.
both will never understand.
I
know
don't
it's a
get people
slow
that are
burn,
like,
but
this
it's
game
like,
is boring.
I just don't get it because it's like for me, when it comes to anything, it's like it could be a TV show, it could be a movie or something or whatever else. But even with games as well, if it's, I feel like for me, I don't know what sets your interest when it comes to stories, but for me, it's always characters and character writing specifically. If it's characters that I can enjoy and already like from the first few scenes they have, I'm down for anything, right? The story can go wherever it wants, as long as I have the characters that I'm invested in and I can enjoy, I'm down for it. And for me, that immediately helped with just, even the brief scenes of, like, Estelle and Joshua, like, interacting for the first time, like, when they were, like, you know, in the house for the first time, I was like, yeah, this is comfy. The music was really comfy, everything about it, even in the first, like, hour, was just like, yeah, I'm fine with this pacing, right? It didn't have to be this extreme, like, world-impending event or anything, right? It's just, I just want to be in here to just get to know them more, right? That was enough for me. And that's mainly what FC was, so I loved it.
Yeah, I'll have to agree with that. I got into FC and the first thing I saw was just Estelle being a really funny character, really entertaining, a spunky girl making a lot of quips and jabs at the other guy, Joshua. I just saw a lot of fun dialogue. I saw a cozy atmosphere, and it's like, you know what? I'm into this. I had no idea Kiseki was gonna be a series spanning 9 games at the time. Well, I guess 8, and then 9 with Cold Steel 4 that released later that year when I got into it, which was 2019.
Yeah.
I had no
foolishly
idea.
thought it was just trilogies. I didn't think it was gonna be continuous.
Yeah, I had no idea what Trails was. I just randomly got this weird game from a friend. And it's like, my first impression is like, okay, the characters are cute. The game looks like Golden Sun.
Yeah, that's the one for me. That's where I was like, oh, it looks like Golden Sun. I'm on board.
Yeah, the art style looked very much like Golden Sun, which was fun. And it's like, the music was fun. I played the first battle and I fell in love with Sophisticated Fight. That's still probably my favorite normal battle theme in the series. Get over the barrier and Glint to Cold Steel get close, but I think Sophisticated Fight is just gonna be like special place in my heart.
Valid. Yeah, for me, it was just get over the barrier is the one that did it for me. I was like, man, I didn't think they could top it anymore, but that's my new favorite for sure.
Yeah, and then I kind of just kept playing SFC. I took my pace with it. I think I took like a month or so to finish the game. I had no idea what was going to happen. I did get spoiled that something made Joshua leave the party and that the SC was going to be like looking for him, mostly because I was like, okay, how much is this game going to be? I was like looking at SC, it's like, okay, I want to play this game. How much is this gonna be on Steam? How much is the price? And I went to the Steam page and like the first line of the Steam page. No, the first line of the Steam description for Trails of the Sky SC is like with Joshua gone. And it's just like, oh my god, I probably shouldn't have seen that. And I immediately closed it. I punted that out of the way. I just added it to my cart. That is the only spoiler I got, but I had no idea how it would happen. I just knew, okay, Josh is gonna disappear somehow.
Dang, so the cliffhanger didn't hit you as hard?
The cliffhanger hit me very hard, because I didn't know what was gonna happen. I didn't know how it would happen. I thought it would be like, maybe he'd just go missing, he'd be kidnapped or something. I didn't think it would be something that was his own decision. I was not expecting the wise man plot twist. I was not expecting anything about Joshua being an enforcer. Nothing. All I knew is Joshua's not gonna be an SC from the beginning, and it still hit me very hard. I was still crying my ass out when I finished FC, thankfully, and I had already installed the game, so I started playing immediately. And it immediately hit me very hard on SC, like the beginning of that game. But I really have to say that FC is where I fell in love with Falcon. I did not really need any more games from them to be like, okay, I like how this developer rolls.
They're kind of more so like me, yeah.
I marathoned Sky for like 3 months or so. I started playing in like April, or might have been like late April.
When you say Sky, do you mean like the whole trilogy?
Yeah, the whole trilogy. I finished Sky the Third in July. I finished it the exact same day that Fire Emblem Three Houses came out. It was like
okay.
in the middle of the morning. It was like fucking 3 a.m. I had plans to go out that day with a friend so I could go pick up Fire Emblem Three Houses from a game store. And it's like, okay, I don't want to be having this game pending while I play Fire Emblem Three Houses because I was obviously very excited for that. I'm a big Fire Emblem fan. And it's like I buckled up and I marathoned the ending of Third, and then I was there again crying at the credits.
God.
With Third in the Sky the Third, and it was like, okay, no, I'm waiting for Geofront.
It's like, well... And then he ended up working on it. God, how weird must that have been.
It was weird. I remember back then, when I was like part of the V sector only, I used to like join on voice chats every now and then, and I guess that's kind of how I started getting to know some of the C sector, particularly Scott is someone I got to be very close with friends with very quickly. And he was kind of like slightly like pushing, I think it was Rivals, he was like pushing all the time. I was like, hey, why don't you get the V sector to playtest Zero, or at least me? And it's like, okay, fine. And then they allowed us V sector to playtest Zero, and I kind of just took it in stride. I started playing the shit out of that game. I got to play it like a month earlier than everyone, and I was very happy for it.
Nice. Although, man, what you're saying is that, God, Rivals has more of an impact than I thought he did. Good lord.
I guess he does.
Because I always just, foolishly, I always just think it's just like, you know, the programmer part, and I'm helping with some of the translation, but man. Actually, Rivals, what did you do for East vs. Trails specifically? Unless, Livy, you know.
I can start talking about it. I don't know if he's like paying much attention right now.
Hey.
But yeah, he got brought in to do fix a lot of bugs that we were having at the time. Let's see. He did the XO button swap for the game. That is like one of the big things he did. Fixed a lot of bugs. There were a lot of bugs in the game in particular. Let me think. There were some bugs where there were like text overflows and some skill names got different names. In general, it's very weird, and he also found out how to replace certain textures that we couldn't figure out how to. There were a few themes in the game that require localizing because they had the Japanese East vs. Soda no Kiseki logo. We had to replace those. And then, I don't know if you can notice that when you start, there's like some text around the ready screen when you start a fight. That used to say East vs. Soda no Kiseki Alternative Saga. That had to be edited to say East vs. Throws in the Sky Alternative Saga, and that was a weird one to figure out where that one was.
I can imagine, yeah, because how it's like animated and stuff made it a little weird, right?
Yeah, it took a lot of time to like even figure out that was what it said, because to us it just looked like a pretty rim. And there's basically like Rivals got brought up to near the end to squash a lot of bugs that we were having at the time. Mostly because Hito had a lot of real life stuff to deal with and couldn't like dedicate as much time to the game as possible. Yeah. So Rivals got brought in. It's like, okay, there's a bunch of bugs that we want to figure it out. We want to figure out how to make the patch work with different versions of the game, because there's a few different versions of this game. The UMD version, which is the physical PSP release, the PSN release for this game for PSP is different. Not different than like the actual game, but the checksum files are a little different, and that makes it so the original patch that we had, which is an X Delta, wouldn't recognize the file correctly and wouldn't patch it. So we had to do that with the PSN PSP version, the PSN PS Vita version too. What else? There's a really weird one where if you're fighting in a story mode, if you're fighting a boss that's like has a monster with it, like, you know, like Joshua with Strider, or like the boar, I think the boar's called Ruby or something like that. Pre-battle voice lines don't play. Like, you know, when everyone's getting their weapons out and there's voice lines playing, those wouldn't happen if there was a monster in the fight for some reason. The game bugged out, and this is a bug that was in the Japanese version.
Yeah, I was gonna say, were there any weird bugs that happened from just changing the text?
well,
I know graphically it might have affected more, but
graphically a few bugs. Text insertion was weird. We mostly figured out a good flow for text insertion with like the old scripts that were grandfathered from Flame, though a few of them had issues at the beginning. We had to fix those. Well, Hito, Davio, and LT were the ones that were looking into the original text insertion scripts, since they all can do a little bit of programming. Those were the only ones that really got affected by text. A few times, if some text lines were too big, the game would just be like, okay, no, I'm not accepting this. Just spit the script back at us, like, no, make it shorter. And yeah, there were some... there's a lot of system text specifically with, when you buy equipment, when you buy weapons, when you buy movies, when you buy stages, that was very bare bones. It's like, okay, buy stage, and that's it. It didn't tell you what stage, or it would show out of alignment. There was a lot of weird things, and those were Ribos is doing.
Oh wait, you said earlier that, I guess it was the whole, I don't know if it was like the font, like the Y font. How many times did you guys have to like change the script again? I think you guys said like 3 to 4 times.
A few times. Okay, so the script had to be changed like 2 or 3 times just because we didn't know what the actual text limit was for each line. We now know it was at the time 45 characters before it started overflowing or shrinking the text. And it was 63 characters before the game actually told us, no, you can't insert this line in here. Before that, it would just shrink the text as much as possible. I have some old screen caps of how the text looked when it was shrunk, and it did not look pretty. I had to change the text like 3 times maybe before the 3 times that we figured out that there was a different limit that we had originally worked with. And then the variable with font happened. I had to do like some changes to the text so that we basically re-edited everything we had so that it would fit with the variable with font. Then we got one with better kerning because the kerning in the original one was a little clunky. And there was like a lot of weird spaces in a lot of weird places, so it got edited again. I honestly have kind of lost track of how many times we have gone over this game. This game's script is mercifully much shorter than most of Qualcomm's other ventures. So going over it, even though it would take like 3, 4, 5 days, or maybe like a few weeks, it was still like something that was doable. So we really went through the script a lot of times. I lost count of how many times we've gone through it.
I'm trying to understand this item description. What exactly is this trying to tell me?
It prevents the user's defense from decreasing. Let me see. I think that was a text log that got reported earlier. Yeah, it's the Cornelia pendant. It's a text box that got reported earlier. It should say prevents instead of boosts.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we already notified Davio of that one.
Cool. Feature posted a week ago. Describes all the technical stuff I worked on. EWF from Hello. Oh yeah, I did read that. I was just wondering if there was like anything else. I was just curious. Let's see. First engineering formats and writing scripts from pre-Geofront to be more correct. That was what most of it would go back to. Gotcha. Only text bug so far in non-scenario. Makes sense.
Yeah, we haven't found any text bugs so far in scenario, which I am very happy about. I hope it stays that way. I hope there's none. I hope there's no typos.
Wait, let me go back. I might make the same mistake I was about to do again. Yep. Okay.
You'll go into a fight of nightmare.
Get this controller away from me, I swear to God. So, I guess when it came to testing with like 99, like, did you guys usually just like do like several runs or like 1 run a day, like really quickly?
It depends. Sometimes we would stick and do like a few runs on VC. I think the most that was ever done was Sly the Man doing every single run of every single story once before the game's release. It was last Friday, actually, I think. I think that's the most I've done, but I think done like maybe 2 or 3 runs a day, like hop into BC and do those. Not the day before. I mean last Friday, not this Friday, like the one that happened last week. A week before, because we closed the text issues from the testers on the Friday before the announcement closed. Basically Friday 8. No, Friday 8, not the 15th. We tried to not crunch this game as much as possible.
Yeah, I was wondering, I know of course you guys didn't announce anything so that there wouldn't be any delays, but like, did you ever have any internal, personal, like, goals for dates to get things done?
Yes, we had at some points, but those were sadly not in our reach. I'm not gonna say what they were. But at a few points we were like, yeah, we want to shoot for this, and it was just not doable. Everyone was too busy, or it was too short of a time amount to actually get everything we really wanted to done. And it was kind of like, okay, you know what? It's best to shoot for a time where we can both get the game as good as possible, something that we're proud of, while also not crunching everyone to hell and back.
Yeah.
Because East vs. Trails in the Sky has the benefit that Zero and Azure didn't really have, which it didn't have a deadline.
Yeah. And I think to like the benefit, like it's not to discredit it, but how to word this? It's more of like a low-key thing, you know? Whereas like with Crossbelt, it's this thing that like fans were really begging for consistently. Whereas this is like, oh, this is a neat spin-off that's finally available for Western fans, you know?
Yeah, it's...
So thankfully it didn't have the pressure of like, okay, this has to be... I don't know, like, not rushed per se, but it's like, you know, it didn't feel like it had as many eyes on it, I guess, is the way to put it.
All the eyes of the fandom were like on the Geofront for Zero and Azure. Like, wait for the Zero release or for the Azure release, do this, do that. Don't play the games until Geofront is out. They might be out in a year or 2, or oh no, they've been taking so long and everyone's waiting for them. I better play the old patch, and all of like external pressure from fans, and also like at some point internal pressure from well, first the release of For Zero and Aokai, which kind of brought a little bit of pressure where it's like, okay, are these gonna get localized? Should we do these as quickly? Is there a chance of these getting localized? And then after that, them getting picked up, which is like, okay, they can't keep Nisa waiting forever either.
Yeah.
So Zero and Azure were done under very different circumstances, but I have a very, very dedicated team. But there was like some burnout, I think, in some places, and East vs. kind of had the unique position where we didn't really have to rush anything. And I'm glad we didn't at the end of the day.
Yeah, like it seems like more of like a low-key thing that it's like not as much pressure, so you could just like relax and just enjoy it for what it is, you know?
Yeah, definitely does, and yeah, I think we did good with this. I am very happy we managed to put out a product that we were happy with, and it was done in a timely manner, because even though people look at it the breakneck speed of Trails to Azure and think that it's like the standard, it is not. Localizations, especially fan localizations, take a lot of time. Us finishing this game in 22 months, I still say it's a good time amount of time to do the game.
Oh yeah.
It's like people expecting every single fan translation to be like done in a year, like Trails to Azure was. It's like no, it is not possible.
Some people honestly just think it's as easy as just replace the text, just make it a direct translation. It's like, no. Like, there are some things that just don't read the same in a different language.
No, and everyone in the Geofront looks up a lot to what XA did, what Nisa did even. And we look up to their localization styles a lot, and we want to give the Trails fanbase something that's as familiar to them as the games they already played. Something that doesn't feel like, oh, this feels like a fan translation, okay. Oh, okay, this is a fan translation, this isn't translated how they usually do it. Like, some games, I don't know, maybe some Fire Emblem games, some Fire Emblem fan translations where it's like, okay, what is this weapon? I don't know what this is. Oh, it's supposed to be this thing instead? Okay. Or you're having to like cross-reference with the actual source material versus what the actual fan translation did. And you're having to really try to figure out what's what, and we basically wanted to make it as smooth for everyone as possible.
Yeah, which I think you guys really nailed, but it's definitely a thing where, like, I think the second I think for me, when I played Trails of Zero, the thing that hit me, which is gonna sound weird, but I think it makes sense, is just, like, when I went into settings, before I even started playing the game, I was like, oh, this is beyond the mere localization. This feels like a quality of life update. Like, I've never seen anything like this, which, granted, I'm not familiar with a lot of fan projects and, you know, fan endeavors for localizing or, you know, translating the games over here, which it's been a thing for a while. But it just made me appreciate it. It's like, wow, they're adding, like, a message log feature, they're adding in all these things that I wish the series just had forever and I just didn't even think about. You know, it's like, if it's at the point where they're adding stuff that even I wasn't conscious of, it's like, damn, I can't really deny the quality of this stuff, right?
Yeah, we tried to do things way beyond just changing the text to English, basically. A lot of images had to be edited, a lot of things had to be localized. We put the variable width font so it would be more comfortable for people and more familiar for people to read, because monospace font is not something that everyone deals with when it comes to Kiseki. Not everyone really has to do that unless you're playing like the PSP versions, really. Yeah. But we really wanted to get this variable width font in the game so it would look pretty. We tried to do everything we could within the constraints of the PSP, because this is not a PC game that we could modify willy-nilly. So we tried to do everything we could. Variable width font. We pestered the PPSSPP guys to try to fix the multiplayer.
Yeah.
Chuji, Sorcerian, and I did the HD texture pack so the game would look as pretty as we possibly could make it with the assets that we had and with redrawing some other assets. We tried to do as much as we could within the constraints of this game being a PSP game instead of a PC release with like malleable code. Mm-hmm. And I think at the end of the day we did like everything we could have conceivably done.
Oh, I think it's great. I mean, I mentioned the whole like settings analogy, but it's like, again, like when you guys mentioned like the HD texture pack, I was like, oh, okay. Again, this is going above what even I was expecting, despite being 2 games into like Geofront project. I was like, man, even these guys are still just pushing it above what it really needs to be. I'm like, God, just good stuff. Honestly, there's like not enough praise for this stuff, man. Because you guys could have just made a translation. Just had the text, it's good for the West, that's enough, and it just kept doing more and more.
Yeah, every Geofront project really is a labor of passion, really. We are all at the Geofront big Falcom fans. Some might be bigger fans of one game than the other, or one series than the other, but at the end of the day, we all just really like Falcom games. We have a lot of passion for these games, and we have a lot of passion for the localizations these games have. The job Exceed and Nisa have done for them, and that is, I don't think it's an overstatement to say that everyone in the Geofront just looks up to that standard of quality that Nisa and Exceed have shown. So that's kind of what we always want to strive for. It takes a lot of studying what they do, their methods, their style guides, everything. Every single part of the game that seems a little off, it gets looked into. Like Ribos mentioned there, the XO swap for PSP, a lot of that is like something that I am very happy we got to do for. I remember playing, for example, Birth by Sleep on PSP, the Final Mix version on PSP, and being really thrown off by the fact that now Circle was confirmed and X was cancelled, and it was not to like say anything about that fan translation or localization of Final Mix, but it is something that weirded me out a little, I remember back then. And like knowing that people are not going to have that issue when they go into this game makes me very happy, because again, it makes it as smooth as possible to the audience that we're trying to reach, which is the West. And again, like Ribos mentioned, there's a lot of stuff, the variable width font, the videos, all the videos got localized, the graphics, the PSP themes. Like if you get this game on your PSP and you install the themes are in English. Ad hoc, a lot of things to make it feel like if it was as complete as it possibly could. We basically tried to leave no stone unturned.
You know, this makes me wonder, would this work on like the PPSSPP emulator on Android?
The game or the...
Like, if I were to
Or
use
what?
the same, like, emulator, but, like, the Android version and still, like, get this to work, like, would it still work even on mobile?
It should work on mobile. I don't think I personally tested it on PPSSPP, but mobile. But that emulator is very actively maintained on mobile, so you should be able to just like get your East versus ISO on your phone and play it on there. Just like
Okay.
grind it a little in there.
Because
play
I
here and
actually
there.
might do that tomorrow before I go to work. I might do that on my lunch break just for the hell of it. Just to see how it
Nice.
looks.
Yeah, you can totally do that.
Nice. Good to hear, Rivos.
また来てほしいの
God, I've been battling on for a very long time. Sorry.
Oh, you're fine. You're totally fine. It's actually kind of nice to finally... like, I had to stop myself when, like, Sly or other people were talking. I was like, oh, wait. I don't have to constantly talk. There's someone else talking here. It's nice for a change.
Yeah, just let me talk. I'm a blabbermouth. I'm not gonna deny that. I'm a blabbermouth. Just let me talk. You don't talk too much, probably. And there's a lot of things I want to say about this game.
Should I be concerned if this doesn't have, like, a level preview? Like, is this, like, the final area, or what is this?
This is the final area, so you can just go inside. Just click OK. It'll. Yeah.
Oh! Okay.
And there's different music here. It is really good music too.
Jesus. Really building this up. Although, continuation. H pack on Android. Even nice. So map, yeah. I was gonna say, if you people in chat don't mind, I need to take 5 minutes just to take a bathroom break. It's been over 3
Okay.
hours, so oh my god.
Yeah. Hey, actually, do you
Time
mind if I
flies.
take a break too?
Yeah, that's fine.
I talked to them, but I need a break myself.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine.
Yeah, I also need to get water. I'm getting a little dehydrated.
Yep. So I'll just leave it on BRB, guys, and I'll be back in about 5 minutes. But yeah.
Okay. I'll be your B2.
Okay, back. Mike should be unmuted. So how's chat doing? Here we are in Castle Strange Rock. I don't know if this is this an original location? Actually, I guess it's a good question. Are all the locations in this original? I'm not sure. The joys of going into this more or less blind. I only saw a little bit on like a 15-minute lunch break yesterday. Is that do next? Oh, okay. Was the previous area also from there? I'm actually trying to see if any of this is supposed to be like English or something else. I think it's just gibberish. Although this might be legible. I don't know what this is about here. Level 25, we should be good enough to do this.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
I hope I didn't miss much.
Oh no, I just came back recently too. I was actually just looking at the menu and just wondering, like, do you know what this is? Is this like an actual language? Or like, is it meant to mean anything?
Yeah, I have no idea. They might have something to do with like normal Xanadu lore, but I can't say I know a lot about Xanadu.
And it's all good. I was just curious. Though, did you ever have a point doing this where you had to reel stuff back? Or like anything you really liked and you had to like, unfortunately toss it?
A few lines. Really sorry. I'm dying. A few lines actually had to get rewritten and tossed out because they were too long for the voice lines, and because it's a game where you're always playing with the Japanese voice lines, it would be a little... It would probably take people a little out of the experience if we had like 3 lines of dialogue and what the person said was obviously just like 2 or 3 words in Japanese. So we had to try to constrain ourselves to try to keep it as similar in length as possible, so it wouldn't be like throw people off immediately.
Yeah.
I had a few lines that I am actually kind of sad that had to be taken out, but it is what it is.
Although you didn't have any you remember from memory?
There is a line I specifically feel bad. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it's the line when Olivier finally gets back to normal in the stealth story. I remember it was like a way more elaborate dunk on Olivier never being quote-unquote a normal person, and that his normal is just a very different normal than everyone else, but that's kind of like, it kind of had to be tossed out.
Oh man. It is what it is, I guess.
Yeah, I had a few lines like that were like, okay, no, this is too long and it kind of takes me out of it when I'm playing the game, so I'll have to dial it down a little, make it a little shorter. I'd like to keep the spirit of those lines as much as possible, but yeah. Oh look, it's your boy, guys.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this place, God, it was so brief. But yeah, I remember this location.
You recognize that surly looking face anywhere. That one's definitely a punch-up. Take that one out of context.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, there's a joke in here and I just can't think of it. But it writes itself.
It writes itself.
God, this is what I'm talking about. Lines like this, I'm like, this is so in character, I love it. God.
Yeah, I think I wrote this one with a lot of help from Sly. I was having issues nailing that one specifically, and I think Sly was the one that did the ultimate iteration of it. It ended up turning out really good. from their
God,
used to their
Aisha
bad
just
attitude.
roasting both of them.
Yeah. As if Aisha could ever pass up a chance to roast guys. Oh, I love this song.
God, I gotta look this up. There's a lot. I thought it was gonna be, to be honest, a lot of like reused tracks, and I was like, man, there's actually a lot of tracks I either don't remember or are new completely, to me at least.
Yeah, there's a few new tracks that are really good. The credits for this game are actually very good. They're called Twilight Wanderers. It's one of my favorite songs, really, in the game. And there's a few that get reused, some nice remixes. I think this, like I said on chat, it's a remix of Ernst from E6. I don't remember exactly which version of Ernst this is. I do know it's not the original, but it is a version of Ernst. Yeah, this game has a lot of good music, as is usual of Falcom in this era. I think this is like the best era for Falcom music.
God, it's so painful, but it's so true when you say that era. I remember when I thought, oh, they could do no wrong.
I think the... Okay, maybe not that era specifically, but at least with music specifically. Yeah, 2010 to 2011, Falcom was making a lot of bangers. But I think Falcom music in general, from like E6 all the way to maybe E8 has... Actually, maybe to Tokyo Xanadu has like no real flaws, because E8 does have a few that I think are not that good. Tokyo Xanadu has a single song that I don't like, and everything else in that game is really good. But from like Cold Steel 2 back, all the way to their back catalog, that's like really good music everywhere.
You win!
True, yeah. It's one of the things I said, right? I was like, they have the old stuff, and then it's like the new stuff is still pretty good, so it just evens out to being pretty damn good in this.
Yeah, it's really good, actually. I really think this game has a really banging soundtrack. And yeah, there you go. Soundtrack Falcom Collection number 3.
When they say number 3, is it like, was the collection like an album or something? Or like, how would I know what that is?
Maybe. I'd have to like check it out specifically, but I think it is kind of like an album, and you get like a bunch of songs from that album specifically. There's a lot of songs in this game, actually. I don't remember how many.
For some reason, my brain wants to say 40.
It's way more than that. I can always like boot up TPSSPP on my end, and I hate saying that emulator's name.
Oh my lord.
yeah,
I don't know who the guys is on here. I love this one.
Enjoy, I think this might have been like a collaborative effort. Enjoy Guys and Agate ready to fucking throw down right now.
$155 tracks? Oh my god, that can't be real. That's insane. Oh yeah.
God, the mono music breaks the atmosphere so much.
Oh, that's true. Actually, I was gonna say, who exactly is this character? Like the shop vendor?
Mona, I think
like what
Mona,
species?
I have no idea. I don't know if Mona's like specific. I think Mona's from. has something to do with Xanadu, or Mona might have been made for this game and like used in later games. You can find like Mona like ride-on accessories in Cold Steel, if you know where to look. Mona's in like a
like, I think I've seen it before, but yeah, I don't know if it was like an original character for this or.
I'm not particularly certain actually if this is. Actually, let me think. I think Mona has a bio. Tutorial, other characters. Yeah, it doesn't really say where Mona is from, so he might have been from like this game. He just made a shop in Xanadu.
Yes.
The actual motivation for Mona making a shop in Xanadu is because he wants to earn money so he can buy his girlfriend a present. Oh look!
It's not real unless I see like 5 clones on screen though.
Oh my god.
And yet, whenever I look at the stage, I just think of the moment between him and Joshua more than anything.
Yeah. I mean, it is the Axis pillar, so...
God, I was about to say, man, this makes me want to play Sky FC again, but I'm like, wait, I'm doing that again anyway when I playtest. Never mind.
I always want to play Sky FC again.
God. Oh, let's see what Rabbit was saying. Xanadu next for me has mostly fun tracks, a few bangers. Xanadu has way more bangers than the other, one dead total. Trends a lot more towards the modern era. Oh, that's fair, and to be fair, the modern stuff still isn't bad at all. It's just that, like, for a while, foolishly, it was like, I guess infallible to me, right? Where it's like, every single one I played, I was like, oh, this soundtrack's great. Like, you know, barely little to no weak points. And then, like, you know, as it goes on, it's like, there's this few that I don't like as much. So it's like, you know, it almost feels like diminishing returns in that sense. But it's still not bad.
I think it started turning sour for me around the... someone's gonna call me a Singa hater in somewhere out there, but it really is to me around the era where Saki Momiyama left and when Singa started doing contract work for Falcom. Because Saki Momiyama left around Cold Steel 2, she still composed for Cold Steel 2. And then Singa came like immediately after she left, which is for Tokyo Xanadu.
See, for me, one of the things that I always noticed, and Soul and I briefly talked about it too, was like, I don't know if anybody's had this experience where it's like, if you play with headphones, you might notice, I don't know if it's more noticeable with like TV speakers or like a soundbar. The thing with Singa that drives me nuts more than even the quality of the tracks is just when I was playing with headphones, when I was playing these like live, was the audio mixing was so jarring to me. Like, I could tell which one was mixed by a different person because it didn't sound as full or like proper stereo. It almost felt like it was getting mixed down to mono. I don't know quite how to describe it. It's very weird. Unless
it's Deep Carnival, where you very clearly hear the guitar panning from one ear to the other, and it's very jarring. Yeah, Singa mixing is very weird, and I hold the opinion that the better your headphones are, the worse his music will sound.
Oh god, I believe it though.
Like,
because I don't even have expensive ones, and I noticed it.
Yeah, I have a pair of Audio-Technica ATH F50Xs, and it's like, it's very different listening through your, like, crappy phone speaker to, like, proper monitor headphones, which, even though they're not, like, big audiophile money headphones, they're still, like, better than the average, and it's noticeable.
Yeah.
Gotta love Silver Will, though.
So good. I'd never get tired of it.
This song is so good. I also will never get tired of it. God, that was so good. That was so keen.
God, it's so nuts seeing these, like, finally in 3D, though. Because I always wonder what, like, a proper, like, 3D remake of the Sky games would be, if they ever do it someday.
Yeah, I don't think they ever will, but one can hope. As long as they keep the script intact, please.
I mean, that's the hope, yeah.
Don't go back and change anything. Leave it alone, please. don't add an Ash in there somewhere, please.
Please.
I will be very angry if they do that. Don't fall into the hole. It doesn't kill you, but it does take away HP.
Oh god, there's fall damage in this? Good to know.
Only if you fall into that hole specifically. It puts you like somewhere else in the stage, but it'll take away from some of your HP. So it might be better to like kite Luve around this area instead.
Yeah. Can't believe it. Livy is not only co-lead on this project, she's also a strategy guide. She can do it all.
Oh god, no, I'm not! I very vaguely know what goes on in this game's gameplay. If you want a strategy guide, ask like Stolt or Chuji. Those two have actually put time into this game.
It's okay, you fake it till you make it. She's got the gamer brain. She's there. She knows the strats.
I have absorbed strats from people that actually know what they're doing. I can regurgitate them back at you.
You win!
Multiplayer now? Nice. 49 hours into the game. Yeah, I will accept casual play. That's as far as I'll go. I'm wondering if, apart from the Geofront Discord server, there's actually gonna be, like, an East versus Trails Discord server just for PvP. Oh my god, that'd be sick.
Oh, there is!
Already? Damn.
Stolt and Chuji, well, Stolt and Chuji organized it. It's called Go Fight Friday.
Oh, that's a new I thought it was like the name of an event, not the Discord server.
No, it is a Discord server for that kind of stuff, so if you ever are interested in, you can just, like, go to that server and, yeah, play multiplayer. They're gonna organize multiplayer stuff every now and then.
Maybe someday.
Yeah.
East versus Trails tournament. Somebody's gonna do it.
Oh yeah, I gotta
There's
make
gonna
a
be
tournament
beginner
bracket
brackets
for those.
and, oh boy, the pros.
I'll join just to get stomped out in the first bracket.
I'm just imagining all the esports commentary behind all the plays in my mind.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
興味深いやつと知り合いじゃない。
途方もない姿ですね。あれが限定。
Esports. Oh god damn it, Fry.
どうしたの？
That was too free.
心です。
It really was.
なめんのも大概にしなさいっての。絶対にこの手でぶちのめしてやるからね。待ってなさいよ、レーベン。
God, again, just properly in character. I'm like,
I loved writing Estelle.
I may not know Japanese Estelle, but that's my Estelle and everyone else is in the West. Wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah. I tried very hard to get her character.
This seems properly paced so far in the final segment. I can't wait for it to be a level 4 gap somewhere.
Oh god. Oh, let's hope not. I don't remember really.
エステル、気をつけて。前に会った時と雰囲気が違う。
He seems hotter this time, Estelle.
奴は魔王の魔力を受けて以前より強化されているはずだ。まあ、せいぜい気張りやがる。
あれだけ強かったのにさらに強くなっているなんて。相手にとって不足はないわ。エステルさん、ごぼう。
This would be very cursed if I just ended up losing. And anytime I think
God.
of a character getting cocky, it's like, yeah, cut to game over.
今度こそ仲間になってもらうわよ。
Oh, alternative difficulty is like the name for the highest difficulty?
来い、僕が相手だ。
Is that like above Nightmare?
It's more like it's weird because like the difficulty that you set in the menu is different from the quote-unquote difficulty you set for the story mode. It's really only upping the levels.
Oh, okay.
So, like, yeah.
God, I wonder how long it's gonna take for someone to do like a proper review of this or something like the one that you guys put out. That'd be nuts.
Yeah. Oh god, I think this is- oh god, I have a fun story for this one. I think it's this one specifically. Or it might be Adol's story, where Mishra makes a comment that I bungled up in a very bad way when I first edited this game, and I had to slap myself in the face for that mistake.
Oh, was it just like when you were starting out?
Yeah, it's more like not a mistake, but it's like a really funny line that ended up being terrible in context. I'll see if we get to it. If it's in this story, I'll just like send it over like the original screen cap of the spreadsheet version of this line.
Yeah.
And I'll give you like the time to figure out if you can see what's wrong with it. I wish I could have had this. I wish I could have told this story yesterday, but I forgot exactly what the line was. I appreciate that Adol gets the opening sequence music. He gets Daybreak.
Yeah. It's really fitting.
Okay. Let's put him out of his mystery.
Oh, I didn't think it was good. Which is what this is, yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry, that was Rush Out, not Daybreak. I'm sorry.
I mean, you're still good, because, boy, I barely remember any of the track names. Well, I know a few, but there's so many Falcom tracks, and I'm like, I can't possibly remember them all.
Give me a moment.
It's all good. I like that little touch too. He doesn't even say anything, it's just described. Makes you wonder, was Adol like this in the Japanese version too? Just descriptive text, more or less.
Yes, Oh yeah, this is it's here. Okay, advance to the next line.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna show you the original iteration of this.
Oh man. Okay, let me see if I can put this up on open up the original. Put her up on the stream.
Whoever tells me what's wrong with this first gets a prize.
Let me zoom in on it. Yeah, for me, I would not catch this one. Well, actually, I'm looking at the original.
Ryan Shreon already noticed. Okay, so Chloe is saying, agreed, Estelle and Adol are a wonderful sight for sore eyes. Friendly reminder that Mishra is blind.
Oh, true. God, I was overthinking that way too much.
Oh god,
Man.
I had to slap myself in the face for that one.
That is, yeah. Oh my god.
That was incredibly unfortunate, really.
I don't blame you for that, because it's like... if you didn't know the character context while you were writing that, like...
I did know! I did know! I didn't
Well-
know I had played 7 by this point.
Well, I
It
got
just
I got
kinda
nothing.
happened, and I noticed the weeks later, and I was so mad.
Amazing. Lord.
I am. Oh god.
Wait, FOF2 tier? What does that mean? Let me see what else. Okay, they didn't miss anything else in the chat. But Lord.
さっきの二人と
Was there ever any other kind of, blunders like that?
Maybe. I think that's like the biggest one and like the most memorable one, really.
Oh, man.
何か言ったかこらお人よしどもの慣れ合いに興味はない
God. Oh, Jesus, that one was hilarious. So, I was back in like January 2020. It just kind of happened.
I was gonna say, it makes me love it even more, because it's like... Just knowing those blunders exist is like... I don't know, it makes me appreciate how good this is right now, you know? It's just, it took genuine work to get there. Makes it feel
there was a
more
lot.
real.
いらっしゃいま
There was a lot of work put in by everyone. I'm very proud of the team. Okay, I think you're too broke for the weapon.
Yeah... I don't know if I should hold out or just buy armor at this point.
I don't know. I think you'll be. How many? Where are you right now in the story?
また来てほしいの
Isn't this like the final part?
Yeah. What's the next one? Oh, the next one is the penultimate fight. So. So I think
I
you
guess
can
we'll
like
see.
get armor instead of like holding out because you're almost done, really.
Yeah. By the way, thanks for sticking by this for as long as you have. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's alright. I didn't have anything to do today, so I was
The
happy
realist.
to go by.
女のお店へこれを強化するのバッチリ強化で
I'm like,
just wanna-
get you a friend as dedicated as her.
また来て
Please.
ほしいの
I try to come by whenever it's whenever I can, and whenever it's a game I have played that I don't, or a game that I don't have any interest in playing because I am bad about watching streams about games I haven't played, mostly because it's kind of like I don't want to get spoiled.
I mean, I think you already know how conscious I am about spoilers. I'm the exact same way. If I
Yeah,
have
which
any
is why
interest, I'm like,
I
I'm
haven't
probably not
popped in.
gonna.
Yeah, it's kind of why I haven't popped by for your Metroid streams because like I have plans of like playing Metroid soon. I just need
Valid.
free time again. Red looks like a lot of fun. I've heard from people that it's a very good game.
Oh, I think it's on track to be my favorite in the series. I can't believe it.
Yeah, I have heard such things of a lot of people, and it makes me very happy that that game came out, and it's very good.
God, it makes me realize how nuts of a year this is. Where it's like I'm really bouncing from like, it's very much a me year. I'm bouncing from like niche fighting game Melty Blood getting a sequel. I'm loving that. Then I go into Metroid Dread, and then I'm randomly just playing East vs. Trails by Geofront, and I'm like, 2021 ain't so bad. It's pretty good actually.
2021 has had a lot of games I really want to play. I just haven't had money or time really to play them. I want to play.
Same.
I want to play The Great Ace Attorney. I want to play Neo: The World Is With You. I want to play Monster Hunter Stories 2. I want to play Fuga Melodies of Steel. I want to play Nier Replicant. Instead, this year I have played Trails of Cold Steel 1 and 2.
I mean,
I'm kidding, but they have taken like a lot of my time. Like Falcom games have taken a lot of my time this year. I played
Yeah.
Azure for about 200 hours, so just to
That's
see
what I'm
everything
like.
the game did.
I got caught up in June, but it's like I'm kind of, in a weird way, don't take this the wrong way, people, I'm kind of glad to be done with Trails for a while until the Western releases happen again, because it's just like, somebody made that tweet like a while ago of the joke of just like, I think it was like someone quote retweeting like a list of all the Falcom games, or it was like a timeline or something, and somebody said, step 1, be unemployed, and I'm like, yeah? That's what helped me get caught up during the pandemic, getting laid off from work.
Oh
Like-
god, it just reminded me of one of my favorite Trails memes, actually. Which is just like, I saw someone making a meme out of the final scene of Toy Story 3.
Mm-hmm.
Where it's like, Andy finally saying goodbye to all his toys, and it's basically me getting a job and just saying goodbye to the Trail series.
It's so true, though.
You can only catch up to the series in a timely manner if you don't have a job.
Like, seriously.
Oh god, I've been playing them for more than 2 years now and I'm still not caught up.
It's nuts, man. It's why I, like, for as much as I do like parts of it, it's like, I can't recommend this to everybody, right? The people who say, like, oh, you gotta drop everything you're playing and, like, check the series, like, you're insane. Like, it is so much. Like, it's the first thing I stress people, if you want to, like, check out the Trail series, I'm like, this thing is long. Like, really, really long. You better be committed, or maybe just finish on the Sky Arc and call it a day. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. God, playing Trails is for someone who has a lot of free time.
Yep.
Or for someone who's willing to put 2 or 3 years of their life into playing the same series.
Yeah.
魔王の作戦はなかなかね。ちょっと自分がないってばするよ。
Never played
Oh,
Xenoblade
God.
when that came out. I really wanted to, yeah.
I played... Oh god, I got Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition for my birthday, actually. It was a gift from Scott, and I have not finished that version yet.
It's tough. It's like,
I am in-
for me,
yeah.
as... Well, sorry. I was
No, go
gonna say,
ahead.
as much as I love JRPGs, getting a full-time job makes me realize, like, as much as I like this genre, it's gonna be hard to keep playing them.
Yeah,
Honestly.
I've been trying to like play shorter games lately. I played Uncharted Lost Legacy. I played Bayonetta 1 and 2 lately. I'm trying to go for games that are like less than 20 hours lately.
Yeah, that's why Metroid's been great. It's like, it's short, I can finish it in about 3 or 4 sessions and call it a day.
Yeah, that's kind of what I want to get into Metroid. I want to get into like those shorter games. I'm planning on getting into Castlevania 2. I want to play Devil May Cry.
Oh my god, yeah, I still gotta... Well, if I go back into it, I gotta start with Devil May Cry 2, so...
Oh god. Oh god.
Yeah,
Oh,
because
dear.
I already played Devil May Cry 1 on the channel, so I'm like, well...
Well then.
But I guess lined up is Kingdom Hearts soon.
Probably bring a co-host for Devil May Cry 2 because that game I've heard is really
Should
easy.
Should I really put someone else through that, or just suffer alone?
I guess that much is fair. I would
Do
love.
you
for
want to
to
join
like-
in for...
Oh my god. You know what? I'll play Devil May Cry 1, and if you want me to join for Devil May Cry 2, I'll do it. That way I don't have to play Devil May Cry 2.
We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Sure. I don't want to think too hard about it right now.
Me neither.
I would love to like be by at least like on chat and like watch you when you do stream Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah.
I basically, well, I think I've shared this before. I've never like played the numbered Kingdom Hearts games because all I owned when I was a child was Nintendo consoles and a PSP. So I've only ever played the portable ones. I have, I suppose, like all my knowledge from Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 really through wikis, talking to people, and watching playthroughs.
I actually got tripped up yesterday because I had to bring a customer up, or I had to unlock one of the shelves, and they were asking for Kingdom Hearts on Switch. I was like, there's no Kingdom Hearts on Switch. And I remembered Melody of Memories came out on that. I still haven't played that game.
Oh god, yeah, Melody of Memories on Switch. I keep forgetting about that.
I was like, what do you mean, for the cloud? Which, yikes on that.
I am so mad about that. I actually wanted to get my best friend Kingdom Hearts. She's only ever played it on my consoles, actually. I've known my best friend since I was like 5 years old. And she's never really owned consoles. All the games she's ever played is like, okay, I don't really need my 3DS, I'll just lend it to you for a while. Lend her some of my games. And that's kind of how she played all the Kingdom Hearts games. Well, not all of them. She played Birth Like Sleep like that. And she played Dream Drop Distance, and then listened to me talk about them a lot. And my plan was like, oh, they announced these for Switch? Okay, I am gonna get them for her. And then it was Cloud, so I'm not getting them for her anymore.
Oh my lord, this remix goes hard. But yeah.
Yes, this
Jesus
is a
Christ.
really good remix of goddamn. Yeah, this is so really good.
It was one of my favorite battle themes in Sky Third.
Yeah, which one is this? Holy Voice Rooms? No.
Was it like was it called Overdosing Heavenly Bliss?
Yeah,
or something
Overdosing
like that?
Heavily Bliss, yes.
Yeah.
I was thinking of the final boss thing, but yeah, this is Overdosing on Heavily Bliss. Which is honestly one of the best songs in Sky.
It's really good.
And this theme is really good, this remix of it.
Did they make it specifically for this game?
I'm not sure actually. They might have? Rivals, do you know? What? Okay, what was this song made for specifically? Was it like a JDK band or something?
Version for this game? Oh, okay.
Okay, I think this is the JDK band 2008 spring version of Overdosing Heavenly Bliss. You know what? I'm gonna add this to my playlist.
Valid. God, I'm gonna look up some of this stuff afterwards.
It's such a good song.
God, I keep forgetting I can dodge in neutral and just home in on them. Every time I'm eating crap, though.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, getting the hang of this game's a little hard, but it's very fun eventually. And thank Ryo Takashita for this song originally. He composed the original Overdosing Heavenly Bliss, and this arrangement was done by your boy Jindo.
Nice. Oh, Jesus Christ. I almost was wondering if I could just destroy that gem for the hell of it.
Sadly, no. Bye, Luve.
I'll see you later. Probably. I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, scroll, I have no idea.
Really funny. The song started and immediately also got a phone call.
Oh yeah, this is right, was this ringtone I mentioned earlier.
I'm basic and have a Persona 3 ringtone.
I have the... Okay, so, I don't know if you're familiar with the Nayuta opening, but Chuji one day made a Get Over the Jam version of that opening, and that was the only song I had in my phone for a while because my SD card had died. So it's like, okay, this is the only song I have, I'll just make this my ringtone, so... Get Over the Jam, Nayuta opening is my ringtone.
Get
It's
over
like
the
I
good
don't-
morning. They don't start loud enough? Yeah. Well, that's the thing for me, Ravos. The one that I have from Persona 3 is specifically, for anybody that played it, it's the one that happens when, like, you get interrupted by other students if they have time for, like, social links or whatever, like, after their class session. So it has, like, the loud trumpet, so it works as a good ringtone for me.
The one I had for the longest time is Phoenix's ringtone from Ace Attorney. The Steel Samurai ringtone theme.
God, I gotta play Ace Attorney as well. Oh god, there's not enough time for anything.
Have you not played that series?
It's complicated. I only played the first one, I think the trilogy was out on the Wii at one point, or it might have been like separate games. I played the first one with my sister, we both really loved that one. Then we played the second one, and I think we lost interest about halfway through. And that's about it.
Can't say I blame you, it's one of the weakest ones.
That's what I keep hearing, yeah. I should've, like, now that I know, you know, people are saying, like, you know, push through it and then you'll be fine. But, yeah, that's pretty much my history with it.
One of the weakest ones. I think the first case is kind of boring, the second case is okay. The third case is widely regarded as the worst case in the entire series.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
And then the fourth case is widely regarded as the best in the series.
Oh, Jesus
Or at the very
Christ.
least, one of the best. Like
Yeah,
the
I
fourth
must have
case
stopped
of
on second and third then.
Yeah, I probably imagine the third. If there was a circus and a lot of clowns, then yes.
Man.
It was the third case. I think Ace Attorney. Hi Mitchell.
New phone, who dis?
ラッピーさんが人間に皆さん、この姿ではお初にお目にかかります。
He's a real boy now.
私の名前はミッシェルド・ラッ
I
ピ
believe
ー。
Lappy turned into a twink.
さっきの戦いでドラゴンスレイヤーを
You're
用
not
いて
wrong, though.
魔王と戦った異世界の戦士です。
Yeah, so he's the archmage everyone has been talking about this whole time.
Gotcha.
Michelle the Haven, or something like that. I don't remember exactly what we chose. He is a Gagar character.
Hmm.
じゃなくてミッシェルさん。
Oh, I hate this line break. Oh my god.
あなたが例の大魔導士なわけね。
Oh wait, this line, what's up with
The
it?
line break. The line break. This could totally
yeah,
fit
yeah.
into 2 lines instead of 3.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm very picky about that, but I didn't
no,
have
it's fine,
time
it's
to
fine.
do like a line break pass at the before the launch of the game, so a few of these are janky and not up to my standards.
Very high standards. No, I like that though, because it's like, yeah, if anything, you know, if you have any more insight, there's probably things I don't even think about, obviously.
話せば長くなります。
People don't think about line breaks very often.
Nope.
私は先の戦いで
Spend enough time around Scott, and you will get line break brain rot because that's the thing he always points out whenever he's playing a game.
Oh, actually, that reminds me. So you said he started, like, streaming. Did you mean, like, just on Discord at friends, or did he mean, like...
Just Discord with friends.
Okay, because I was gonna say, if you had a Twitch, I'm like, yo, please hook me up with that link.
I kind of want to stream on Twitch. There's just like the issue that I don't know. I don't have like the time for a consistent schedule.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I'm charismatic enough to carry a whole stream by myself, so I would need people to help me out there. And then it would mean like aligning schedules with other people.
I mean, I can only speak for myself, but I think you're charismatic enough. Like, I don't think that's... I don't know, it's like, I don't blame you too, because like before I started streaming, I would always... I think for the longest time, I always said I had like this like boring monotone voice, and I was like, I genuinely thought nobody was gonna stick around and watch, but it's like, honestly, you just won't know until you do it. If you want to, that is. And a schedule doesn't matter too much. People just show up and, you know, if you ever tell someone on Twitter like, hey, I'm streaming this, and that's all they really need for the day, you know.
Yeah, I've thought about it. I just haven't really committed to it, mostly against schedule. A lot of my time has been absorbed by this game, and I don't know if I might or might not have other projects lined up right now. If not, I might have some free time. If I do, I'll have no free time.
Yeah.
Again,
no, I don't blame you.
it's a lot of I have a lot of hobbies, which is like really hard to keep up. I like reading, I like drawing, I like playing games. Now I do editing too. It's kind of like I need to start getting into things. That's also one of the reasons. Yeah, that's also one of the reasons I have not gotten into Final Fantasy XIV, even though I want to. I don't have time.
Yeah, it's the thing I struggle with, right? Where it's like, we say we don't have time, really we can make it. It's just that we've already filled that time with other things, and it's like, you know, because if you're doing things right, you shouldn't be having any free time, because at least that means that you're being productive, but at the same time, yeah, trying to make time is where it gets difficult.
Free time for me is basically doing things I have no obligation of doing. But also it's also kind of like I don't really have free time because the things that I want to do, I'm already doing them. I'm already like spending a lot of time with my friends, with my partner. I'm already playing a lot of games, especially Cold Steel right now. Still need to get through that. And I do work very. My job is very extensive when it comes to my schedule. I am technically on shift for 10 hours instead of 8, like most people. So I have to work 10 hours a day, basically. Well, more like 9 because of my lunch break, but still, it's more than most people. And it leaves me less time than most people. And I still need to take care of the house, make dinner for my family, and it's just kind of like...
You're kind of like me then, where it's like, with me at work, it's like, it's really 9-hour shifts. It's just factoring in the 1-hour lunch break they do. You just have like an hour more, but it's like, it's rough. Good lord. I can't imagine having to do all of that stuff, and then somehow still find the time, and you still put this out and still made it happen. I'm like, lord.
Yeah, like I said, it's not like some of my hobbies didn't suffer. I haven't really drawn in a very long time. I put out like a piece here or two, like every now and then I'll do like a meme drawing. But I haven't really like done a full drawing I haven't drawn very consistently lately. It's like a lot of people nowadays when I put out something, it's like, holy shit, I didn't know you used to draw. I used to take commissions too. I don't really anymore because I don't have the time for that.
Yeah.
So it is. It's not like some things haven't suffered, but I try to keep priorities straight, and for me, my priorities are always like, well, my family, my job, my education, my partner, and my projects at the Geofront are like my priorities, really.
As it should be, you know, in that order, more or less.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask too.
A little by the wayside.
Go ahead. What was that?
School's fallen a little by the wayside. I have taken several breaks from college lately.
I mean, I can't blame you. It's kind of, to be fair, you mix all of that with how weird 2020 and 2021 has been for everyone. It's just, yeah, it's a weird time.
Yeah, I took a lot of time off from school to started working full time, and after COVID hit because I got a work from home job.
I guess I was wondering when it comes to when it came to this, was this something that the Japanese version did where I noticed that like you can't even press confirm until the voice dialogue is over?
I think it is. I'm pretty sure you have to let like the voice dialogue be over. Or I think so. I think it is like a Japanese
like hold cancel, I guess, but yeah.
I think you can play cancel to like immediately make the text scroll and maybe let you advance the text box early, but I think it is mostly meant for you to listen to the voice line fully before you're meant to advance.
I was just wondering if that was the thing that you guys had to change or if it was always like that.
I don't remember having to change this, so I'm gonna go with it was probably in the Japanese.
Fair enough.
But yeah, life is complicated. I did take a lot of breaks from college for, mostly for working. When I started my job a while back as an interpreter, actually. That was a job I did for a year, but because they were basically like hiring, and at the time because of COVID, my dad wasn't working. He was a contractor actually, so. A natural resources contractor. He's like usually the kind of person that you bring over to like a place like, okay, we want to build something here. Tell us how the land is, how good it is for like structures, about the wildlife that lives here. anything that needs to be relocated, all that kind of stuff, natural resources in general. And there was basically none of that happening during COVID, so he was not having any luck finding a job because, again, wasn't employed at a company. He was a contractor, so it was basically like, okay, I'm gonna start working to really help my parents out.
Yeah.
And Bell's job, full-time job, and work at first was very hard. So I decided I would take a break from college. If I hadn't, I probably would have graduated already. But at the same time, it's just nice to be able to work, to contribute, and to have money.
Yeah, it's been something I've been thinking about where it's like, maybe at some point I need to go back and finish the one class I need to take, but it's just like, whew, I'll see how I manage that with being employed. I've heard it's usually not pretty.
Yeah, I'm taking it at a slower pace. I used to take like 4 to 5 classes every semester. Right now I'm taking basically 2 classes, and one of them is like a whatever filler class, usually English. Because my college is really a big stickler about people knowing 2 languages by the time they get out. But I can't do an English, I can't like just be like, I already know English, can I just not do these classes? Unless I pay for like extra exams, and I don't want to pay for them. And just like taking English itself is not an added cost to my classes for some reason. So it is cheaper for me to go through like the tedium of taking English classes. Even though I already know English very obviously. Because that is like the English, not like the English literature class, but the learn the English language class.
Because yeah, usually when I think of English class, that's usually what it is. Like, just read a book, write an essay. I'm like, this isn't exactly, I don't know. I feel like it's sometimes mislabeled, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because I go into Spanish class, it's like, it's nothing like this.
Yeah, that's the learn Spanish class instead of just... Yeah, I guess they should call those classes like literature or English literature instead of just English.
Yeah, sometimes they do. I think my college did, but high school never did. It's so weird.
My English class in high school was a English literature class, actually. Because I went to a bilingual high school, so they were like, English was already expected, something everyone was already expected to know. And half of the classes were given in English, so English class was redundant, so we saw like a little bit of grammar, but mostly literature back then.
Oh, man, I don't know why it took me this long to ask this question. So, you being, you know, basically the co-lead for this, when was that ever, like, established? Was it just because, like, you were one of the first ones, or was it just that, you know, you decided to take up that role, like, with, you know, and all the things that it entails, or, like, what was the deal behind that?
It kind of came to happen because, well, LT is, like, the lead of the project, but by proxy, her efforts to, like, translate the game are what really kicked the project off, so she was, like, the lead by the de facto lead at the time.
Yeah, basically the one that started it, so yeah. Yeah,
she was the de facto lead. And then she was busy with a lot of stuff, mainly school, because Singapore schools, like Chinese parents, is like school gets very rough and you have to like undertake a lot of responsibilities. She was graduating from high school very soon. She recently started college, and she just didn't have the time to really like coordinate the game or anything. So I was like started being like the one that was on top of everyone, trying to like ask everyone how they were doing, coordinating this, coordinating that, doing posts, asking anyone if we needed help. I was basically like doing all the leadership stuff for a while because she just didn't have the time to really do it. And I kind of just like brought it up to everyone. It's like, yeah, you know what, you really do deserve like to be called like the project co-lead because you have been doing a lot of leadership role stuff in the meantime that LT hasn't been able to.
But it was very much like unintentional.
Yeah, I didn't like go into it like thinking, oh, I want to be project lead. Can I start doing this? It was more because I was already doing it, so it only felt right to like give me the title, basically.
Makes sense.
I hope you're ready for the final battle.
It depends. There are some East boss fights at the end that I don't like, so I'm kind of dreading this, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Could be a gimmick. I just don't like. It's like, well, I got a deal.
Galsus is not that complicated from what I remember.
あれがドラゴンスレイヤーです。
俺が聖剣のくせにボロボロじゃん。
It's
どういう
yeah, it's more complicated than just hit it really hard, but it is also not that complicated.
Yeah.
とりあえず回収してみましょう。
そうね。じゃあ早速。
エステルブライト、避けろ。
But of course,
ドラゴンスレイヤーが
it's made out of
Sword.
twigs and toothpaste.
Just like the game's budget.
悲しい。
Well, life turns out at least somewhat, as well as Rive. Oh, absolutely, Rivos. Hit it with a stick, but it's stronger than a gun like Tidus. Makes sense. But no, I do wonder about that, Rivos. It's because, like, sometimes people do go out and, like, seek those roles and try to, like, prove themselves to get it, but it's like, you know, sometimes it is intentional, like Libby was saying, so I'm always just curious about that. But it's definitely a thing where it's like, you know, it's kind of, what's the name of that expression where it's like, I can't remember it right now. It's something about, like, you know, there's no such thing as luck, really. It's just those who are prepared to take advantage of it, more or less. I'm horribly butchering it. Somebody in chat might know the actual expression. But I'm definitely a big fan of that, and, like, you know, I agree with that, where it's just like, there's ever going to be a perfect time for certain things, you just kind of have to be ready to do them in the first place.
Yeah. It basically is all about that. It's like waiting for the perfect time. It's just not gonna happen.
Yep.
Oh
I look
god.
at this design and I can't, my mind just goes to Monster Hunter Brain Rot again.
Amazing.
God.
I can't blame you. I will say, I actually really like Galsus. I wrote all of Galsus, so that might be bias on my part. But I had a lot of fun writing this hammy-ass big dragon dude.
あえて剣を破壊せず、俺たちをおびき寄せる餌とした。
God, I haven't heard the word dastard since playing a Fire Emblem game. Oh my god.
Yeah,
Been a
that's
minute.
probably where I picked it up. I've been playing Fire Emblem since I was like 12 or 13 years old, so...
Actually, which one was the one that you started with? I know for me it was Path of Radiance, in, like mid-2000s. Actually, late 2000s.
The original Fire Emblem for GBA, Blazing Sword, it's what it's called, but it's in the West it's just Fire Emblem. The one with Eliwood, and Lyn, and Hector. It's not my favorite nowadays, though I've played more Fire Emblems, but that was my favorite, the one I started with, and then I played, the prequel, which is Binding Blade, and then I played Sacred Stones. And I just stopped playing Fire Emblem for a while.
I still
just
haven't
never-
played the GBA ones myself. I probably should.
They're very good in my opinion. Binding Blade is very hard. It is one of the hardest games in the series.
Was that the, because I know there were two... No, that
The one
was... The ones
before.
that we got in the West was, like, the first one, and then, was it, like, Sacred Stones, I think?
Yeah, it was... Okay, so there's 3 GBA games, Fire Emblem 6, 7, and 8. 7 is the one with Eliwood, Lyn, Hector, that is just called Fire Emblem here, but
Yeah.
the subtitle for that one is Blazing Blade. It is actually a prequel to the previous one, which is Binding Blade. That's the game with Roy. Roy is Eliwood's son.
Okay.
Binding Blade never came out here, so...
But I'm
yeah,
guessing
Binding
that one
Blade
already
was-
got a patch or something for us to play it, right?
Yeah, there's many localization patches for Binding Blade. I am very partial to the most recent ones because they make the names coincide with like the localized names of the characters that appeared in Fire Emblem Heroes and Fire Emblem Awakening as guest characters. So I do like that game a lot. I think it's a very good game. It's very hard. The characters are not as deep as other Fire Emblem characters because that's like the first iteration ever exist of the support system. And it's
Yeah.
very hard to get supports in that game. It's actually really hard. But then after that, it's Blazing Blade, which actually did get brought here. And then Sacred Stones, which also got localized. Those are the 3 GBA games. I think they're all really good games. None of them are bad Fire Emblem games, in my opinion. Blazing Blade and Sacred Stones might be easier than the norm, though. They're like easier than those Fire Emblem games.
Yeah. Crossbow was really just some battle teams doing that because there was no chance of localization. PS4 versions existed. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, it's pretty much just that. It's like you see an opportunity, well, I guess in a weird way, lack of an opportunity from the official stuff, and then you're like, well, like you said, Rivos, like you just gotta step up and try to do it because pretty much like East vs. Trails as well is like a good example, even more so, where it's just like, yeah, I don't know if Falcom would ever touch this again, you know?
Yeah, and that's kind of how we like to approach games at the Geofront. It's like we like to look at games that are probably never gonna get done anyway. Crossbow at the time was like in a very weird place where we never knew if it was gonna get done, so I imagine that's why C-Sector jumped on those, and then East vs. kind of like, yeah, this game is never getting done. So we decided to take the chance to like do it ourselves. That's kind of like how we want to be. It's not like we're gonna come and he's like, oh yeah, we're localizing Kuro no Kiseki. It's like, no, that game is totally getting done.
Yeah, no. God, wasn't there something? Was it Kuro no Kiseki or something? Or there was like the recent development of like someone trying to do like a recent game, and I was like, this is an awful idea because it just got announced. Was it Kuro? No, I think it was Reverie.
No, it's Haji. It was Reverie, Hajimari,
Yeah.
where someone decided they wanted to take the Kitsune spreadsheet and insert that into the game, plus doing menus and everything. And they got sent a cease and desist from NISA because Reverie had literally just been announced. Like, I have some compassion for them because it sucks, but also it's kind of like, what were you expecting?
It's coming from a fan, but it's like, yeah, like that's the thing. I'm not gonna say it was like
that was definitely stepping on Nisa's turf.
Like, it came from a place of being a fan of the series, I get it, but it got announced, right? Like, no.
Yeah, I definitely think it was playing with fire, and they definitely got burned.
Yep.
I do feel bad for the team. I imagine it sucks. At the very least, it was early into the development.
Yeah, didn't waste too much time on it. Unlike, recently I played AM2R, and that's one where it's like, man, that thing, they worked on that for years, only for Nintendo to C&D that, or like close it down, I think 2 days after release. There's something insane like that.
Yeah. I'm honestly surprised they even waited to do that. I think that they waited enough because they actually wanted the game to like circulate a little out of like some feelings for it.
Too,
they gave the game like enough time to release and circulate and then cease and desisted it, even though I think they could have done that way before if they really wanted to.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it really sucks for the team to just like have worked on that game for so long and just have Nintendo bring the banhammer on them. So it's just like cease and desist. You don't get to put this game out anymore. But I think the Metroid fandom has picked up the slack in singing the praises of that game, and it's in the orbit of everyone who's played a Metroid, or even people that haven't. Like, I haven't played Metroid, and that game's like in my orbit. And I think it got enough publicity for the team to like really get recognized for what they did, but it still sucks.
Oh yeah, I mean the guy went on to work on I think the Ori sequel, which I still haven't played. So it's like, at least there's somewhat of a happy ending for that. But yeah, it's still unfortunate.
It really is.
Also, some of this dialogue makes you think of a Persona ending. I won't lie.
It kind of feels like you're fighting a god again in like Persona.
Yeah, just something about Lloyd talking about hope and like.
Oh yeah. Oh god. Oh god, I remember now. I hated this originally because you know how when they say Dragon Slayer in Japanese, they just say Dragon Slayer. They say it in English. They say Dragon Slayer or something like that.
Yeah.
And they write it like that in Japanese. But then they're like, in Japanese, they're like, oh yeah, Dragon Slayer means Dragon Slayer in Japanese. So it's like they say it in English first, and then they describe the meaning in Japanese. And when that gets translated, it's basically just, oh yeah, Dragon Slayer means Dragon Slayer.
Jesus Christ.
It's so terrible. That was a fun one to figure out how to localize. You tell him, baby girl.
Do it, queen, as you always do. Like, that's the thing. I love how she's never reserved. It doesn't matter who it is. She's gonna talk that talk.
No matter. It doesn't matter that it's a big ass fuck you dragon.
Lord. Talk smack to all the gods if they exist. She wouldn't care. Kind of fun to see players of Zero, Azure, East versus without playing other entries in the series.
Oh, I like this line the line from Joshua, actually. It was lifted a little. It's kind of referencing that line that he drops on Move at the end of SC.
Yeah.
Where he kind of tells that people are never powerless as long as they're together.
Yep.
I kind of tried to live inspiration for that one when I wrote this one.
East versus is working. It makes me want to play Trails in the Sky again.
Good. Let the nostalgia wash over you.
The promotion works even in a fan localization.
This song, man. I appreciate that they use the song so much.
Man, as they should.
I love overdosing Heavenly Bliss. Oh, sorry, not, yeah, this one. Such a good song.
Like, Sky the Third, I still think is underrated when talking about the music. I at least don't hear a ton of people talk about it as much as the other ones, and I'm like, it's different enough for me to be like, man, I really love the style that we're going for. I don't know if it's instrumentation or what. Was it a different composer completely?
It might have been someone else. Yeah, I think it is the best in the trilogy when it comes to like the OST. I also think it's like my favorite game in the trilogy in general, but I know that's like a bit. It can be a controversial and an uncontroversial opinion at once.
Yeah.
But some of the songs in Sky the Third just hit really hard. I think my favorite is definitely like the Phantasmagoria, like Phantasmagoria Final Dungeon theme. Like that is probably my second favorite song in the game. My favorite being the vocal remix of Looking Up at the Sky.
Phantasmagoria is the name of the Final Dungeon theme, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I absolutely love that one. I think for me, like, the other Final Dungeon themes when I was playing FC and SC are good, but I was like, oh, this is on a whole nother level when I got to it. I absolutely loved it.
I really think that Sky FC's one is on par with it. Hollow Light of the Sealed Land, I think, is a really good song. I don't remember the one for SC very much, I'll be honest. Hollow Light of the Sealed Land is
now,
like
yeah.
when it hit me. Like, it started playing and it hit me real hard. What else? Kiseki does have like really banging dungeon themes all the time, Final Dungeon themes. I think Sky SC is like the only time that I'm like, I don't really like this too much. I really like the one for Cold Steel 2. I really like A Light Illuminating the Depths in Zero and Azure. Sorry, in Zero and in Azure. I actually like the theme for the Azure Tree. I know a lot of people don't. And it's very different kind of tone than any other games in the series really go for. It's not like an epic theme, it's more somber and nostalgic, and I think I like it a lot more because of that.
I can see that, yeah.
I really like the one for Cold Steel 2. Cold Steel 1's I don't remember very well, really. I do remember the final boss theme of Cold Steel 1. The final dungeon theme.
Cold Steel 1, yeah, aside from like the fight with Crow, I don't remember much.
The Cold Steel 1 finale is not very good until the fight with Crow, if you ask me.
Yeah, I didn't feel the excitement of like being caught up to the series or like, you know, playing it in that order until those like 10 minutes. I was like, oh right, this is a Trails game. Like, for all I know, it could have been devoid of anything else.
I
Christ.
recommend that you try to get rid of the other leg first. Yeah.
Can I?
Go beat him up. Go beat him up. Go beat him up.
I'll be amazed if I live through this.
I like the song though. Like my favorite part of it. It's gonna kick in soon. I think. Yeah.
Unless I die.
I really like the final boss, final dungeon theme for Cold Steel 2. Phantasmal Blaze is what that one's called. But Cold Steel, we can probably agree that Cold Steel 3 just kicks everyone's ass.
In terms of what?
Final boss theme. The final dungeon theme. Sorry.
Yeah.
Spiral of Erebos is just unmatched, really.
Okay, I can definitely do this. I just wasn't used to the speed of its attacks. Reminds me of like Dark Souls, where it's like I gotta learn like, all right, can I do 2 hits or 3 on this boss?
Yeah. Yeah, I imagine the second try will go much better.
Yeet.
You're doing a pretty good amount of damage.
God, that one's instant stun, Jesus.
Stop stomping. Jeez. Anyway, Kiseki music is very good.
Indeed. It's definitely, I think it does help with, like, the commitment that it takes. It's like, at least you're in for some guaranteed quality in some regards, you know?
Yeah, some guaranteed bangers.
God, I keep thinking for a second this is like Kingdom Hearts where I can press a button to, like, aerial recover.
Man, I've been playing Kingdom Hearts 2 recently, for the first time actually, now that I very legally obtained the PC versions.
Absolutely legal.
Yeah, I totally paid Epic Games $230 for those. God!
Why must they do this?
That's very painful. Good thing I acquired them in an incredibly legal manner, though. Totally legal. So I've been playing. Playing them recently. I've been playing Kingdom Hearts 2 for the first time. Really, it's my first time really experiencing that game. Getting
so
to grips with the
jealous.
combat is a little hard as someone that's never really played it and is used to the portable. And is used to. Oh my God! You're close. You're so close. You're so close.
come on,
You're
please.
so close. Yes, yes,
Oh,
yes.
thank
holy
God.
shit.
Thank God.
Oh yeah!
Jesus
17
Christ.
hell.
Now what? For a second, I'm like, okay, now what if its body collapsing actually did damage to me if I was close to it?
Oh my
Oh,
God.
I would have been so salty.
Okay, now
God.
time for phase 2. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
I've seen this song and dance at least 17 times.
This is like every JRPG ever.
Like, Slime mentioned it. Oh my God. I'm pretty sure from what I played when I was playing Persona 4 Arena Ultimax, its ending is literally just like this. Talking about bonds and the hopes of people and all this stuff to kill a god that doesn't get it. We've all been here before.
Dragon's Lair is hope.
Kingdom Hearts is light or whatever.
God. Now we're returning to the truth starts playing.
And now it's time for the NPC roundup. They gotta be fit. Oh my lord. Just talk in a circular room for like another hour.
Oh God. Oh no. Thank God this is pre-Cold Steel. It's okay.
Well, didn't the end of FC also do it?
Did it? Maybe. I don't remember. I haven't played that in a while.
Because I think you had to. There was like the festival or like some sort of
Yeah,
party
I
going
remember
on.
now.
Yeah.
I didn't do the NPCs for that. I kind of just like wandered around for a little. I sadly missed the side quest with Olivier on that one.
What was that side quest? I'm trying to remember.
Mueller loses track of Olivier, and you have to drag Olivier back to the embassy, to the
Oh
Uruguayan
yeah, yeah,
embassy.
yeah.
どんな状況で
And
人が持つことを許された
oh god, I can't. Sorry, I'm getting excited for Charles and Dove again now. Just thinking of the side quest. I can't believe that's gonna be voice acted finally.
政権を失
Yeah.
っても諦めなかった皆さん
Shut up, Bishop, you're a human too. Stop. That is a very self-flagellating speech there. It's like, man, aren't humans awesome? Says the human.
Good lord. I'd be like, let her flex.
あなたたち異世界の
Post-final boss sweeps aren't that common. Well, there was none in SC, none in Third, there was none in Zero or Azure. There was one in Cold Steel 1.
Actually, a more interesting question is, I can't recall another JRPG doing it.
Earthbound? Mother 3?
Does it?
No, I think it's Earthbound that does it. Undertale does it. Or you can just go back and talk to everyone if you want to.
True, true.
ミッシェルさん
But even like amongst trails, it's not that common, I think.
とんでもない私の方こそお礼を言わせてください皆さん
Maybe like half
本
of
当
it
にあ
might
りがと
have
うご
it.
ざいました
I don't even think half. It's like so far it's like okay, it's FC, it's Cold Steel 1 and 2. The 3 and 4 have them? I don't think 3 would.
3 kind of has it. You'll know it when you get to it.
君の助言がなかった
Oh boy.
正直
You'll know it when you get to it.
Oh boy.
That's why I say, like, I think it's roughly half.
真実を
maybe. I don't know
捜
about
査官の職務を全うしただけさ
well, Zero SE Zero don't have it, neither does Third or do Azure. Azure doesn't really have like a post boss and PC roundup. It just ends and goes into credits, and same goes for Third. They kind of have like that with like the party members, like that farewell, but that's like the best part of Third. What's up?
いずれ再会できるかもしれないな
絶対会えるわよ
Ah, yes, so spin-off Amnesia.
しておくからね
I guess if
You
we're really
sure
talking
are.
about, yeah.
では
Uh,
皆さん
I guess Rivals, if you're talking in terms like that, the post NPC the roundup for NPCs after SC is that door with Joshua in Sky Third, where they're at the party with Chloe and everyone else in Gransel Castle.
Yeah.
Or I guess that's like where you go to everyone and ask how they're doing after the ending of SC. But that's a different game; it doesn't count.
ミッシェルさん
Semantics. Though, to be fair, that's... I say that, but that's the norm for Falcom fans. It's like, we gotta nitpick this stuff and be like, alright, no, but which one actually counts for this?
Yes.
If nothing
Enjoying
else,
one of
so
the best songs in the
meticulous.
game.
And this one's completely original for this, right?
It's called Twilight Wanderers. Congratulations on beating East vs. Trails in the Sky, Alternative Sagas Stone Mode. And now you get to enjoy the edited credits. These
Yeah,
had
how
to be
long did
edited
this
as well. Luve's name was spelled weirdly because Malcolm spells his name very weirdly. Krushi's name was spelled very weirdly too. What is Krushi's name? I think Krushi's name is spelled like this.
Yeah.
Krush, like I put in chat. Yes.
Yeah, that's super weird. Is this something like an FMV?
Yeah, it's a video, really.
10 more seconds, ZG Ribos.
Yeah, Luve's name is misspelled. Well, not misspelled. It's Malcolm spelled, which basically means it's spelled in a way that no English human would ever spell a name ever.
I mean, yeah.
It might just be
this was,
Lo. It might just be like, I think Lue's name is just spelled like this in Japanese. Well, for Falcom's really romanization.
Oh god, I think that's how I butchered it the first time. Most
Yeah.
likely. Just saying like low. I'm like, no.
Everyone says Lo until they hear it, until they actually hear the name,
Yeah.
which is Lue.
Which then the way that I trick my brain to remember is just I think of the word love and I think of saying it in like the most fancy, pretentious way possible. Luve. Good lord.
I did eventually get used to say Lue, but it took some practice.
It's weird. Yeah.
It's really weird. Blame the Germans.
Wait, who are these characters? I didn't see them at all.
These are support characters from the game where you can see them. They're again support characters just like Mustafa is. You can unlock them later. A few of them were from Zwaiwan, one was from Gurman. Say hi to the only appearance of Sharon Zin in this game.
Wait. I'm trying to remember. Did Sharon get that design in SC or Sky the Third?
Third.
Okay.
That's her third design. And Elise and Jacet are also support characters.
God.
Papa Cassius Bride.
Chattiest Bright relegated to support is so wrong.
Ellie
She
relegated
exists.
to support. Ellie cucked real hard to support.
No,
as she
Ellie
said.
deserves support. She's right where she belongs.
Gilbert is a support, and so is Campanella, actually.
Man.
I don't know if you ever saw me memeing Cash's bio on Twitter. I posted once, without context, a version of him without his mustache.
No, I don't think I saw it.
Everyone got mad at me. Oh, this version of Elena looks so pretty. I wish this was her design in East 30.
This was like one of the brief things I knew about East vs. Trails, just like her redesign, which is so good.
I think it's done for like one of the East 3 like CGs, like just the pictures that Falcom does with the games for Oath and Volgana specifically, but it was never a part of like the actual games. I love this picture of Fina and Rhea.
It's very good.
And here's our team.
I know some of those people.
And here's our testers.
Bless everybody on this. This was really good.
Some special thanks.
Man. What a weird day today has been. It's like, man, it finally came out. Oh wait, I'm actually... Oh wait, is there any additional text over here?
It's a cutscene.
おっと、いくつか依頼が来てるわね。何々？迷子の子犬の捜索に。
I'm sorry to say, Estelle, it's another Blue Blunt quest. You're gonna hate it.
Oh my god. Oh no.
You don't want it, trust me. It's either that or the side quest that I think is the worst in the series for me, and it's the SC one where you're stuck in that hotel or whatever, and you had to, like, try to do a detective mystery, but it was just awful execution. I really hate that side quest. Oh, man.
First time clear bonus, support characteristic rune, and a few accessories.
Cool.
That was a CG that had to be edited by Chuji so we could add subtitles to it.
Man.
Now you can play as Elf.
Wow. What a reward.
Sadly, the good ones, which are like Chester and Luve and Lloyd, get unlocked last.
Damn. Oh, so it
This
doesn't
is
matter
why
what
we-
character you finish with?
No, it's that you get unlocked. They get unlocked by BP. So you got 500 BP. So
Pain.
now you have 841 BP. Actually, could you go to system real quick?
Sure.
Go to tutorial. Here's some tutorials and some of the character bios that we've been talking about so much. These are all unique to this mode. They are actually different than the ones from the story tutorials. in that the pictures are different and everything they say is the same. So thanks, Falcom. I had to edit these twice.
Wow, that's weird.
Yeah, but a lot of effort was put into making these look really good and really readable, especially on hardware.
Oh yeah.
That was like the main goal, because I really wanted that if people were going to play this on hardware, for this to be readable.
Yeah. Which, I guess I'll get an idea of it when I'm playing from my phone tomorrow, potentially. Obviously not streaming it, but maybe on break I'll just check it out.
Yeah. Making these readable was like a really big thing. There's a lot of tutorials here that were not present on the main game, actually. That they're exclusive to this tab in the game and nowhere else. Also, if you notice, every picture within the tutorials is in English too.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was like, good lord, that's some dedication. Jeez.
Yeah, I didn't want anyone to notice that some of them could be in Japanese.
Bless you. Man. There's a lot.
Yeah, these
I'm
are
not
advanced
used to,
techniques that were not brought up in... Energy burst is something that is not brought up in the main game. It's basically if you press all the face buttons simultaneously, you get rid of 20% of your HP for a big blast of damage, which will knock back enemies.
Huh.
These are all biographies for every single character. Sly wrote this, LT and I did the editing for the pictures.
Nice. And none of these have like any, nobody's found any typos in these yet. I'd imagine people would look here first.
Not that I know of. I think we had some typos obviously on these, but they were caught before release.
Oh god, I forgot they were all the exact same age.
Yeah. And then Solivier. A dead man already, according to Falcom. He's 26, got one foot in the grave already.
Man. He's 26 and I'm 27. What have I been doing in my life? Gotta step it up.
Got Kita, Agate, and then there's support characters.
That's it. Well, for now.
They only give you the two you have unlocked.
Yeah.
Kind of a shame. I would have liked for you to see others. I think go to other characters. Yeah, these are the only ones that show up in other characters.
Yeah.
Lappy has a different design depending on what story you do, by the way.
Really?
Yeah. You see that he has a Picard design if you're playing with a Nice character, and a palm, a shining palm if you're playing with a Kiseki character.
Huh. That's a cute touch.
Yeah, it is. He's a very angry palm or Picard. And then there's
we know
Mona.
where this is from. Who knows? That is weird though, yeah. I guess it's still a question mark.
Yeah.
I mean, I could boot up the 100%
Monarch.
completion save.
Oh yeah, you
Was there
can
any
grab
other
that
like
in
extras to show off, or?
collection, but I don't imagine you have a lot of stuff in there. This is where you can look at wallpapers, movies. This was done. This is an HD menu. If you notice that, this was done by Sorcerian, and it looks
nice.
really crisp.
I love it.
You can see some backgrounds here. You can save them to your PSP if you're like on a PSP and use them as like backgrounds for your PSP.
Yeah.
Which is really cute.
Have a lot of these ever gotten like the HD, you know, images? Like
A lot of these do. A lot of these do have HD images. Some of them don't, which are the ones exclusive to East Versus. The artworks themselves do, but if you go scroll down like way more lower to like almost the bottom, you'll start seeing some of like character art for this game. Oh yeah, you can go up a little. Yeah, these are like the character art for these characters in this game, so these would have to be recreated. And that's kind of like the reason we decided not to do these in the HD pack.
Yeah.
Mostly because we would have to like redo all of these from scratch. we do have like HD assets for these characters like this, but we have to like do a lot of editing for them, and I don't know, maybe in like another iteration of the HD pack, we can do them and add them later. I want to do like a lot of the bios and the graphics, but that would take a lot of time, and we just didn't have time for release.
Makes sense.
I love this art in particular of all the party members in E7.
Really
Look at the stairs. Geist is over there at the stairs sulking.
Completely in character. Oh my lord.
Yeah, Tia and Sayas look really pretty in here. And the ornaments on the Christmas tree are all the dragons from E7. The 5
Oh my
great dragons
God.
from E7.
Yeah, that's a nice touch. Jesus.
This is one of my favorite pieces of art Falcom has ever done, really.
Wait, what does Dogi have in his hands there?
I think it's a drink.
I don't even know.
Looks like a
Man.
drink. Oh, these are the kids from Oath and Volgana, I think. The Count's kids in Count Maguire, I think. The bad guy from Oath and Volgana. You end up figuring out that his kids are like
Oh,
imprisoned in a
okay.
tower if you explore the final dungeon there.
Yeah. Man, it's been a while. God. That's really cool, though.
There's a lot of art in this place that's like really nice to see. And that we... not all of it is like available in HD, but yeah. Custom themes. You don't have them, sadly.
Yeah, I can
if you want,
put
you can
up,
like... Yeah, you can always put up
Yeah.
one of the 100% safe files so we could look at this gallery. There's a lot of nice stuff to look at here.
Okay. Give me a sec, guys, while I do that. Shouldn't take too long. I already have it downloaded. Is
Okay,
it just a
yeah.
matter of, like, drag and drop it? Actually,
The
where
save
do
file,
I drop it to? Yeah.
Give me a moment.
Make sure I save this one just in case, and I go back to it tomorrow.
Where is my my PSP emulator folder for this? Let me put this up. Okay, so if you go to like the game, you can like open memory stick, and it'll take you to something that says to a folder that's inside your PPSSPP folder.
Okay.
And
Basic number
there's
correctly.
like you go to memstick, and then you go to save data, and that's where you put the folders of the same name that are in like the other ones.
The one that says save data?
Yep, the one that says save data. Inside there are a few folders that should be called like ULJ and then a bunch of numbers or something like that.
Yeah.
Those are the save data for East Versus, and you can just use those. Just like drag them to like your main emulator.
Yeah, I'm just making a backup of the one I currently have, just in case.
Yeah, give me a moment actually, BRB.
Yep, you're good. Which ones were the ones that were made recently? Oh, these two. Okay, and let me just drag this one over. Okay, so that should potentially work. I just got it from the multiplayer zip, so that should be all I have to do. Replace those, and we should be good. Give me a sec to boot it up, and we'll find out. Appreciate you guys tuning in for this and sticking all the way. By the way, I know it's been over 5 hours, longer than I thought it would be, but it's worth it to show this off proper, you know. All right. Hope to God it works. Please.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back. I'm about to see if this failed or not.
You can probably just go into like the main screen
I
and see
mean,
it.
looking at that BP, it looks like it.
Oh yeah. Could you screen share again on Discord? There's a slight delay on the Twitch stream, and I don't want to like allow audio for that because I'm gonna end up hearing myself and hearing you again.
Yeah, no, you're good. I just forgot they act close to accident.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, you can go to the collection and see what's up in this place. Oh, I love this artwork.
I guess wallpapers if there's anything in the notes.
There's a lot of really cute ones. Go to the third one and that first row. It's one of my favorite arts in general.
Yeah, I think I've
it's-
seen
it is-
the original one. Or that Falcom tweeted. Oh my god.
I love this one so much. I love Estelle, Joshua, and Chloe. They're some of my favorite characters.
God, it's... Honestly, when I think of SC, I think it is one of my favorite chapters. Honestly. I love it.
All the Enforcers, Tita. This one also got localized, if you see that. It says Trails in the Sky.
Oh my god. So much work. That
Yeah,
was
it's
great.
a little deceptive how many of these actually had to get localized. This menu, even though this is like the HD recreation done by Sorcerian, this also had to be changed to East vs. Trails in the Sky because it was originally East vs. Sora no Kiseki.
You can get on Steam like that one? Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I love that one on the side of like Adol, Fina, Rhea, and Lilia playing music. All the
Oh, this
East
one.
ones are really nice. I like this one.
Man.
That one's really nice. The one you were just over a little bit ago. It has all the descendants of the below that one. Yeah.
So,
It has all the descendants of the sages from East 1 and 2, Dark Fact, like all of the sages basically. Fact,
Man.
Gemma, all of those. I don't remember all their names.
yes. Iconic.
The biggest thirst piece for any East fan.
If only. God, I was so upset, E7. I was so upset at how short that segment was, by the way.
That
Oh
is
my
such
God.
a good segment in E7 where Adol
Yeah.
just gets captured and oh god.
I just wish it was longer, but it was good.
Cut out a little bit of the padding in the game, give that segment a little bit more time, and maybe I'd like E7.
I mean, I think we all know where the padding could go, and it's right on Adol's pecs.
Oh hell yeah.
Lord.
I wanna see some Adol City.
What even are these?
These are really good. Oh, these are from like the E7 opening.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and all these character backgrounds had to be edited manually by LT. Because they also used to say Sora no Kiseki. So
Yeah.
all of these had to be edited by hand for her by her. So
My goodness. Like, there's so many things I just don't even consider until you mention them. It's nuts.
yeah, LT just kind of came one day and just like dropped all of them on our chats. It's like, here, I'm done. It's like, holy shit, dude.
Just free. Flex on them. Oh my god, even for all these characters too, they got one. Damn.
Yeah, they all got all the support characters get these.
I'm trying to remember, is this from like Zwei or from where?
So I won.
Okay. God, there's still so much I don't know yet. But yeah, looks like even support cast is mainly Eastern Trails. Not a lot of,
Yeah,
a lot of
East
obscure
Trails.
picks.
There's Della Delon from Grandish, Dark Revenant.
What is this? Oh! Oh my god. This drives me nuts, because, like, this reminds you of... I never got to grow up really playing the PSP that much, because the one that my sister had, I was gonna borrow and use. The battery contact point died, so we couldn't use it. It lasted a few months before that weirdly happened. And it was too late to return it, or do anything with that, so... Man, this
Yeah.
would've been sick.
There's one of these that actually has to be localized. I love this one, 3-7, and this is the one I have on my PSP right now.
God, I love it.
This one had to be
That
localized.
one? Yeah.
Yeah. It was harder than it looks.
I like this one too.
This is a really cute art of a Stellan Adel. I think I sent it in the assets I gave you yesterday.
Yeah.
It's really good when it's on high res. It's my current background, actually. My current PC computer background.
This story about the GIM and PTF file formats. You'd probably be bored. I mean, normally I'd say you're probably wrong, but in that case, you're probably right. I'd be like, man, that's rough. That's all I got.
Yeah, this is another menu Sarian did. Okay, here you
39
go.
just for this. That's insane.
Yeah, a lot of these are from like games other than East and Trails, basically.
God.
I like that there's a few super arranges in here.
Oh yeah, true. God, that's not like Mega Man X track, Jesus.
Yeah?
God, I gotta play more of the old school catalog at some point.
Same. At the very least, I want to play Brandish, Zwei 2, and Xanadu next.
Like, a lot of the stuff sounds so old school, but in like the really good way. Reminds me of when I watched an anime that's like from the 90s, but it just had like banger soundtracks for no reason.
Yeah.
And that's just for that. How much does this have? 31.
This is
What was-
basically like all of the previous two Legend of Heroes games. Mostly Gagar,
Yeah.
I think. But there's a few Sky
I'd
songs
play
here
this one,
too.
but it might be DMCA. The vocal tracks are where they get you.
Yeah.
yes.
There it is.
Banger though. Banger.
Ah, this is such a good song.
Hard.
God, I can never forget the feelings that dungeon made me feel in all the dev messages in the finale of Third.
It was a lot. Yeah. God, it gave me chills.
And all the messages just cheering you on. I like that they did a little something similar with the chest messages in Azure. Every dev team member for Trails to Azure had a chest in that final dungeon.
Rivals, that's what I thought until one of my CS1 when they did that like bootleg poor man's concert. It had a copyright claim. Not a strike, mind you, but the vocal track with I Swear was caught on YouTube.
Oh god.
So, it's real. I don't know like which vocal tracks are saved and which ones aren't though, but yeah.
Oh god, looking up at the sky. I think that's the non-vocal version.
Yeah, should be the SC one. Still my favorite overworld theme in the entire series.
Oh god, I just remember how badly it hit me when I first went out to the overworld in Ruan actually, and this just started playing this like very somber
I didn't start
overworld
moving
theme.
for a while. I was just taking it all in. God. It's
Oh
so
god, this
good.
one makes me feel so many feelings. And then the vocal version just murders me.
Yeah, which
Oh, there's Hololight of the Sealed Land.
it smacked me, what is this one again? I forget my title. Oh god, yeah, this one.
This is the final dungeon of FC.
No, the SC one, like with the vocal track surprised me, because that was in Sky the Third. I was not expecting them to reach that far back. Lord.
Yeah.
Ever since I first heard it. A lot of them are. 4 songs, you would be okay. They aren't in this game anyway. Oh, okay. I'll take your word for it then, Rivals.
And And I think these are all gag arb.
Something about versus others.
These are all East tracks. God, there's some really nice East 7 tracks here. Oh, they have Genesis B on the beginning. Holy shit. I had not realized that.
I was about to say, yeah, like, did they not have any East Origin? But damn, never mind.
They have
Valid.
the best East Origin song.
Honestly.
God, why is East Origin such a good game? I want to go play it again now.
It's so easy to pick up and play anyway. It lasts like a few hours. It's perfect.
I can pick it up and play it whatever I want. I have that on Switch too.
East Origin makes me big sad because it's like I didn't know it was gonna peak there. Because I thought
It
Party
makes me
System would be
sad.
okay, but Classic East is preferred pacing and everything. I love it way more than Party System. Maybe 8 will make me change my mind, but yeah.
Yeah, here's the ones for this game. Twilight Wanderers is the one for the credits. I think this is one of the best songs in the soundtrack. I like at least the ones made specifically.
It's very good. Wait, what is the difference between random 1 and random 3 discs? Is that what it's called?
I have no idea. Maybe one randomizes just this current playlist and the other one randomizes everything. Because I think you could like actually use this to like play music on your PSP and just pocket it and just use it as a music player back then.
Yeah. God, that
Very
reminds me
old
of
school
Sakurai saying you could do that on your Sword and Smash Bros. Stuff. It's so funny that some devs still do it now.
Yeah, you could do that on 3DS too. I remember I actually did that
Man.
on my 3DS. That was cool.
God, it's so good. I gotta put this on Spotify later. Jesus.
Yeah, some of these
Disgustingly
songs are really good.
strings.
Might be Jendo? I think it is Jendo.
Whoa, some of these are French?
Oh yeah, some of the Xanadu have, some of the side ones have French titles. Okay, you know, Masanori Osaki might have been the composer, but Jendo did the arrangement for this one. For Tribal Wanderers, I mean.
Done that more than actually playing Ultimate. Valid Rebels.
God, I bought Ultimate and I played it for like 2 weeks. I might dust it off a little when my best friend comes by because she's gonna be staying with me for like a month or something, and I do play with her, but it's like if I don't play with people, I don't play.
Yeah. Solo, it's just not. As a kid, I would play like Melee solo, like I just didn't care, but it's not the same. $100 on it? God.
Oh yeah, these are all like the battle themes. Play Blaze at my feet. This is a Jindo song. This is my favorite song from the whole soundtrack.
God. It's got that old school synth I like too. God, this probably is gonna be my favorite too, but I gotta look at the whole thing on Spotify later.
Yeah, that's basically what I do, but after a lot of it, it's kind of like, it felt like Destiny that this is Kuroshi's theme.
God. Have a good one, Shreon.
Have a good one, bye.
God, it's so cool.
Yeah, they sadly don't keep playing after going out of this, but oh yeah, you can see the movies now.
Wasn't there something mentioned about movies somewhere?
All of these are edited to be the... Well, all of these are the localized versions, even though the Japanese version obviously only has the English versions of the Japanese versions for each of them. The Vintage Masters Portable opening was actually localized by us.
Huh, let's take a look at this then. It's like so much work. Like somebody else said, wouldn't it make more sense to just keep it in Japanese? It's not here yet.
That Geofront doesn't do anything by half measures.
Pretty much. But this would have been a free.
Yeah. But yeah, we were not really planning on doing this one originally. It would have been too hard, but then Chuji just kind of came by and was like, yeah, I'll do it. Sure, why not?
Well, wait, so is this game kind of like a Final Fantasy Tactics X? It kind of looks like it.
Yeah. It is kind of like the strategy game. It looks a lot of fun. It was sadly never brought here. I wish it was. It actually features Frozen Sky characters. Yeah, I don't know if they're going to show up in this opening, but they does feature them.
Yeah. God, some of these designs are really sick too. More than you know. God. I can only imagine. I'd mess with it.
Yeah, there you go.
There they be. Falcom's like, you'll buy it now, right?
And look, it's the same like sprite type from Sky, and it's just really cute. I want to see this game localized one day. Or fan localized, or not.
Was this part of like a series or like a one-off?
I think it's part of a series. I think Bandage Masters is like a series in general, but I don't know. Rivals could probably tell you more about it.
Man. Because I won't lie, when you guys said Vantage Masters Portable, I thought my mind went to like a mobile game or something.
No, it's a PSP game. We also have like all the other ones. Actually, can you go back to the Vantage Masters thing?
Pick it again?
Okay. Oh, yeah, sorry. I thought I saw it wrong. I thought one of the HD textures hadn't loaded, but no, it's fine.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's the Brandish one that didn't load. Yeah, that's an HD texture that's missing.
Huh.
We'll have to report that to make sure we can fix it for the future.
Any other one? Yeah, I think that's the only one. Oh, weird. Let me back out and see if that fixes it. Got it. No?
No, I hope I gave it to Chuji. I know I did these. I don't know if I gave them all to Chuji, and if they might have gone on like a code wrong or missed it.
But that's like, to get an idea, might as well make the best out of a weird situation. That's what it would normally look like, right?
Yeah.
My lord, so if people want to get an idea of how much work, how much better that is, there you go. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I did these. We put a lot of effort into making these really good.
Don't gotta squint my eyes, I love it.
Oh, yeah.
Cool. Then, let me see, was there? No, that's
You saw the people and the sound.
yeah.
I guess you could look at the support character bios now that you have 100% save.
Oh yeah, true.
Was in
Where,
system tutorial.
Okay. Forgot where it was for a second.
Yeah, it's in a very weird place.
Wait, what does this one say? Okay. God, I still say they did her dirty. Please come back.
Please, Annalise. Annalise for Kuro too, please.
I miss
She's
her.
one of the cutest characters in the series.
Like, I love it. Like, as someone who, like, after a while growing up, I was like, you know what? I'm tired of this. I just, in a way, it kind of reminds me of, like, Kanji from Persona 4, where it's like, after a while, you just accept that you just love cute shit. Annalise is so perfect. I love her. I'm like, please. I need more of her.
Yeah. Kevin, also please come back.
Man. Oh god, I'm not familiar with her design because I haven't played Chronicles 1 and 2. I played the really old version.
Oh yeah, I think you mentioned that. I really like Chronicles. I want to play the old ones at some point.
Man. Yeah, these are all really accurate.
Yeah, Sly spent a lot of time doing these. I mostly like revised them to make sure they were like there was like no issues with them, but it was like most of the brunt work for these bios was his. LT did the designs really for the bios in general, like the graphic design for all of them. And I basically
I like how Hugo has the shortest one as he deserves. He barely had anything.
Wow,
come on.
I actually really like Hugo.
He was alright, but compared to the other routes, like, just not as interesting.
I like him a lot. I think I like him the most, actually, out of the East Origin main characters. Maybe no, maybe not. It's between him and his brother, but...
I can see that. I think for me, for some reason, when I saw Hugo, I was like, oh, I'm playing Riku from Kingdom Hearts. Kind of.
Yeah, and I loved Riku from Kingdom Hearts, so you know what? Give me more of that. I'm
Valid.
a sucker. I'm a sucker, I will admit that.
As long as you know what you want.
Yeah, this is a character from Sly. I like the where she's from, because this one was very hard to fit into here. Age 12, from somewhere that's a 2-day train ride from Tease Town.
Very specific.
Very specific.
God. Yeah, and I forget, Zwei was trying to go for like this almost like cel-shaded look, right?
Yes. I don't remember about the first one, but the second one definitely had like a cel-shaded look.
Yeah, because for some reason when I saw it, I don't know if you're familiar with Mega Man Legends, like art style at all.
Yes,
It immediately reminded me of that.
I do know about. I've seen it here and there.
Yo, what is this image of Gilbert?
He's like
That's way
kneeling
too
down
cool.
to
He
like,
doesn't deserve that.
yeah. He's like kneeling down to apologize, and then he's just like that like mischievous flashes through that. Ah, God.
God.
Oh, I'm so sorry too. I love this one.
Very good.
Ernst, Geiss's hotter brother, and a character we don't talk about.
More or less. Oh man. Not Sephiroth.
I don't know who this is. Never seen her in my life.
No idea. Wow, it's crazy how Geofront just left a section blank. It's kind of nuts.
We'll fix it in the 1.1 patch.
No, I think it's fine. I don't think there's anything to fix.
It's perfect as it is.
Every opportunity, they gotta take it.
Hi, Stolt. Thank you for coming with the cuck Ellie. Yeah, did we happen to see Lloyd's bio and everyone else's bio in the player characters? I don't remember if they showed all of them.
Showed a few. Probably only the ones that were in their story route.
Yeah. Look at Olivia, so handsome.
Man.
I actually really like this art style. I wish this artist had stuck with the series for a little bit longer than just this game, Ys Chronicles, and Zly too.
It's not bad, yeah. I kinda like it.
I think Joshua looks really good at this. This is like some of the best he's looked since Sky.
Yeah.
I like
Estelle
Inami,
and Joshua
but I don't
look
like...
a little weird in Crossbow.
I like Inami. I love Inami's art style, but I don't think Estelle and Joshua do very well in Inami's art style.
Fantastic artist. It's just not uncanny, but just different enough to bug me. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, Inami's renditions of like Estelle and Joshua bother me. Estelle not as much anymore, but Joshua's hair is a disaster.
Yeah.
Looks like a cow with his hair flat.
Yeah, like whenever I say it's like, man, constantly just got out of the shower when I see him.
Yeah, that's basically it. His hair is not as like puffy in this game as it was in Sky, but it's still like better, I think.
I think that's everybody, unless there's like new tutorials. I don't think so.
No, there shouldn't be. All the tutorials are here from the beginning, if I remember correctly.
Wait, what is this advanced tech?
Advanced techniques.
Oh my
You
god,
have-
okay, so there is recovery techniques. Damn. Good to know.
Yeah, energy burst, which we talked about earlier, and certain accessories give you some other skills, like rising attack, double jumps, or secondary air dashes.
God, yeah, there's way more than I thought. It's cool. Okay. Weird timing for that. It's only been about 6, actually, but that's what happens on the save bomb.
It's fine, but don't worry about it.
Wait, who provided the file for this?
Soul should know. It might be him or Chuji.
I only have to ask because it ended on 69 with the BP number there. Was that intentional or not? If so, props.
Soul, was that intentional?
But it worked out. Love to see it. Oh man. But yeah, I think that'll do it for now. I wasn't sure if I was gonna come back later tonight. However, let's see, it's 8:40. Yeah, it lasted longer than I thought. I also work in the morning, like at 6 in the morning, so I shouldn't risk it. Would love to play more. Maybe at some point I'll go back and revisit. Who knows? But
at some point I recommend, even if it's in your own time, like playing some of the other stories.
yeah, at least guys, I should check that one out. Good lord,
I really think Geist is fun.
it's been fun to watch. Something about the I think. It's like maybe, possibly. Can only
Maybe,
speak for myself.
possibly.
No, I appreciate it. But no, for real. Thank you guys for tuning in. Absolute pleasure. If you would have told me last night, hey man, not only are you gonna play this, you're also gonna have people from Geofront actually like talking with you on VC. I'm like, this is incredibly sick. I'm like, oh my lord. Oh, you're fine, Rebos. You're fine. I just found it funny for different reasons. you're good. You're good. But no, it's been a pleasure. It's cool to just get to know more of the inside of how this is made, because obviously I'm not an editor or anybody working in localization, so I really do not know much about the craft and what it takes to consider and look through. So it's good to learn about these things from people who have done it for so much time, Plus, I'll be real, with the dedication you guys do for this stuff, as corny as it is, I kind of do look up to you guys, and you guys are a source of inspiration for me. Even if it's not the same endeavors, it means a lot, to see you guys still putting stuff out and still making it happen. It's, if nothing else, inspirational. I think for me and for a few other people, you love to see it, right? So, yeah, it's been fun. It's been really fun. And I hope other people can check this out. If anybody wants to know how to set this up, feel free to check out the Geofront YouTube channel. There is a really great step-by-step video that doesn't take a lot of your time to learn how to set this up. If I can do it, you can do it. Long story short, I'm not the tech-savviest person. But, yeah, it's been really fun. It's a spin-off that I thought would not never happen, but it was always a thing that I saw, and it was like, a passing thing where it's like, oh, that's neat. Probably never coming to the West, like, years ago. I was like, moving on. But it's cool to see I can actually enjoy it and mess with it. But nothing short of quality from these people, so as expected. Congrats to everybody on the release of this. It's another really good one. And I look forward to the next one, whatever that project may be, even if it's, next year with Trails from Zero, who knows what else, but I look forward to supporting those official releases, which I still can't believe is real until I finally have it in my hands and see that those credits. I can't wait to see it. But either way, yeah, that's it for me. So you guys have a great rest of your night. Take care, and
It's been a lot of
I'll
fun.
see you then.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks
by
for
the way.
tuning in, Livy.
It's been a pleasure.
But that's it. Good night, everybody.
Good night.